Chapter 1835. Great Desolate World, Qin Nation. Imperial Capital Xianyang. Qin Emperor stood at the edge of the city wall, looking down at the vast imperial capital. This was his territory, and all he could see were his subjects. A gust of wind blew, ruffling Qin Emperor's robe. He narrowed his eyes, his expression indifferent. Footsteps sounded behind him. Imperial advisor Chen Shi walked to the side and bowed. "Your Majesty, you were looking for me?" "Yes." Qin Emperor nodded and patted the city wall. "Imperial advisor, what do you think of our great Qin?" Imperial advisor said, "Your Majesty is a great strategist, an eternal emperor. Our Qin nation is powerful and invincible." "Well said." The Qin Emperor smiled and said, "My Qin state is the most powerful state in the world, but the world doesn't belong to my Qin state." Imperial advisor's eyes narrowed. "Your Majesty, are you going to act?" Qin Emperor said, "Yes. We have long wanted to take over the 8 desolate lands and the whole world. However, due to many considerations, we haven't acted yet. Otherwise, our dragon flag would have been planted in the desolate lands. But, don't worry, Imperial advisor. Although we don't know the reason for the change in White Jade capital, we don't have time to worry about Great Qin. Our Great Qin will only need a short period of time to conquer the 8 desolate lands and swallow their land. At that time, the people of the world will be united, and we will personally create a prosperous Great Qin." Imperial advisor took a deep breath and bowed. "This old man is willing to serve your Majesty." "Ha ha ha, good. Then, you and I, the Emperor and the Chancellor, will work together to conquer the world." The Qin Emperor laughed out loud. On this day, Great Qin started the war without any announcement. 8 elite armies broke through the 7 desolate land. The world was shocked. Besides the broken world of the southwest desolate lands, all the kingdoms of the desolate lands issued statements, reprimanding Qin for using force and destroying the peace of the desolate lands. At the same time, they gathered all their forces to deal with Qin's fierce attack. The war against the barbarians disappeared. The armies responded to the Qin army, and the barbarians' predicament was broken. However, what made the kingdoms of the desolate lands despair was that the resistance of the people of the kingdoms was limited. The Qin army didn't even need to attack, and the cities surrendered. The reason was simple. The Central Wasteland Divine Prefecture ruled by the Qin Emperor had always been a legendary holy land for cultivation. The people of the other wastelands all yearned to go there. Now that Great Qin had declared war and conquered the desolate lands, everyone would be under Qin's rule. Naturally, they would be able to enter and leave the central desolate lands freely. In addition, the power of Emperor's Qin, and the other kingdoms would be of the Qin Emperor. Although all the countries in the world are very clear that the Qin state is powerful and is the strongest superpower in the world. However, the strength of the soldiers and the number of experts was simply unparalleled. Qin of lands. Emperor. King, advisor. White Kingdom's dynasty, the White, Qi, White, and dynasty, and Tian, had sent, and had Wang. Qin's. But this time, the result was not what they had expected. The Qin kingdom's attitude was unyielding. Although the Qin kingdom's general was respectful to the legendary White Jade capital's envoy, he did not back down. He resisted the pressure and refused to retreat. At the same time, the Qin Emperor, who was guarding Xianyang, was facing the projection of the 9th Dao Master. "Emperor, you've gone back on our agreement," the 9th Dao Master said slowly. Said the 9th Dao Master. As his voice rose and fell, the space around him began to ripple like waves. It seemed calm and unremarkable, but each ripple contained terrifying power. Once it was released, it could instantly flatten all of Xianyang. Even if Emperor Qin was there, he could only watch with wide eyes. There was nothing he could do to stop it. This was the terror of a Dao Master. It was comparable to someone who had ignited a Joss flame. Emperor Qin looked at the 9th Dao Master's projection calmly. "Dao Master, if you hadn't interfered, the desolate lands would have been unified long ago. I've endured for many years. I don't want to endure anymore. You can attack and destroy my Xianyang, but I promise you that you will pay the price." He raised his hand and pointed at the sky. The White Jade Capital on the 13th floor is a legendary unreachable place. If I want to go there, it won't be difficult. Maybe I should attack and knock the White Jade Capital down to the mortal world. That way, the world will know that no matter who my enemies are, they will not have a good ending. The expression in the Qin Emperor's eyes was extremely resolute, and a murderous and cold intent was unleashed. He had no intention of backing off. This was his best chance. If he missed it, he would never be able to unify the desolate lands and create the unparalleled Great Qin. The ninth Tao Master fell silent. The space became quiet, and only the sound of flowing water could be heard. At that moment, countless people in Xianyang City were excited. They cheered for the Great Qin's military might and the pride of unifying the world. What they didn't know was that everyone in Xianyang City was on the verge of destruction. Perhaps they would all be turned into ashes in the next moment. Qin Emperor, I will demand an explanation from you in the future. The ninth Tao Master's voice was calm. He turned and his projection disappeared, and the shaking space returned to normal. He couldn't fight with Emperor Qin right now. Otherwise, the White Jade Capital would be in great trouble. At a time like this, the other 8 White Jade Capitals would be happy to see him in trouble. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Imperial Preceptor walked in front of Emperor Qin and bowed with a pale face. This was the first time he had faced the power of a Tao Master. It was as powerful as the Sea of Stars, and he couldn't feel the end of it. Chen Shi knew that if the power of a Tao Master exploded in Xianyang City, everyone except Emperor Qin would be turned into ashes. Fortunately, this disaster didn't happen. His Majesty's judgment was correct. The White Jade Capital chose to back down. Without a doubt, this was the best chance for Great Qin to conquer the 7 nations and unify the desolate land. At that time, Great Qin would possess an unprecedentedly vast territory, and His Majesty would become even more powerful. Emperor Qin smiled and said loudly, "Tell the armies to attack the 7 nations with all their might. The first to conquer the capital of the 7 nations will be promoted to king." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Imperial Preceptor bowed and accepted the order. From that day onward, the death knell of the 7 nations was rung. Everyone in the capital was in a state of panic. The royal families and nobles of the various nations knew very well that they couldn't rival the Qin kingdom's strength. That's right. Although the empires all had trump cards, they didn't dare to use them. This was because Emperor Qin hadn't made a move yet. With Emperor Qin's strength, he could suppress any true emperor. If he was truly angered, everyone would die. The death knell had been rung. According to the Qin army's crazy speed, Great Qin's unifying of the desolate lands was just around the corner. Xianyang Imperial Palace. Emperor Qin sat on his throne. His eyes were calm and tranquil, like a boundless lake that could contain all things in the world. Qin knew, I have a premonition that there will be a battle between us to decide life and death. Now, I must prepare myself and welcome it in my strongest state. I hope that you won't be too weak so that I won't be disappointed. This time, he had attacked the 7 nations without warning. Firstly, this was the best chance that the Qin kingdom had been waiting for, and it couldn't be missed. Secondly, it was because the Qin emperor had sensed an extremely strong threat from the unseen world. Qin knew, I will wait for you in Xianyang City. On the other side of the sea, the human cultivators. The 7th White Jade Capital. Whoosh! Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. His heart surged with a bit of restlessness and unease. He took a deep breath and looked up in the direction of the Eternal Sea. And on the other side of the Eternal Sea was his strongest enemy, Emperor Qin. The restlessness he felt just now had originated from the other side. Had some accident occurred in the desolate lands? Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows in contemplation. But soon, he took a deep breath and suppressed these thoughts. He was in the human world, and what happened in the desolate lands wasn't something he could control. Moreover, for Qin Yu, the most important thing right now was to become stronger and ignite his own great Tao. Only then would he have the qualifications to fight with Emperor Qin. A report sounded out from outside the hall. Your Excellency Luo Guan, the Tao Master invites you to the main hall. Qin Yu looked up. I understand. He stood up and flicked his sleeves to open the main hall. The white jade capital that had suffered a catastrophe because of the self-destruction of the Great Array had now been restored to its original state. But this was only the surface. The damage caused by the destruction of the Great Array wasn't so simple. Cheng Haoren was a scholar. Before his death, he had used his own method to leave an extremely deep impression on the 7th Tao Master. Thinking about it, Cheng Haoren had known that he would die when he formed an alliance with the 9th Tao Master. That was why he had left behind such a trump card before he left the white jade capital. Qin Yu didn't care whether or not he had slaughtered the innocent. He only felt that at least the scholar hadn't died a useless death. Did the Tao Master say what happened? The white jade capital cultivator hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your Excellency, the other 8 Tao Masters have already arrived. As for the specifics, I don't know." Qin Yu nodded. "Lead the way." His heart was calm. He had already expected today's events. The other white jade capital Tao Masters wouldn't remain indifferent once they learned about the heart of the realm and the source of the world. "Your Excellency, please." They soon arrived at the main hall. Before they even got close, Qin Yu could feel the powerful aura being released from within. This was the invisible aura of the 9 Tao Masters gathered together. Those below the Emperor realm didn't even have the qualifications to approach the main hall. The white jade capital cultivator who led the way stopped a long distance away. His face was pale and his eyes revealed awe and respect. "Your Excellency Luo Guan, the main hall is just ahead. I can only accompany you this far." Shua Qin Yu stepped forwards and landed at the entrance of the main hall. In the next moment, everyone's eyes gathered on him. If Qin Yu were to say that he was calm at this moment without any ripples in his heart, then that would be boasting. Unless the ruler of the blazing sun personally arrived, he might still be able to maintain his composure. Otherwise, if it were anyone else in his place, it would be amazing if their legs didn't turn to jelly. After entering the main hall, Qin Yu cupped his hands together and bowed. Luo Guan greets the Tao Masters. The first Tao Master was the first to speak. "Luo Guan, there is no need to explain why we have come here today. I will only ask you one thing. How confident are you in condensing the source of the world?" Qin Yu said, "The heart of the world is in the hands of the 7th Tao Master. If the Tao Masters don't believe me, we can use this as an example. As long as there is enough strength to help the world recover and awaken, I have absolute confidence that I can condense the complete source of the world in a short period of time." With these words, the hall fell silent. First, the confidence that Qin Yu revealed caused the Tao Masters to feel relieved and happy. Then, they were left speechless. How could they possibly watch helplessly as the 7th Tao Master took a step ahead of them? Once he obtained the source of the world and turned around to bite them, that would truly be a disaster. Everyone would be screwed. After all, how could 9 Tao Masters compare to a single person wielding absolute authority? At that time, it wouldn't be difficult for him to pluck down the sun, moon, and stars with a wave of his hand. The 7th Tao Master lightly said, "I would be happy to demonstrate for the Tao Masters." Cough. The first Tao Master said, "7 Taos, don't joke around. This matter involves the future of the human cultivation system. We must be careful and do our best. Since everyone is here, and Luo Guan is also a key person involved, I won't beat around the bush. I will speak frankly. To us Tao Lords, the source of the world is the most important cultivation resource. A complete source of the world means that we will have a chance to step into the Tao merge and become a world-level cultivator. Thus, the 9 of us Tao Lords are determined to obtain this source of the world, and none of us will back down in the slightest. In order to avoid future disputes that might lead to irreparable conflicts between the 9 white jade capitals, I believe that we must come to an agreement ahead of time. You and I will swear an oath on our respective white jade capitals that we will divide the source of the world according to the agreement and that we will not start a war. Otherwise, we will join forces with the other white jade capitals." The 9th Tao Lord smiled. "I believe that the first Tao Lord's words are correct. The 9 white jade capitals are one, and you and I are one family. We can't just sit back and watch a lucky chance arrive and turn against each other." "That's right. I also believe that we should act according to the first Tao Lord's words," the second Tao Lord said slowly. The fourth Tao Lord sneered. However, we need to make this agreement a bit more detailed. Otherwise, some people might secretly try to tamper with it. He swept his gaze across the seventh and ninth Tao Lords. Both of them had calm looks on their faces and didn't reveal anything out of the ordinary. No one who could become a Tao Lord was an idiot. The fourth Tao Lord was making things difficult for them because he wanted to force them to respond. As soon as they opened their mouths, they would definitely be forced to take the initiative to swear an oath that they wouldn't do anything to them. Even an idiot would know that such an oath couldn't be made. After all, agreements could be made according to the circumstances. When the seventh and ninth Tao Lords saw that they weren't fooled at all, the other Tao Lords cursed them inwardly for being sly old foxes. However, they didn't realize that they were also sly old foxes. All right, since no one has any objections, then it's settled, the first Tao Lord said in a low voice. This time, the energy needed to condense the source energy of heaven and earth will be shared among the 9 white jade capitals. However, the final harvest will also be shared equally among the 9 of us. Wait a moment. The 9th Tao Lord suddenly said, I have no objections to this agreement. However, there is only one world core. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for the 7th Tao Lord to hold it in his hand? After all, this object is extremely important. If the 7th Tao Lord gets excited one day and exerts a bit of strength in his fingers, then everything we've done will be for naught. The 4th Tao Lord coldly sneered. That's right. I also have objections to this. 7th Tao Lord, you cannot hold the world core by yourself. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He had an impulse, but as soon as he thought about it, he suppressed it. It was still too early. It wouldn't be too late to take things slowly. Otherwise, if he rushed things, it might arouse suspicion. Moreover, things that were too easy to obtain wouldn't be able to display their value. The 7th Tao Lord lifted a hand. The world core appeared in his palm. 4th Tao Lord, how about I give it to you? The 4th Tao Lord coldly coughed. I've never thought of that. But, I must make appropriate arrangements for this object. The 9th Tao Lord lifted a hand. I have a suggestion. How about we give the world core to Luo Guan for safekeeping? After all, he is the one responsible for condensing the world core's source energy. This way, he will be more efficient. If any accidents occur, he will be able to promptly discover and resolve them. He paused for a moment and swept his eyes over everyone. Of course, before giving it to Luo Guan, I and the other Tao Lords can join forces to place a formidable seal on the surface of the world core. Only when the 9 of us join forces can we open the seal. What do you all think? The first Tao Lord nodded. Fine. Good. I agree. Qin Yu, this was a bit unexpected. He glanced at the 9th Tao Lord from the corner of his eyes. Although he had signed a contract with the 9th Tao Lord, there was no need to trust him so much, right? This world core, after going around in circles, had actually returned to his hand. Chapter 1836. The 9 realms were reviving. For example, in the frozen world where the heavenly spirit race resided, the ice had already retreated to reveal the muddy earth. Although cold winds still blew through the air, it was no longer the extreme cold that destroyed all life. Some seeds that had been dormant for many years had been awakened. They began to sprout, sprinkling the pale and desolate earth with specks of green. Under the leadership of the great clan elder, the heavenly spirit race with the best physiques walked out from the enchantment. The first thing they did was to gather boulders and build a grand altar on the ground to offer sacrifices to the supreme god ruler. This wasn't just because His Excellency had saved this world and pulled the heavenly spirit race back from the brink of destruction, but also because the god ruler had once said that he needed the pious faith of the heavenly spirit race to help him become stronger. The giant stone altar was towering and high, nearly the size of a mountain. Every stone was carefully polished and piled up by the heavenly spirit race. The great clan elder had a pious expression. He knelt on the altar, surrounded by the heavenly spirit race from all directions. My people, I ask that you offer your most pious faith to the supreme god ruler. He is the savior of my race and the only existence that the heavenly spirit race believes in. The divine light of the god ruler will shine upon all of us and allow the heavenly spirit race to escape from suffering. The pure and extreme power of faith was surging and converging at this moment. And at the same time, similar situations were occurring in the other 8 worlds. Those races that had suffered and survived until now could all feel the revival of their worlds. For instance, in the magma world, the patriarch of the divine fire race was excitedly gathering his people and announcing that he had felt the aura of their savior. The god ruler of ancient legends had arrived. It was because of the existence of the god ruler that the terrifying heat of the magma world was slowly retreating. In the near future, their world would truly revive. The other 7 worlds were in similar situations, basically the same as the magma world. As for why they could all feel the aura of their savior, the reason was simple. This was because of Qin Yu's will. He was plotting against the 9 white jade capitals. This was a grand scheme, but this didn't prevent him from collecting the power of faith at the same time. After all, one's own strength was the foundation. Every time Qin Yu became stronger, if an accident occurred in the future, he would have a higher chance of surviving. After all, in this world, no matter how perfect a plan was, there was always a chance of failure. Moreover, in Qin Yu's opinion, the plan he and the little blue lamp had many loopholes. The reason why things were progressing so smoothly now, as if everything was under control, was because the 9 Tao Masters were pretending to be ignorant in order to obtain the source energy of the heavens and earth. Of course, the 9 Tao. Of course, because they were confident that Qin Yu wouldn't be able to stir any waves. They had Dao. But there was always a chance. The 9 Tao Masters all possessed transcendent strength. If one of them suddenly went crazy or sensed something, Qin Yu would be the first to suffer a calamity. But the good news was that the world heart had returned to Qin Yu's hands. Although the 9 Tao Masters had joined forces to lay down a seal on the surface, with the little blue lamp, it wouldn't be difficult to forcefully break through. If he really did encounter a dangerous situation, he could use it as a card to play. Simply put, Qin Yu knew that the 9-realm Holy Land was his and it was impossible for him to damage it on his own initiative. But the 9 Tao Masters didn't know this. If he held the world heart in his hands, it could be used as a life-saving card. Thus, the 9th Tao Master's assistance was extremely effective. Although, Qin Yu didn't know why he did this. Did he think that a contract could completely restrict Qin Yu? Then, if the world heart was in Qin Yu's hands, that would be the same as the 9th Tao Master controlling it. If the 9th Tao Master really thought this way, then Qin Yu would have to laugh and give him a pleasant surprise. 7th Holy Land. Qin Yu remained here. With the 9 Tao Masters gathered here, it didn't matter where he went. Now, it wasn't just the 7th White Jade Capital that was connected to the World Heart. Rather, all 9 White Jade Capitals were working together to provide strength for the recovery of the 9 realms. Thus, the original expectations of the White Jade Capital having a shortage of strength hadn't appeared yet. But it was only a matter of time before they realized that something was wrong. After all, far too much strength was used up, far more than what was needed to restore a world. It wouldn't be too long before the 9 Tao Masters reacted. At that time, Qin Yu would be busy. But this period of time before that was the best time for him to cultivate. Now, as the 9 realms recovered, a steady stream of faith power was constantly gathering. It was pure to the extreme. As it fused into Qin Yu's great Tao, he could clearly feel his great Tao becoming more stable and formidable. At the same time, more and more motes of stars appeared on the surface of the great Tao. This was a sign that the great Tao was about to ignite. Once the number of motes of stars broke through a certain limit, the flames of incense would ignite. Time passed in cultivation. Soon, a month passed. Qin Yu remained in seclusion. If the 9 Tao Masters had matters to attend to, they would leave for a short period of time and then return as soon as possible. Now, the combined strength of the 9 White Jade Capitals was helping to restore the world. Once the source of the world was condensed, no matter how good an agreement was, there would still be accidents. They could make an agreement, but there would definitely be accidents. All the Daoist Masters had already expected this. On this day, the 9 Tao Masters gathered in the main hall. The main hall was sealed off from the outside world. The first Tao Master said, "Everyone, you and I have already sent our divine senses into the frozen world. It is indeed rapidly recovering, which is in line with what Luo Guan said. As the world recovers, The source of the world is condensing. As long as we have the world heart, we can seize it. But there is a problem. The first Tao Master swept his eyes over everyone. The process of restoring the frozen world consumes far too much strength, far surpassing the normal limit. Now, we have 9 white jade capitals working together to supply it, so it isn't obvious. But, if it is just one white jade capital, I fear it will be difficult to maintain. He swept his eyes over the 7th Tao Master. The 7th Tao Master frowned. He slowly said, I don't know about this, and Luo Guan didn't mention it before. Humph. The 4th Tao Master said, I already felt that Luo Guan was hiding something. I fear that the matter of reviving the world isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. When he first entered the frozen world, 2 of the 4th Tao Master's subordinates had been severely wounded by Qin, causing him to return empty-handed. He naturally didn't have a good impression of Qin. Moreover, this was the truth. The various Tao Masters were well aware of this, but they had remained silent. But now, this matter had been brought to light and placed in the open. The first Tao Master swept his eyes over everyone. Everyone, I believe that we must clarify this matter in order to avoid any accidents. I agree. Call Luo Guan over. Get him to give us an explanation for the loss of resources. The 7th Tao Master nodded. Since everyone agrees, I will call him over. Just as his voice fell, his eyes flashed and he looked towards the entrance of the main hall. At this time, the other Tao Masters also sensed something. Luo Guan requests an audience with the Tao Masters. A calm voice echoed out, clearly entering the ears of the Tao Masters. The complexions of those who had come into contact with Qin changed. This was because the aura that came from this voice indicated that Luo Guan seemed to have become stronger. Was it because as the world recovered, he obtained the faith of the natives of the frozen world? The 7th Tao Master flicked his sleeves and the main hall opened. Fellow Daoist Luo Guan, please enter. Qin strode in. He cupped his hands together and bowed. All the Tao Masters are here. What a coincidence. I have something to tell you. The first Tao Master said, speak. Qin said, during this period of time, I discovered that the world heart has absorbed a great deal of strength. But the recovery process of the frozen world is not proportionate to the losses. I have already discovered this for many days, but I haven't been able to find the exact reason. It was only 3 days ago that I discovered that there was an unknown source of the power of faith fusing into my great Tao. He looked around and said, now, I can confirm that when I refined this world heart, in order to ensure success, I added the source strength of other worlds that the altar is connected to. As a result, while this world heart is repairing the frozen world, it is also helping the other worlds recover. The hearts of the Tao Masters stirred. They looked at Qin in the hall, hesitating for a time. This was a bit of a coincidence. When they had just mentioned this matter, Qin had immediately come over and given a reasonable explanation. As for the altar deep within the Sea of Chaos, it wasn't just connected to a single world. White Jade Capital had already confirmed this. Was this really the case? The 4th Tao Master had no expression. Luo Guan, the other worlds you speak of, how many are there in total? 8. Qin looked up. His expression was calm and his tone was as gentle as possible, not revealing the slightest fluctuation. As for my identity, there is no need to hide it. I obtained the inheritance rights of the 9-realm Holy Land a long time ago. But, since these 9 worlds were discovered by the Tao Masters ahead of time, they are destined not to be controlled by me. It is also because of this that I am able to make a transaction with the Tao Masters here. I can give you the source of the world, but all living beings in the 9 realms are my most devout believers. They are also the key to igniting my great Tao, so there cannot be any mistakes. 8 worlds, including the frozen world, that is indeed 9 world. The first Tao Master leaned forward. He said in a low voice, Luo Guan, what are you trying to say? Qin said, there has been a change in the situation, but this is actually a good thing for the 9 Tao Masters. He pointed a finger. The 9 worlds are currently reviving. If we continue to invest in them, there is a chance that 9 complete world sources will be condensed from them. Of course, the same rules apply. In order to reassure the Tao Masters, I can condense the world heart ahead of time and hand it over to each of the 9 Tao Masters, but this will require time. Firstly, if we rashly condense the world heart in a newly awakened world, there is a high chance of accidents occurring. Secondly, even if I am the master of the 9-realm Holy Land, doing this won't be simple. I will need some time to prepare. The hall fell silent. No one spoke. But as they looked at Qin Yu, their eyes were blazing hot. 9 complete world origin energies. In other words, the 9 Tao Masters didn't need to fight over them at all. With just one family member, they would be able to divide them evenly. Luo Guan, what do you want? The second Tao Master asked. His words undoubtedly represented the thoughts of all the other Tao Masters. Qin Yu was already prepared for this. He paused for a moment and then slowly said, I want the 9 Tao Masters to make an oath that they will never turn hostile with me afterwards. Moreover, they must help me with all their strength to ignite the great Tao of incense. These are my conditions. He wanted a guarantee of safety. He wanted his strength to rise. In the eyes of the 9 Tao Masters, this was normal. There was no such thing as reaping without sowing, especially what they were doing right now. For Qin Yu to abandon the 9 realms in exchange for his own safety and cultivation, this wasn't too excessive. Very well. The first Tao Master said, I can guarantee this matter on behalf of the 9 white jade capitals. No one objected. This was tacit approval. Qin Yu said, the 9 Tao Masters have transcendent cultivations and are peak existences of the cultivation system. It can be said that their promises are worth their weight in gold. But, please understand that I am a petty person. I don't dare to easily trust them. He looked at the 9th Tao Master. So, I must ask the 9th Tao Master to help me. I must sign a contract with the 9 Tao Masters before I can truly feel at ease. The 7th Tao Lord said indifferently, it seems like you trust the 9th Tao Lord's method of signing contracts, Luo Guan. There was a hidden meaning in his words. The hearts of the Tao Lords stirred slightly, but their expressions remained calm. The 9th Tao Master smiled. Very well, I can help you. He swept his eyes around. However, the 7th Tao Master's skill in signing contracts is also quite high. How about I and the 7th Tao Master draw up this contract together? The first Tao Master said, all right, then it's settled. 7th Tao Master, 9th Tao Master, let's do it together. The 7th Tao Master lifted a hand. He flicked a finger and a mass of light appeared. It seemed to have a life of its own as it constantly wriggled in the air. The 9th Tao Master flicked his sleeves and another mass of light appeared. It howled out and fused together with the 7th Tao Master's light mass. Hum. A strange fluctuation was released from within. Everyone in the hall could clearly sense the contents and restrictions of the contract. If no one has any objections, then sign it. The first Tao Master lifted a hand and was the first to complete the contract. The other Tao Masters also moved. Finally, the light mass fell in front of Qin Yu. He sensed it for several breaths of time and then raised his hand, a smile on his face. He cupped his hands together and said, Thank you, Tao Masters. Indeed, he had to thank them. Although the scene in front of him seemed extremely ordinary, it was actually a crucial part of his newly adjusted plan. This was because the 9th Tao Master and 7th Tao Master had both signed contracts with Qin Yu. But now, the two of them had worked together to sign a second contract with Qin Yu and the 9 Tao Masters. Although it didn't seem like they were related, the truth was that the 7th and 9th Tao Masters were the intersection of the two contracts. With the 2 Tao Masters as a medium, Qin Yu was linked to all the other Tao Masters. And this trace of involvement would play an important role in the future. The first Tao Master lowered his head and looked down at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, I and the others have already expressed our sincerity. Then, let me remind you once more, you absolutely must not play any tricks in the dark. Otherwise, I guarantee that all 9 white jade capital will become your mortal enemy. Looking at the infinite heavens, not even a blazing sun will be able to protect you. His voice was thick and cold to the extreme. At the same time, he was incomparably confident that he could face a blazing sun head-on. Only the master of the 9 white jade capitals, who was at the peak of the human cultivator system, could have such confidence. Qin Yu had a calm expression. I am not stupid enough to seek my own death. He cupped his hands together. Since all the Tao Masters have expressed their approval, then in order to help the 9 realms recover, we will need to pour in more strength. I will remind all the Tao Masters in advance that this might even harm the White Jade Capital itself. I ask that you prepare yourselves ahead of time. The first Tao Master waved his hand. I am well aware of this matter. You can do whatever you want. Good. Then, I will bid my farewells. Qin Yu cupped his hands together and left. In the Grand Hall, the 9 Tao Masters maintained their silence. But, their minds were tumbling with thoughts. Everyone, we should be more cautious in this matter. The 4th Tao Master slowly said. The 2nd Tao Master nodded. Indeed. Our 9 White Jade Capitals are all participating in this matter. If there is a mistake, the consequences will be unimaginable. The 1st Tao Master said, then bring out the World Heart and let us take a look. The other Tao Masters nodded. The 1st Tao Master lifted a hand and grasped it. Space shook and the World Heart appeared. That's right, they had handed this object over to Qin Yu for safekeeping. But, how could they not take precautions? It was true that the 9 Tao Masters had joined forces to lay down a seal. But, if the 9 Tao Masters tacitly agreed to it, it could also instantly complete a transmission. As for what Luo Guan would do if he learned of this, his thoughts were far too naive. This was just a transaction, they weren't life or death brothers, so it was normal for them to be on guard. Chapter 1837. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He already knew that the World Heart had been taken away and had expected this, so he wasn't surprised. After all, even though everything he'd said earlier seemed to be perfect and matched up perfectly, with the intelligence of the 9 Tao Lords, they would definitely not believe him so easily. So, it was normal for them to confirm it once more. Moreover, this was precisely a situation that Qin Yu was happy to see. Because once the 9 Tao Lords confirmed it, they would discover that everything he said was true, and this would indirectly increase the credibility of Qin Yu's words. Little blue lamp! Qin Yu shouted. Soon, its voice resounded in Zhong Xian's mind. Don't worry, condensing the world core doesn't pose any burden to me. It was incomparably calm, but Qin Yu could feel a trace of seriousness in its voice. He frowned and asked, what is it? The little blue lamp said, Qin Yu, you must speed up the process. I can feel a faint pressure coming from the darkness. The holder of the other blazing sun fragment has already broken free from his shackles and will soon arrive. Before that, you must resolve all of the current problems in order to deal with the battle of the blazing suns. Qin Yu's pupils shrank and a dignified expression crossed his face. I understand. Within his sleeves, he subconsciously clenched his fists. The owner of the other blazing sun's shard. Qin Yu had sensed this person's aura before. Even with Bai Feifei's strength as a long-lived species, she still felt incomparable despair. This person's strength was boundless, surpassing the scope of her imagination. With his current strength, the current Qin Yu had no chance of winning. Igniting the Joss Flame Grand Tao could greatly increase one's cultivation. And besides that, borrowing the 9-realm Holy Land to swallow up the 9 White Jade Capitals was a step towards the heavens. Once Qin Yu could accomplish this, he would truly have the qualifications to contend with another fragment holder. Although these were 2 different paths, they were now intertwined together. If everything went smoothly, then that would be fine, but if there were any accidents, he feared that before the other holder of the fragment of the blazing sun could arrive, he would face a great life or death calamity. What kind of destructive power could the 9 enraged Tao Masters unleash? Qin Yu wasn't sure, but he didn't want to know. Qin Yu took a deep breath. His expression was firm and his mind became tranquil. Thinking too much about it was useless. He could only try his best to walk forwards and not make a single mistake with every step he took. In the depths of the endless sea of stars, there was a giant that supported the heavens with a divine hall on its shoulder. It stood there quietly, as if it had already existed for millions of years. The giants were shaped like primordial fiend gods, and every one of them was 100,000 zhong tall. Even though they had been dead for many years, their corpses had not rotted in the slightest, and they still emanated a terrifying aura. They were all ancient races, powerful clansmen that were born during the ancient race's most glorious period. Every single one of them possessed heaven-overflowing strength, able to shatter a world with just a few punches and kicks. But right now, these ancient race beings couldn't rest in peace even after their deaths. They were being suppressed under the sacred hall, using their corpses to serve as a foil for the unparalleled might of the sacred hall master. A faint shadow of the sun floated behind the hall. Even though it was just a shadow, it made everyone who looked at it feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if everything in the world had to prostrate before it, kneel and tremble in worship to express the reverence in their hearts. Because even though this sun ring was extremely faint, it represented the identity of the owner of this temple, the blazing sun. There were only 9 of them, and they were the most powerful existences in the world. Now, in this hall, accompanied by a sigh, the figure on the huge throne opened his eyes. It was impossible to describe this pair of eyes. They seemed to contain endless power, able to see through any part of this world. Nothing could escape his senses. The aura of the ancient clan. A soft murmur echoed inside the hall. It was very soft at first, but it soon became intense like thunder. The blazing sun on the throne slowly raised his head and looked out of the hall. His eyes were calm and silent, but there was a hint of confusion in them. Back then, he personally took action, destroying the entire ancient clan, confirming that this clan's life force had already been severed, that there was no longer any bloodline inheritance left in this world. Then where did this ancient Dao clan aura come from? Why did it appear? What exactly happened? The blazing sun frowned. His body tensed as if he was about to stand up from his throne. As he did this, the divine temple that floated in the depths of the sea of stars, a truly unreachable place, suddenly emitted a deep rumbling roar. It was as if a giant beast that had been slumbering for countless years was awakening. Behind the divine hall, the faint halo of the sun suddenly became brighter. It spat out an even brighter and more dazzling light. It was accompanied by a boundless, majestic, and terrifying presence. Just at this moment, a calm voice echoed inside the hall. "Don't worry, now is not the time." The blazing sun, who was about to get up, stiffened and slowly sat back down. He faced the void in the hall. There was nothing there, but the blazing sun knew that he was there. That's right, it was him. An unimaginable existence. Even though the blazing sun had known of his existence for countless years, he still couldn't determine what kind of existence he was. Where he came from. However, there was no doubt that he was omniscient and omnipotent. Although he wasn't one of the blazing suns, he had the power to easily destroy a blazing sun. This was not speculation, but something that had indeed happened. Although countless years had passed since the calamity of the blazing suns, the shock from the 8 blazing suns still hadn't faded at all. The blazing sun slowly said, "Back then, you wanted me to destroy the ancient clan, and I helped you. But now, the ancient clan's aura has reappeared, and I feel threatened by it. Do you have any explanation for this?" The calm voice sounded out in the empty hall. "I know your worries and unease, but you cannot act now, or else you will go against the agreement between me and my old friend." The blazing sun roared, "How long must I wait? Wait until I tell you to act." The calm voice didn't fluctuate at all, but it revealed an incredibly powerful will. Even facing the blazing sun, it was still incredibly unyielding, leaving no room for compromise. The hall fell silent. In the depths of the starry sea, the shadow of the sun behind the temple gradually dimmed as it restrained its aura. In the central desolate world, Great Qin's territory had nearly doubled in size in 1 month. Then, without any warning, the southeastern desolate region's imperial clan suddenly changed sides and declared their allegiance to Great Qin. This caused the eastern desolate region and southern desolate region to ally together to organize a massive battle. In the end, they suffered heavy losses. The entire desolate region was shaken. The White Jade capital's silence increased the despair and helplessness of the various desolate regions. Without the White Jade capital's support, they all knew that they could not resist Great Qin with their own strength. It was only a matter of time before they were conquered. Just as the various imperial clans and nobles were panicking, the Qin emperor announced in Xianyang that the southeastern desolate region's great emperor would be conferred the title of King of the southeastern desolate region. The ancestral temples would be preserved, and the 10 inner regions of the old imperial capital would become his fiefdom. At the same time, envoys from Great Qin went to the various desolate regions to deliver the Qin Emperor's decree. The first 3 empires that submitted would enjoy the same treatment as the southeastern desolate region's imperial clans, and the remaining empires would receive half of Great Qin's wrath. The imperial clans would kill 10 of their imperial clans, destroy their ancestral temples, and sever their bloodlines. All traces of their existence would be erased, and they would disappear from the annals of history. Great Qin's threat was abnormally crude and direct, and it didn't require any technique at all. However, no one doubted that Great Qin would be able to do this. Western desolate imperial capital in the palace, looking at the ministers kneeling in the court, the western desolate emperor's face was as dark as water, and sorrow appeared in the depths of his eyes. He wanted to continue to hold the throne in order to get rid of the imperial clan's corrupt forces and encourage Western Desolate to chase after Great Qin. He wanted to become the leader of Western Desolate and create an even more powerful empire that could rival the Qin Empire. However, before he could succeed, the situation had worsened to this extent. He didn't have time. The Western Desolate Emperor knew very well that once the Qin Emperor made his move, the hearts of the people in the world would scatter. Western Desolate would have to surrender even if it didn't want to. Otherwise, only death awaited them, and the entire imperial clans would be wiped out. Only by staying alive would there be a possibility for the future. As such, the most important thing to do now was to stay alive. Pass down the decree. We have decided to submit to Great Qin. Great Qin's envoys, please report to the Qin Emperor and ensure the safety of Western Desolate subjects and citizens. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers in the palace cheered, their faces filled with joy. Kill 10 imperial clans. Which family in the palace hadn't had a marriage alliance with the imperial clans? As such, His Majesty's willingness to surrender was the best outcome. Otherwise, in order to protect themselves, they would have no choice but to do things that were difficult to do and unpleasant to hear. Very quickly, the Western Desolate, Northern Desolate, and Southern Desolate announced their surrender. The Northwest and Northeast Desolate regions followed suit. Only the Eastern Desolate Empire did not respond. On this day, the Qin Emperor personally made a move, descending upon the Eastern Desolate Empire's capital, Linzi. The Eastern Desolate Emperor, who was at the true Emperor realm, accepted the challenge and used the Empire's trump card. He merged with a powerful golden dragon from another world, releasing a heaven-shaking aura. However, the winner of this battle was still the Qin Emperor. He activated his own great path, and the burning incense seemed to string up the entire star sea, embellishing it with a dazzling radiance. With one strike, the golden dragon armor on the great Eastern Baron Emperor was shattered into pieces. Then, the Qin Emperor kept his word and slaughtered the Eastern Desolate Emperor's bloodline. Within 10 generations, anyone who was related by blood was beheaded. In one day, more than half of the Eastern Desolate Linzi city was emptied. At least tens of millions of people lost their lives. Resentment and slaughter energy mixed together, condensing into a monstrous ghost phantom. This was the endless resentment of the Eastern Desolate Emperor, condensing into an evil ghost. It transformed into the figure of the already dead Eastern Desolate Emperor, riding a giant undead dragon. His aura was even more terrifying. But the Qin Emperor's fist seemed to pierce through the stars, shattering the ghost phantom and restoring the world to clarity. At this moment, because Linzi had submitted, countless survivors knelt on the ground, kowtowing, awe in their eyes. Bang! Behind the Qin Emperor, the Joss Flame Great Tao appeared once more. Although it was only a phantom, it was incomparably solid, nearly tangible. It was incomparably large, so long that one couldn't see the end of it. It seemed to come from one side of the sky and then disappear into the other. Within the blazing incense flames, phantoms of stars, sun, and moon began to appear. They wove together, causing the Qin Emperor's Joss Flame Great Tao to release an even more terrifying aura. On this day, he had finally unified the desolate region, becoming an eternal emperor and forging an invincible Great Qin. The Qin Emperor looked up. His eyes were incomparably deep, seeming to pierce through endless space as he looked towards the eternal sea. Beyond the end was the human cultivator system. Now, He had a premonition that Qin Yu was there, and he was also making preparations for the final battle. The ninth white jade capital was in the desolate region. It was hidden in the highest heavens and had never truly descended into the world. First, the white jade capital was incomparably mysterious. Second, the Qin Emperor did not permit it to descend. This was because the desolate region had long ago become the Qin Emperor's territory. He was the only great emperor here. If the Qin Emperor wanted to, he could easily pass on the news that the barbarian sovereign was hiding in the human cultivator system to the white jade capital. At that time, no matter what Qin Yu did, he would surely encounter great resistance. But the Qin Emperor did not do this. This was because he had a clear and intense intuition that sooner or later, there would be a life-or-death battle between him and Qin Yu. And this battle could only be fought between the two of them. No one could interfere. Vaguely, the Qin Emperor sensed something called destiny. He also had a powerful intuition. Perhaps, after this battle, he would be able to find out who he really was. Qin Yu, I have unified the desolate region. When will you come? And as the Qin Emperor unified the desolate region and his strength rose, Qin Yu was shuttling through the 9 realms. He was collecting heaven and earth source energy in preparation for refining the world heart. In order to ensure fairness, he had reached an agreement with the 9 Tao Masters. He would refine 9 world hearts and use them as a medium to condense 9 complete worlds. This required the consumption of a great deal of heaven and earth source energy. Luckily, the 9 realms had already recovered, otherwise there would have been problems if Qin Yu collected them like this. And at the same time, he was constantly obtaining the power of Joss flames from the 9 realms. Qin Yu could clearly feel that his great Tao was gradually approaching perfection and he was ready to ignite his own Joss flames. Qin Yu, don't forget about your Joss flame spirit. Obtain some heaven and earth source energy and give it to him. Perhaps there will be a better effect. The little blue lamp reminded. Soon, Qin Yu obtained a portion of the 9 realms' heaven and earth source energy. Using the great Tao as a medium, he directly passed this heaven and earth source energy to Qin Yu, who had already fused into his divine kingdom and become an Joss flame spirit. Another Qin Empire, imperial capital Xianyang. Qin Yu's figure appeared. A massive amount of heaven and earth source energy constantly fused into his body. His aura became increasingly strong and his compatibility with his divine kingdom also rapidly rose. The most direct change was that the speed at which the divine kingdom absorbed the power of Joss flames rose to a whole new level and the speed at which it fused with the great Tao became even faster. It really was effective. 10 days later, the first world heart was formed. Qin Yu sought out the 9 white jade capital Tao masters on his own initiative and asked them to distribute it among themselves. Disregarding the 7th Tao master, there was no way for the 8 Tao masters to distribute a single world heart. After some discussion, they decided to follow the old rules and work together to seal it away and place it in Qin Yu's hands. After all, as long as the 9 Tao masters wanted to, they could summon the world heart back with a single thought. And with the 9 of them working together to lay down a seal to protect it, it was impossible for Qin Yu to damage it with his current cultivation. At the same time, the 9 white jade capital were like 9 bottomless seas that crazily poured out strength to help the 9 realms accelerate their recovery. This consumption was just as Qin Yu said. Even though the 9 Tao masters were prepared, they still had dignified expressions. They summoned Qin Yu once more and received a reply that everything was normal. The recovery of the 9 realms did require a massive amount of energy. But there was one point that Qin Yu wouldn't tell the 9 Tao masters. He had cut out a considerable portion of the world's source energy and given it to the Joss flame spirit Qin Yu, who was growing stronger and stronger. Everything was proceeding according to plan, but Qin Yu didn't feel relaxed at all. Instead, as time passed, his mind became increasingly tense. This was because the closer he got to the end, the more dangerous the entire plan would be. Even if the 9 Tao masters had fallen into a trap, they didn't need to be a genius to know that the 9 masters of the white jade capital who stood at the peak of humanity's cultivation system would surely have hidden cards in their hands. In the end, if they flipped over the table and fought to the death, it would be unknown just who would have the last laugh. But Qin Yu had no leeway to retreat. He had to face the difficulties head-on. Either he would win and obtain the qualifications to continue fighting, or he would die here. Chapter 1838. The human cultivator system controlled endless territories. There were hundreds of large and small countries that submitted to the rule of the White Jade capital. For example, the East Sea Empire was a small and unremarkable country near the edge of the Eternal Sea. And the most powerful of these countries had a territory comparable to the entire desolate domain. In the eyes of human cultivators, whether it was the barbarians that escaped deep into the Eternal Sea or the native life forms of the desolate race, they could only be considered small islands. Therefore, this unimaginably vast territory was filled with boundless resources, which was why the cultivation system of the human race could be maintained and flourished. Without a doubt, the White Jade capital that stood at the peak of the entire cultivation system was able to collect a massive amount of cultivation resources from the various countries of the world. These resources were endlessly poured into the White Jade capital. A portion was constantly tempered and raised the quality of the White Jade capital, and the other portion was stored away to deal with any sudden accidents. The reason why the 9 Tao Masters stood at the peak of the cultivation system was because of their profound realms. And it was also because they each controlled a White Jade capital. The Tao Master controlling the White Jade capital wasn't just a title. It was similar to how the great emperor of the Eastern Wastelands had fused with the Golden Dragon from a different world when he fought against Emperor Qin. The Tao Masters could also fuse the White Jade capital into their bodies and erupt with a terrifying strength that surpassed their own limits. But now, the various empires, the royal families, the sects and factions that stood at the peak of the human cultivator system all felt the pressure from the 9 White Jade capitals. Resources. A massive amount of cultivation resources was being seized and plundered by the 9 White Jade capitals at an unprecedented speed. That's right. In their eyes, the White Jade capital's actions were no different from plundering. Everyone felt a tremendous pressure, but they didn't dare to disobey the will of the White Jade capital. They could only grit their teeth and endure. The most direct consequence was that in this vast world, all sorts of cultivation resources suddenly became scarce. The prices of goods rapidly rose. Great countries sent envoys to inquire about the White Jade capital, but they didn't receive a clear answer. But there was one thing that was certain: the 9 Supreme Tao Masters were doing something. They seemed to be playing a grand game of chess. And at the same time, with the full support of the 9 White Jade capitals, the recovery of the 9 realms accelerated. In just half a year, the majority of the world's source had recovered. If there was no accident, in another 3 months, the 9 realms would completely recover. At that time, Qin Yu would need to fulfill his promise to condense the source of the world and hand it over to the 9 Tao Masters, but he definitely wouldn't do this. In other words, there were only 3 months left until they shed all pretenses of cordiality and fought each other. In fact, with Qin Yu's cultivation, it couldn't be said to be a great battle when facing 9 Tao Lords. The reason was very simple. The rage of the 9 Tao Masters was monstrous, and they only needed a single move to burn Qin Yu to ashes. He had done his best to weaken the White Jade capital and the 9 Tao Lords. However, over the past half a year, the White Jade capital had shifted the pressure to the entire world and provided cultivation resources. Even the 9 Tao Masters were doing their best to preserve themselves. So, in a head-on clash, Qin Yu had no chance of winning. Of course, Qin Yu had never thought of going head-on against the 9 Tao Lords since the beginning. Since he wasn't strong enough, he could only make up for it with a plan. The contract he signed before had entangled him with the 9 Tao Masters. This was to make up for the disparity in strength between them. "Little blue lamp!" Qin Yu shouted out loud. He opened his eyes, a happy expression on his face. Just now, he had felt a burning hot fluctuation emitting from his own great Tao. "That is an attempt." The little blue lamp's voice echoed out. "Your great Tao has already begun. Try to break through your limits and ignite the flames of Joss Flame." Qin Yu smiled. For the past half a year, the 9-realm Holy Land had provided him with a massive amount of faith power. In the Eternal Sea, the terrifying different worlds that had been subdued and the astonishingly strong great beasts had also provided him with a massive amount of faith power. After endless accumulation, a qualitative change had finally occurred, He had reached a point where he was just a single step away from igniting the Joss Flame Great Tao. If he crossed this step, his strength would undergo a heaven-shaking transformation. He would become an existence that had the qualifications to stand on equal footing with the Tao Masters. 3 months. Perhaps Qin Yu could achieve the Joss Flame Great Tao before then. If so, he would undoubtedly have a greater chance of becoming the final victor. Qin Yu, the patience of the 9 Tao Masters has nearly worn out. You might not have 3 more months. The little blue lamp's voice was heavy and dignified. With things having come this far, success or failure would be decided in front of them. Even the little blue lamp didn't dare to relax. Qin Yu said, I know. But, at the very least, before the 9 world hearts are completely refined, those 9 from White Jade Capital can only suppress their restlessness and not do anything to me. Even so, after thinking for a moment, Qin Yu rose up and flicked his sleeves. He opened the grand hall door and shot into the skies, arriving at the main hall. In normal times, the 9 Tao Masters would gather here, and today was no exception. Luo Guan requests an audience with the Tao Masters. The hall doors opened and the 7th Tao Master's voice echoed out. Enter. Qin Yu strode into the hall. He swept his eyes over everyone and bowed. Fellow Tao Masters, I have already refined 7 world hearts. But, because I have consumed too much energy during this period of time, I will need at least 3 more months to refine the remaining 2. In order to avoid dissatisfaction or other misunderstandings, I have come to offer you 7 world hearts. I ask that you distribute them as you see fit. With that said, he waved his hand, and the space around him trembled as 7 realm cores appeared. The 7th Tao Master's eyes flashed. He glanced at Qin Yu but didn't say anything. The other Tao Masters also maintained their silence. After a short period of silence, the 1st Tao Master coughed and slowly said, All right, I understand. Leave the world hearts behind. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Thank you, 1st Tao Master. Luo Guan bids his farewells. He turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. After watching Qin Yu leave, the 1st Tao Master's expression relaxed. He glanced at everyone and said, Luo Guan is quite tactful. He took the initiative to hand over the world hearts to us. It seems there isn't any problem with him. Even the 4th Tao Master, who had always been dissatisfied with Qin Yu, couldn't refute him. After all, the facts were right in front of them. With Luo Guan's cultivation, if he held these world hearts, then he might have been able to threaten the Tao Masters. But now, he had taken the initiative to hand them over. This was undoubtedly the most powerful evidence to prove his innocence. The 2nd Tao Master said, Even so, we should still be careful. After a brief pause, his tone became even more dignified. Everyone, in order to condense the world essence, the 9 White Jade Capitals have invested a terrifying amount into it. If anything goes wrong, both you and I will have to pay a grievous price. The consequences will be unimaginable. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the Tao Masters turned solemn. Enough. For now, these 7 world hearts will be placed in the main hall. The 9 of us will jointly safeguard them. Once Qin Yu has finished refining the other 2, we will divide them up, the 1st Tao Master said. All right. I have no objections. The Tao Masters all nodded, a burning heat in the depths of their eyes. 3 months. There were only 3 months left. At that time, the 9 of them would each be able to obtain a complete world essence. What did this mean for Tao Master level powerhouses? What sort of allure would it have? There was no need to speak further. Achieving the Great Tao and ascending to the world level was just around the corner. As for whether or not Qin Yu would dare to play any tricks, although the 9 Tao Masters had their suspicions, deep in their hearts, they were certain that Qin Yu wouldn't dare. After all, Qin Yu hadn't been able to completely ignite the incense flame Great Tao. Even if he did, facing the combined forces of the 9 Tao Masters would only result in death. Chapter 1839. Little Blue Lamp, the World Heart has been handed over. Don't make any mistakes, otherwise your act will become a reality. Qin Yu rubbed his face and let out a long breath. Even though he had already obtained confirmation from the Little Blue Lamp, doing this was still a bit risky. After all, The 9 Tao Masters stood at the peak of the human cultivation system. No one could be sure what cards they held in their hands. But the advantage of doing this was that Qin Yu could obtain the greatest degree of trust from the 9 Tao Masters and win more time for himself. If he could successfully light the Joss Flame Great Tao, then even if he failed in the end he would still have a chance to retreat. At the very least, he wouldn't have to struggle for so long without any harvests. The little blue lamp's voice was calm. Don't worry. The world heart refined from the source of the 9 realms will become increasingly firm as the 9 realms awaken. In addition to my defensive methods, even if the 9 Tao Masters join forces they won't be able to damage it in the slightest. He paused for a moment and continued to say, but you should make good use of these 3 months to attack the Joss Flame Great Tao. Qin Yu said, that's good. He stepped forwards and returned to his dwelling. Following this, I will be going into seclusion for some time. All of you guard here and do not allow anyone to disturb me. The white jade capital cultivators guarding outside the hall bowed. They didn't know what Qin Yu was doing, but the 9 Tao Masters had already passed down orders for them to obey. And before this, more than one Tao Master had come to this hall, but all of them had been slammed at the door. This caused the hearts of the white jade capital cultivators to shake. They abided by their duties even more and didn't dare to be careless. With a flick of his sleeves, he laid down a seal. Then, Qin Yu lifted a hand and the 9 realms token appeared. Space shook with it. He stepped forwards and vanished in the shaking space. In the next moment, he arrived above a vast sea. This was one of the 9 realms, the Sea World. Apart from some rare islands in the middle of the sea, this was a world filled with the ocean. Living in this world were the sea spirits. They were a humanoid amphibious race that could live on islands and also roam the deep sea. Half a year ago, the wild sea began to rapidly calm down. The chiefs of the surviving 9 sea spirit race tribes announced that they had sensed the will of the legendary Messiah and that he would soon descend upon the world to save the entire sea spirit race. And the development of the situation undoubtedly proved this point. As time passed, the sea became calmer. There were no longer the wild waves and undercurrents that could easily kill even the strongest sea spirit race warriors. The sea creatures that were almost extinct quickly recovered after getting a chance to breathe. The once dead sea became full of life again. And all of this had happened in the short span of half a year. Even if someone said that this wasn't the work of the Messiah, the sea spirits wouldn't believe them. Little Tula was a young merfolk. Not long after he was born, his father died in the tsunami to protect him and his mother. That was little Tula's most painful and despairing memory. He could do nothing but watch his mother cry in pain and hide in the deep-sea trench cave to avoid the damage that the violent sea could do to them. Ice cold, hunger, depression, pain, despair, all sorts of emotions constantly eroded little Tula's heart. As he struggled in despair, he grew up little by little. Little Tula once asked his mother why they had to live in such a despairing sea. But he didn't receive an answer. Later, he learned the answer. The ruler of the sea spirit race had perished and the world had died because of it. The sea they lived in had become a graveyard that devoured and buried the sea spirits. For countless years, the sea spirits had thought about escaping this world. But all of their attempts had ended in failure. It was as if the moment their world died, it had been completely sealed off from the outside, cutting off all life force for the sea spirits. The sea spirits could only stay in this world. Suffering and suffering, they withered little by little until they completely died. His mother gradually grew old. In truth, she was still young, but according to the rules of the sea spirit race, those in their prime had to separate from the clan and fend for themselves. The resources they saved would be used to raise the next generation. Soon, it was time for his mother to be exiled. But the Messiah had arrived. The wild sea was like a giant beast that was gradually being tamed. It finally revealed its gentle side. Because of this, the pressure on the sea spirit race to survive was greatly reduced. Little Tula hugged his mother and cried tears of joy. Because of this, his mother was able to continue living. So, when little Tula heard that his clan wanted to construct a sea god altar for the great Messiah, he didn't hesitate to join in. He worked hard every day, watching as a giant and towering altar was slowly built on the seabed. Every time he raised his head and looked at the altar and the statue of the sea god, he felt endless respect from the bottom of his heart. Finally, the altar had been completed. Little Tula knelt beneath the altar, sincerely kowtowing and prostrating himself in worship. Almighty Messiah, the only great ruler of the sea spirit race, little Tula is grateful for your grace. My mother has survived and my child will no longer be like me, needing to withstand the pressure of survival. You are the heavens of the sea spirit race. I believe in you, I follow you, and I am willing to sacrifice everything for you. I only hope that the great ruler will always look after the sea spirit race and never abandon your most loyal believers. As little Tula prayed in a low voice, he suddenly felt his mind go into a trance. He subconsciously looked up and saw that the incomparably giant statue atop the sea god altar had come alive and was emitting a brilliant golden light. He stood up and walked to the edge of the altar. He slowly said, "Children of the sea spirit race, I need your most sincere faith to help me return to the peak and take back the authority that belongs to me. I will also bestow upon you a docile sea." Whoosh! There was a sound in his ears and little Tula suddenly regained his composure. He discovered that the entire sea god altar had turned into a sea of excitement and joy. Because, the Messiah, the almighty ruler, had arrived. Little Tula's eyes widened and then tears streamed down his face. Everything that had just happened wasn't an illusion. It was true, it was all true. The Messiah really existed. He had already arrived. The reason he hadn't truly appeared in the sea world was because he hadn't been able to truly obtain the authority that belonged to him. Faith, the Messiah needed our faith. And they, the sea spirit race, were undoubtedly the most devout believers beneath the great ruler's feet. My fellow sea spirits, after endless suffering, I have welcomed a new life. The great ruler has already passed down his will. He needs more and more of our faith in order to restore his strength. Once we succeed, our sea spirit race will truly welcome a new life. The patriarch raised the scepter that represented the sea god altar high into the air. He was filled with excitement. Now, let us kneel before the altar and offer our complete faith to the one and only great ruler. Hualala. Altar. Soon, all the sea spirits knelt to the ground. Little Tula was only a very ordinary member of them. Endless power of faith gushed out from their bodies. It gathered together through the altar and then passed to the ruler in the dark, the savior of the sea world. Not too far away, the seawater was isolated by an invisible strength. Chin closed his eyes. At this moment, he could feel even more and purer power of faith constantly fusing into the great Tao. Traces of burning heat were accumulating. Once it surpassed a certain limit, he would begin a new attempt to ignite incense stick. When he opened his eyes, a smile appeared on his face. It was effective. Shua. Chin turned and left. 3 days later, all the sea spirits in the sea world began to construct the sea god altar as fast as they could. And at this time, Chin had already left. This was another world, the forest world. This was the country of the elves. They lived in a forest that stretched as far as the eye could see, a different kind of green sea. As the world revived, the withered and dead forests began to glow with vitality once more. The withered and cracked trunks of the ancient trees began to grow green sprouts once more. The overjoyed elves were finally able to confirm that their world was reviving. On a giant altar that was formed from 10 giant trees, their trunks and branches intertwined with each other. A gorgeous robed elf priest was excitedly waving his hands. Just now, the will of the great ruler, the savior of the elven race, has arrived. The elf priest lifted his wooden scepter and pointed forward. The forest that had just been revived suddenly began to violently tremble. Green sprouts broke through the earth, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into large trees, their leaves green and lush, exuding a faint vitality. The elves who witnessed this scene with their own eyes widened subconsciously. To them, this was a miracle. This was absolutely a power that only a true god, a supreme creation, could possess. The elf priest loudly said, "This is the power that the Savior has bestowed upon me. He wants me to guide the elven race onto the road of revival. But now, our only great ruler has encountered trouble. He needs our most devout faith to help him restore his strength and take back the authority that truly belongs to him. At that time, the ruler will truly descend and our elven race will forever receive his protection. We will no longer have to endure the sufferings of the past. Beneath the altar, countless elves knelt down. The nine-realm Holy Land was made up of 9 different worlds. With the token in his hand, Qin Yu could freely enter any one of them. But now, what he needed to do was guide the life forms of the nine-realm Holy Land to provide him with even more faith power. Qin Yu was well aware that this matter couldn't be concealed from the 9 Dao Masters of White Jade Capital. And in truth, he never thought of concealing it. This was because this was the content of their agreement to begin with. Qin Yu would help the 9 Dao Masters condense the source of the world. His condition was to obtain the faith power of the life forms of the 9 realms to help him make a breakthrough and ignite the Joss Flame Great Dao. Thus, there was no need for him to hide his actions. He could gather the faith power with all his strength in preparation for his breakthrough. 2 months later, after several failed attempts, Qin Yu finally completed the final accumulation with the help of the faith power of the life forms of the 9 worlds. The opportunity to ignite the Joss Flame Great Dao had arrived. Chapter 1840. Another Great Qin, Imperial Capital Xianyang. On this day, the skies suddenly turned pitch black. Countless people looked up, their eyes wide open as they stared at the scene in front of them. They couldn't help but reveal looks of horror. Then, in this endless darkness, motes of light began to appear. 1, 2, 3, more and more appeared, faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, the sun, moon, yin, and yang were reversed, as if the entire sea of stars were placed in front of everyone. Then, the sea of stars in the sky seemed to be connected by an invisible string, converging into a resplendent river of stars. It sat in the pitch-black sky like a sun, emitting an extremely dazzling light, making the world seem like it was daytime. All of Great Qin's subjects, who were bathed in this light, felt incredibly at ease at this moment. It was as if this river of stars in front of them was their support, the towering mountain behind them. Imperial Palace. Emperor Qin's eyes widened. He looked at the river of stars in the night sky, his expression shaken. Imperial teacher, this is, the youth Chen Shi had now transformed into a calm middle-aged man. He looked up at the river of stars, a look of shock on his face. He bowed deeply. Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, Your Majesty, this is an auspicious sign for my Great Qin. He lifted a hand and pointed towards the highest heavens. That Lord has broken through. In the past, before his master left, he had told him some things. Imperial teacher Chen Shi had long since known that the true world was outside the Qin Empire. And that Lord, according to his master, was the future of the Qin Empire. His master had said that the stronger the Lord was, the stronger the Qin Empire would be. Their lives and deaths were all tied to the Lord alone. A complex look flashed in Emperor Qin's eyes. He was the ruler of Great Qin, the most powerful existence under the heavens and the highest status. But, as the imperial teacher had said, he wasn't the true ruler of Great Qin. This country, and even this world, had already had a master a long, long time ago. As for him, he was more like a steward, he had never truly grasped power. Suddenly, a cry rang out. It was the guardian god beast Phoenix. At this time, it had revived from its stone state and soared into the skies, soaring beneath the river of stars. Its cries were filled with ecstasy. As the guardian god beast of the Qin Empire, the chicken overlord could clearly feel Qin Yu's aura. It was vast and boundless, incomparably powerful, as if he could truly control the rivers of stars above his head and change yin and yang with a single thought. It could no longer determine just how strong Qin Yu was right now. But, there was no doubt that it was Qin Yu's #1 heaven-class lackey. The stronger Qin Yu was, the higher its status would rise. In the future, who would dare to challenge it in this world? Suppress them all. Qin Yu, who had transformed into the Joss Flame spirit of the divine nation, appeared on the back of the phoenix. He sat down cross-legged and looked down at the vast Xianyang. Then, he looked up at the starry sky above him and sighed softly. Qin Yu's speed of improvement was far too terrifying. The road of others on the Great Dao was filled with difficulties and bumps, and the further they went, the more difficult it was to make breakthroughs. But Qin Yu was wildly running forwards, reaching an unreachable height in the blink of an eye. Qin Yu could sense very clearly the unwillingness of Qin Huang in the imperial palace. Strictly speaking, he had already discovered it a long time ago. Qin Yu had to admit that he did have some small thoughts before. If he joined forces with Qin Huang, it wasn't impossible for them to succeed. Of course, this was only Qin Yu's thoughts in the past. Now, none of them existed, because Qin Yu had already lit his Joss flame. He was now a super powerhouse that had stepped onto the Joss flame Great Tao. Apart from Qin Huang, he was the second invincible existence in this world. Qin Yu, just who are you? Joss flame spirit, Qin Yu muttered. The phoenix loudly cried out. Others couldn't hear it, but he understood its meaning. My master is the most amazing existence in this world. Although his words were crude, Qin Yu was worthy of it. Qin Yu suddenly had an intuition that perhaps obtaining this name was a lucky chance for him. After all, as the Joss flame spirit of the divine nation, as Qin Yu grew stronger, his strength would also grow. He might even reach a level that he didn't dare to imagine before. Thinking of this, Qin Yu raised his hand and grasped upwards. A dragon's roar rang out and the destiny of the great Qin nation gathered, instantly turning into a giant dragon that circled around the phoenix. The scene of the dragon and phoenix flying together caused the eyes of countless Qin citizens to widen, deep shock on their faces. Within the palace, Qin Huang's body stiffened. His face paled as he slowly lowered his head. Imperial teacher Chen Shi bowed and said, "Your Majesty, no matter what thoughts you had before, please let go of them." Qin Huang took a deep breath and said, "We will remember Imperial teacher's words. Desolate domain, Great Qin, such as now, apart from the southwestern desolate domain and the broken world, the entire world was unified and belonged to Great Qin. Just as Qin Yu made his move and condensed the nation's fate dragon, Xianyang city shook. Roar! Roar! 9 illusory dragons appeared above Xianyang city. Their roars shook the heavens, and killing intent filled the air. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at this scene. Now that the world was united and His Majesty was the ruler of the desolate domain, who dared to invade? Who had the qualifications to cause Great Qin's fate to become uneasy and reveal a defensive stance? Palace. Swish. Qin Huang opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to pierce through space and time and fall into the distance. That was the other side of the eternal ocean. It was the vast territory ruled by the human cultivators. Qin Yu had broken through. As the only powerhouse of the Joss Flame Great Tao in the world, Qin Huang had a strong intuition at this moment. But soon, his expression calmed down. The light in his eyes was restrained, leaving behind only calmness and indifference. Qin Huang had already expected this. Only by breaking through to the Joss Flame Great Tao would Qin Yu have the qualifications to fight him. But that was all. He was Qin Huang, the master of the desolate domain, a true eternal and undefeatable existence. Qin Yu was destined to become nothing more than a testing stone for him. Qin Huang had an almost certain intuition in his heart. As long as he killed Qin Yu, he would be able to resolve the doubts and fears in his heart. Just who was he? What secrets were hidden on his body? Qin Huang had waited for this day for far too long, so long that he didn't fear the next battle at all. Instead, he felt a deep sense of urgency and anticipation. The 7th White Jade Capital. Qin Yu was in a palace. Above his head, the phantom of a great sun appeared, suppressing all aura fluctuations. The phantom of the great Tao should have soared into the highest heavens at this moment, appearing in front of everyone in an incomparably radiant and dazzling manner. But now, under the shadow of the great sun, it could only curl up, looking like a wilted willow branch. It was aggrieved and pitiful. This caused Qin Yu to open his eyes. He couldn't help but sigh. After achieving the Joss Flame Great Tao, I would have the qualifications to fight with the 9 Tao Masters. But the result is this sort of treatment. It really is a bit depressing. The great sun phantom trembled and the little blue lamp's voice spread out. If you want, I can release my suppression and even help you. I can allow the Joss Flame Great Tao to pierce through the heavens and earth, and even the desolate domain across the eternal sea can clearly see it. How about it? Cough. Qin Yu rubbed his chin. For better or for worse, I have made a breakthrough today and become a powerhouse of the Joss Flame Great Tao. It's fine if I can't show my divinity in front of others, but I can't even say a few words. Little blue lamp, your emotional intelligence is lacking. Humph. The little blue lamp sneered. If you have the time to talk nonsense, you might as well use this time to familiarize yourself with your current strength. The White Jade Capital's 9 Tao Masters have reached the limit of their patience. If you delay any longer, they will definitely turn hostile. Qin Yu nodded. I understand. Now, 8 months had passed since the 9 White Jade Capitals joined hands to support the 9 Realms' recovery. In these 8 months, the amount of energy they had consumed was an astronomical figure, so much that it was hard to imagine. Even if the 9 White Jade Capitals desperately squeezed out the world, they still couldn't avoid using up a massive portion of their energy reserves in such a short period of time. The 9 Tao Masters were anxious. If it weren't for Qin Yu handing over the world heart ahead of time and obtaining their trust, the 9 Tao Masters wouldn't have been able to restrain themselves and would have forced Qin Yu to give them an explanation. Even so, 8 months was the limit. Qin Yu closed his eyes. With a thought, the pitiful great Tao phantom above his head vanished from sight. He began to carefully sense the strength he possessed right now. The great Tao that had ignited Joss flames was constantly in a burning state. This in itself consumed a certain amount of the power of faith. Thus, after igniting the Joss flame great Tao, that didn't mean that he no longer needed to obtain faith. On the contrary, he needed to collect more. Otherwise, if he didn't replenish enough faith, his strength would weaken, and there was even a chance that the Joss flames would be extinguished. Of course, with effort came rewards. In the process of burning Joss flames, Qin Yu's great Tao could be constantly tempered. This could help Qin Yu's great Tao become more solid and formidable. Perhaps it was because he had just ignited the Joss flame great Tao, but at this time, Qin Yu could clearly feel that as time passed, his great Tao was becoming stronger with every breath of time. The speed at which it rose was astonishing. In addition, there was an incomparably formidable strength. This strength came from the burning power of faith. It was the same as a strength magnifier that was only effective for Qin Yu alone. By using burning faith as a medium, every bit of strength Qin Yu released could be increased 10 times or even 100 times stronger. The degree of amplification was related to one's proficiency and degree of control. As for the strength he could erupt with, that was the foundation. The strength of a bull magnified 10 times and the strength of 2 bulls magnified 10 times, the disparity was even more terrifying. Thus, Qin Yu discovered a fact that left him frowning. Just how strong was Emperor Qin right now? He had ignited the Joss flame great Tao for countless years, and his control over the burning power of faith far surpassed Qin Yu's by countless times. In this situation, even if Qin Yu successfully ignited the Joss flame great Tao, what were his chances of victory against him? He suddenly felt his heart turn cold. What you think is the truth, but it isn't impossible to make up for. At the very least, you and Emperor Qin have reached the same level. And level is always the most important. If you lack strength, there will always be other ways to make up for it. The little blue lamp's voice sounded out. Qin Yu frowned. Are you comforting me? A little, but not much. The little blue lamp continued to say, everything I said is the truth. Perhaps there is still a considerable disparity in strength between you and Emperor Qin, but it isn't impossible to make up for. Moreover, after igniting the Joss flame great Tao, you still have a game of chess to play. If you succeed, all your worries will no longer exist. Qin Yu suddenly understood. The little blue lamp must have known about this long ago, thus it did everything it could to help Qin Yu scheme against the 9 White Jade Capital Tao Masters. Its goal was to help him make up for his own flaws. 9 White Jade Capitals, that was the key to Qin Yu's victory, the key to truly being able to fight Emperor Qin. 3 days later, Qin Yu left his dwelling. He found the 9 Tao Masters in the main hall, their expressions grim and worried. Because it had consumed too much energy, the 7th White Jade Capital had no choice but to reveal itself from its invisible state. It floated above the clouds. This was a place that couldn't be reached by the world. Now, standing on the earth, one could faintly see it. It left the world shaking. Luo Guan, Do you have any good news? The first Tao Master asked. Qin Yu bowed. Reporting to the Tao Masters, the final 2 world hearts have been refined. He lifted a hand and 2 world hearts appeared. In the main hall, the Tao Masters all had happy expressions. Shua. The first Tao Master flicked his sleeves. The 2 world hearts flew in front of the Tao Masters and carefully inspected them. Then, he swept his eyes over everyone. Everyone, now that the 9 world hearts have been gathered, we can distribute them. Good. Then let's each choose one. The 9 Tao Masters moved together. They each obtained a world heart and their faces lit up with joy. But soon, they restrained their emotions and focused their eyes on Qin Yu. The 4th Tao Master said, Luo Guan, how is the 9 realms recovering? Our 9 white jade capitals have already provided a massive amount of energy. When will it end? Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Reporting to the 4th Tao Master, if you are willing, I can help you condense the world source with the world heart in your hands right now. The 4th Tao Master frowned. What do you mean? Qin Yu said, it's simple. He looked around. After 8 months, the 9 white jade capitals have supplied us with all their strength. The 9 worlds have basically completed their recovery and can just barely condense the world source. But, I cannot guarantee what the final result will be. The 4th Tao Master frowned. Qin Yu's words were actually quite easy to understand. He could eat the peaches right now, but the peaches wouldn't be able to fully ripen and the taste wouldn't be good. How could he accept this? And he wasn't the only one who wanted to eat the peaches right now. Think about it. If he was the first to absorb the world source and the results weren't good enough to help him complete the Tao merge and reach the world level, then once the other Tao Masters finished fusing with the world source, there would be no need for him, the 4th Tao Master. Of course, if he was brave enough, he could try to be 1 step ahead of everyone else and be the first to fuse with the world source. Even if the results weren't satisfactory, he would still be able to dramatically increase his cultivation. Then, he could turn his back on them and play a game that only children would make, but the chances of that happening were quite small. The other Tao Masters weren't fools, they definitely wouldn't give him a chance. The main hall fell silent. Should he stop now and start eating the peaches? Or should he wait until the peaches completely ripened? Chapter 1841. In truth, this was a very easy choice to make. If they had persisted for 8 months, then the last few days wouldn't matter. If they were impatient and condensed the source of the world ahead of time, causing them to be unable to reach the Tao unification, then the 9 Tao Masters would find it hard to accept this result. Of course, Qin Yu's retreat was also a good move. By giving the choice to the 9 Tao Masters, he had actually obtained the result he wanted the most. Luo Guan, we can wait a little longer to ensure that the 9 realms thoroughly recover. The first Tao Master slowly said. No one objected, it was clear they all tacitly approved of this choice. But, you must at least give us an approximate deadline. We cannot delay this indefinitely. Qin Yu lifted a finger. 1 month. At most, we will need another month before the 9 realms thoroughly recover. At that time, I can guarantee that the 9 Tao Masters will obtain a result that will satisfy them. Good. Then we will wait another month. The first Tao Master's voice was firm. His eyes were sharp. Luo Guan, you absolutely cannot disappoint us. Fellow Tao Masters, please rest assured. Qin Yu cupped his hands together and left the hall. A month wasn't much time, but it was enough for him to adapt to the current situation. After igniting the Joss Flame Great Tao, his strength had skyrocketed. And during this period of time, he was also preparing for the little blue lamp. Because Qin Yu had ignited the Joss Flame Great Tao ahead of time, he would need to make changes to the subsequent plans. This was the true situation. After all, in this world, it was impossible for a perfect plan to exist. Even if it did exist, it would need to constantly adjust and supplement as the situation changed in order to maintain it in its optimal state. Is 1 month enough? Qin Yu asked. The little blue lamp's voice sounded out in his mind. To deal with the 9 Tao Masters, it is impossible to have absolute confidence in success even in a year. You will always have to take some risks, but now that you have ignited the Joss flames, your chances of success are much higher. Even if there is an accident in the end, you will be able to retreat safely. Qin Yu was silent for a moment. He said, "You and I both know that if the plan against the White Jade capital fails in the end, it won't matter whether or not I can escape. So, we must win this time. We must swallow up the 9 White Jade capitals. Let's give it a try." The little blue lamp fell silent. Its voice was calm, but Qin Yu knew that the little blue lamp was equally nervous. There was more than one blazing sun fragment, but in the end, there would only be one blazing sun. If Qin Yu failed, then what awaited the little blue lamp was the fate of being swallowed. In this battle, he and the little blue lamp were both at the edge of the annihilation abyss. Neither of them could afford to pay the price of defeat. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In his dwelling, Qin Yu opened his eyes. A sharp light flashed in them before he returned to tranquility. At this moment, his condition was already at its peak. The heart in his chest was slightly accelerating, and as it pulsed and contracted, it released a surging power. "Are you ready?" Hamir, the phantom of a great sun, appeared, outlining the blurry figure of the little blue lamp. It looked at Qin Yu and said, "Hold on, live on." Following this, the reversal of the situation would begin. The little blue lamp had to mobilize all of its strength in order to smoothly operate. The little blue lamp couldn't help Qin Yu. In other words, he had no choice but to rely on his own strength to resist the most dangerous part. Qin Yu was already prepared for this. He faintly smiled and said, "Don't worry, my luck has always been good. Not to mention now, I am the spirit of destiny of the desolate domain." The little blue lamp didn't speak further. The great sun phantom vanished. Qin Yu took a deep breath and flicked his sleeves to open the grand hall. He shot into the skies and arrived outside the main hall. "Luo Guan, come in," the first Tao master's voice echoed out. There was a hint of exhaustion in his voice that couldn't be concealed. During this month, the 9 White Jade capitals had worked extremely hard. They had squeezed out the great empires of the world once more in order to barely gather enough supplies. But correspondingly, a great deal of the energy reserves of the White Jade capitals had been consumed. Qin Yu stepped into the grand hall. He cupped his hands together and bowed. "Greetings, Tao Masters. The reason I came today is to condense the source of the world and complete my promise to all of you." Even with the 9 Tao Masters' wills, their eyes brightened as they heard these words. They revealed looks of anticipation. This was because the price they had to pay in these last 9 months was simply unprecedented. Aside from that, a complete essence of heaven and earth represented an opportunity for the Tao merge. The world realm, which he had been yearning for day and night, was right in front of him, almost within his reach. No one could remain calm. "Luo Guan, do your best. As long as everything goes smoothly, I guarantee that all of my promises to you will come true," the 7th Tao Master slowly said. He looked at Qin Yu, his eyes like a deep sea that seemed to have no end. The 9th Tao Master said, "Don't waste any more time. I have been waiting for this day for far too long." He glanced at Qin Yu but didn't say anything else. The 1st Tao Master nodded. "Then let us begin," Qin Yu said in a low voice. "Tao Masters, please take out the world hearts in your hands. The world source will begin to condense with them as the core." He lifted his hand and grasped out. The 9 realms token appeared and space began to violently shake. Hum within the grand hall, the 9 world hearts that had been taken out began to contract and swell. It swelled up like a real heart that was beginning to beat. The 9 Tao Masters had dignified expressions. Their eyes brightened. This was because at this moment, as the world hearts changed, the world source began to condense. In the former frozen world, the heavenly spirit race. An incomparably massive altar stood tall on the earth. Within 1,000 miles, all obstacles had been cleared away, forming a giant empty space. In this world, all the surviving members of the heavenly spirit race had gathered here. Their expressions were incomparably devout as they knelt towards the altar. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the skies. Then, the entire sky darkened. A wind rose up. Sand and stones flew everywhere, wild to the extreme. All the members of the heavenly spirit race felt an unsuppressible sense of alarm and fear. It was as if at this moment, a terrifying event had occurred. It was like a giant mouth had opened up and wanted to swallow all of them. Rumble, rumble, the dark skies began to shatter. Then, the earth violently shook and collapsed. A calamity had arrived without warning, as if the entire world would be destroyed. Clansmen, do not be afraid. Our great Savior, His Excellency the Ruler, has already descended His will ahead of time. As long as we remain at the altar and offer Him our most devout faith, we will not be harmed. So, all of us should continue to pray. His Excellency the Ruler's divine might will protect us. One of the patriarchs roared. And the development of events undoubtedly confirmed his words. Although the world in front of them was falling apart, with the altar as the center, everything within 1,000 miles remained calm. Whether it was the collapsing heavens or the howling winds, nothing could harm them in the slightest. This caused the restless members of the heavenly spirit race to gradually calm down. They knelt on the ground and prayed even more devoutly. At this moment, a similar scene was playing out in the other worlds of the 9 realms. In the sea world, the sea spirits were hiding in a giant altar at the bottom of the sea. They stared at the sea that had suddenly transformed into a wild beast. They didn't know what was happening. Their only consolation was that 3 months ago, the great priest had already begun summoning all the members of the sea race here. He had long since anticipated this disaster. According to the great priest, this was a war that the supreme ruler had started in order to reclaim his authority. Thus, he had no choice but to start a war, leading to the destruction of the apocalypse. But as long as they stayed within the range of the altar, they wouldn't be affected. Once the supreme ruler won, the sea would be thoroughly tamed and all the sea spirits would be able to survive in this sea region. In the forest world, the elves gathered on top of a super altar constructed by millions of trees. The outside world had already turned into a magma-like red. After igniting the skies, the earth was wildly scorched. Rivers dried up, revealing fissures. Green withered, leaving behind only dark dust. All life was being crazily harvested and destroyed. Countless elves widened their eyes in panic. They looked at this apocalyptic scene that only existed in legends. Luckily, the strength released by the altar ensured their safety. For the time being, they weren't harmed. O great Savior, the supreme ruler, you must obtain the final victory of this war. Our lives and deaths all depend on you. A elven priest in a gorgeous robe raised the scepter in his hands. Elves, offer our most devout faith to our great ruler. He will protect us from this calamity and welcome a new life. Endless power of faith, under the background of the world calamity, became even purer. It crazily gathered towards Qin Yu, fusing into his great Tao. The blazing Joss flames became even hotter and released an even greater strength. That's right, this was the world calamity. With the world heart as a medium, it crazily plundered and swallowed the world's source energy. The most direct result of this was the shattering of the 9 realms. This was also the horrifying scene that the native life forms of the 9 realms had experienced. 7th White Jade Capital, Main Hall. Bang! A terrifying aura erupted. The spells on the surface of the main hall activated. But in less than a breath of time, they were completely destroyed by the explosive strength. The main hall was destroyed. It turned into countless fragments that carried with it a terrifying strength that rumbled in all directions. The 7th Tao Master furrowed his eyebrows. He could already hear the angry roars of the cultivators under his command, as well as the despairing wails of death. But he couldn't care about these things right now. This was because the world's source energy was condensing. The world heart was like a crazily gushing spring. Every moment, a massive amount of world source energy gushed out, gathering on the surface of the world heart. It was like a new sun was forming. Yes, it was a sun. This was because the world's source energy was originally formed from tiny specks of light. Now, these countless specks of light had gathered together to form an enormous sphere that radiated dazzling light. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a sun. More importantly, this sun contained an endless amount of natural energy. It was the most important cultivation resource for human cultivators. The 9 Tao Lords could use this to break through their bottlenecks and reach the world level. But now, the true opportunity to break through was right in front of them. It was truly within reach. All cultivators of the White Jade Capital are to immediately leave. The 7th Tao Master gave the order, his voice echoing throughout the 9 heavens. This was the only thing he could do. Then, he turned his attention back to the great sun above his head. The world's source energy was still gathering, and the great sun was becoming increasingly solid and full. It was releasing even more light. Soon. Once the great sun was completely formed, the 9 Tao Lords would be able to swallow it up and use it to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. Flee. Hurry up and leave the white jade capital. Suns. 9 suns. The 7th white jade capital was now riddled with holes and had been reduced to rubble. The 9 sources of the world's source energy were almost like 9 real suns. They descended at this moment, and their terrifying auras aside, just the scorching heat from their dazzling rays of light was enough to instantly incinerate any cultivator below the Emperor realm who came close to them into thin air. At this moment, countless people in the vast lands ruled by human cultivators widened their eyes as they stared at the sky in astonishment. That was where the white jade capital had appeared. It was a legendary, unreachable place, a holy land in the hearts of all human cultivators. Now, 9 suns had appeared in the white jade capital at the same time. The light they emitted illuminated the entire world, and the powerful auras they emanated caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. Is this what the white jade capital has been doing for the past half a year? It's been madly plundering cultivation resources. A middle-aged man dressed in dragon robes stood atop the city walls of an enormous imperial capital. He stared at the 9 suns in the distance, and his eyes narrowed slightly. His expression was extremely solemn. On the peak of a towering mountain, the Daoist flicked his sleeves to disperse the clouds and mist. He looked at the 9 suns in the distance, and his pupils shrank in shock. 9 sources of the world, nearly complete, he murmured. His voice was trembling and filled with disbelief. But soon, the Daoist's eyes burned with passion. The source energy of the world wasn't just important to the 9 Daoist masters. It was something that all the peak experts of the human cultivator system dreamed of. However, most of the source energy of the world had been monopolized by the 9 white jade capitals. Now, there were 9 complete sources of the world that could rival the great suns. Who wouldn't be tempted? More importantly, if they didn't take action today, then the 9 white jade capitals would truly become the supreme rulers of the human cultivator system. No one would be able to shake their rule over the world. In the depths of the great swamp, the earth suddenly shook and the mountains shook. A giant beast emerged from the swamp, and the mud on its head continuously slid down. Its eyes were cold and indifferent as it locked onto the 9 suns above its head. Roar! All of a sudden, the giant beast roared. In a mountain village, a white-haired, white-clothed scholar who had been quietly studying for countless years finally threw away the book in his hands. He stood up and walked to the window. He looked at the 9 suns that had appeared and lightly said, "7th Tao Master, my avatar isn't that easy to kill." Sure, the scholar took a step forwards and vanished from sight. His name was Cheng Haoren. At this moment, as the 9 sources of the world descended, the world began to boil. Everyone who was unwilling or had wild ambitions also made their move at this moment. As they had said just now, this was their final chance. If they failed, they might die. But if they didn't attack, they could only be turtles for the rest of their lives. No, they wouldn't even have the chance to continue being turtles. The even more powerful white jade capital and the 9 lofty Daoist masters wouldn't give them a chance to continue living. Within the main hall, between the 9 suns, fluctuations appeared in the depths of Qin Yu's eyes. It's here. He had already expected what would happen next. White Jade Capital was indeed powerful and ruled over the entire world. But this didn't mean that there were no rebels. For instance, the desolate region's Emperor Qin. His strength was similarly invincible under the heavens, but there were still many people who wished they could tear him to pieces. It was just that they didn't have the chance to do so. But now, Qin Yu had condensed 9 sources of the world, similar to the 9 suns that illuminated the world. This was a reminder to them that the chance they had been waiting for had arrived. Humph! The first Tao Master coldly coughed, his eyes icy cold. What a bunch of cowardly rats! They actually dare to jump out and act wildly today. The second Tao Master said, "Then let's take advantage of this chance to clean them all up. Kill." The ninth Tao Master shouted out loud. Bang! Outside White Jade Capital, space suddenly twisted. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying tide formed that covered the entire world. With loud rumbling sounds, it swept out. Chapter 1842. Outside the seventh White Jade Capital, a terrifying strength appeared. It turned into a great tide that swept out in all directions. It was terrifying to the extreme and filled with killing intent, as if it wanted to suppress and kill all the invaders. But in truth, the nine Tao Masters knew that these people weren't so easy to kill, otherwise the White Jade Capital wouldn't have allowed them to live to this day. So now, they hoped that they could temporarily stop these rebels so that they wouldn't affect their fusion with the world sources. Of course, a single tide of strength wasn't enough to stop these people. But the White Jade Capital wasn't the only one. Besides the nine Tao Masters, there were many powerhouses under them. Once this disturbance erupted, they would soon rush over to help. The Daoist was the first to attack. Facing the incoming tide, he lifted a hand and grasped forwards. A pitch-black saber appeared. He raised the saber high above his head and slashed down. The Daoist's face was fierce, without the slightest bit of tranquility. Kill. The saber-wielding Daoist was filled with a cruel and ruthless aura. The moment his saber fell, even the nine suns dimmed. The saber edge cut open a gap in the tide. The Daoist leapt through. His eyes fell on the nine world sources, flames burning in them. Everyone, why haven't you attacked yet? Are you waiting for the nine Tao Masters to successfully fuse with the world sources and then send us on our way? Bang! Space shattered and a terrifying figure drilled out. It was a black-armored giant beast, its eyes icy cold. It looked at the nine Tao Masters, endless hatred in its eyes. It opened its mouth and roared. Rumble, rumble, rumbled. This was a formidable soul attack method, but what was even more formidable was the giant beast's ability to control the world's strength. Following this roar, a vast amount of energy gathered, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into towering mountain silhouettes that smashed down on the nine Tao Lords. Although they were only phantoms, each mountain phantom was 100 times heavier than a true mountain, source giant beast. This was an extremely rare innate variation. It could absorb the drifting world source energy to survive, constantly accumulating it within its body to become even more powerful. But this also doomed the tragic fate of this giant beast race. The reason for this was simple. By hunting down this source giant beast and refining it, one could obtain a considerable amount of world source energy. Under normal circumstances, even those who had cultivated to the peak of the human cultivation system would find it difficult to capture an origin behemoth. However, the White Jade Capital was different. The 9 White Jade Capitals suppressed the world and could detect any location in the world. The origin beasts with astonishing concealment techniques had nowhere to hide. Because of that, the Essence Beast clan suffered a destructive capture and slaughter. Now, only one of them was left alive. In reality, the Source Beast had already gone extinct. With only a single Source Beast remaining, there was no way for it to pass on its bloodline. With endless resentment and hatred, the origin beast had been waiting for a chance to take revenge on White Jade Jing. Now, that chance had finally arrived. In the huge imperial capital, the great emperor, who was dressed in an imperial robe, stood on top of the city wall. His robe fluttered violently in the wind. "Your Majesty, please reconsider," said one of the ministers, kneeling on the ground. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. Fighting against the White Jade Capital. Just thinking about it made his soul tremble. I have waited for many years. This is my only chance. If I miss it, my Chai dynasty will forever be ruled by the White Jade Capital, and we will never be able to rise again. Therefore, I must take a gamble. If I succeed, my Chai dynasty will welcome a new future. Emperor Chai took a step forward and descended outside the 7th White Jade Capital. Old Ox knows, I will help you. As his voice fell, his Dharma image condensed. It was an ancient god emperor. It was 100,000 feet tall, and its aura was majestic and terrifying. The god emperor's Dharma image punched out, stirring up the power of heaven and earth, and blasted toward the White Jade Capital. In reality, they were not the only ones who attacked. This world had been ruled by the white jade capital for too long. Absolute authority was built on one's fist. The number of people who submitted to the white jade capital meant that there would be more people who tried to overthrow the white jade capital's rule. Of course, for the past 9 months, the white jade capital had been crazily plundering cultivation resources and pressuring the various countries. This was also an important reason for this scene. The scholar Cheng Haoren was also one of them. Unlike the others, who were filled with resentment and dissatisfaction toward the white jade capital, he only had the 7th Dao Master in front of him. At the same time, the 7th Dao Master seemed to sense something. He raised his head and looked outside. Even though the 9 source energies were dazzling, they could not stop the 2 gazes from looking at each other from afar. The 7th Dao Master frowned. A trace of gloominess and hesitation flashed in the depths of his eyes. It was as if he had discovered something that shocked him and made him feel incredulous. The scholar in white clothes and white hair had a calm and reserved temperament. His eyes were bright and clear. At this moment, a trace of joy appeared on his face. It was as if he had hidden in the mountain village and not released any aura. He had been blindly reading books for so many years. All he wanted was to appear before the 7th Dao Master today and see the expression on his face. The scholar faintly smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. "My name is Cheng Haoren." With that, he lifted his hand and touched the space between his eyebrows. The scholar Cheng Haoren made the exact same choice. However, back then, Cheng Haoren knew that he could not escape and chose to die. As for the scholar of today, it was more like a senseless suicide. However, suicide was something that contained boundless terror. Of course, it was impossible for someone to commit suicide without a reason. In the instant that the white-robed, white-haired scholar Cheng Haoren collapsed to the ground, the 7th Dao Master let out a muffled groan as if he had suffered a serious injury. His face instantly turned pale, and blood oozed out of his orifices. At this moment, he was finally certain that what he had sensed earlier was not wrong. The scholar in front of him was indeed his shadow. A shadow that he had lost control of a long, long time ago, a shadow that he had believed to have dissipated. However, reality proved that not only had the shadow not dissipated, but it had instead continued to live in hiding until this day. In fact, the shadow had even split off, and a shadow that originally belonged to him had infiltrated the 7th White Jade Capital and become the 7th Dao Master's disciple. It was no wonder that when the 7th Dao Master first saw Cheng Haoren, he couldn't help but choose Cheng Haoren to carry his projection, and the process had gone smoothly. Because of that, the true scholar Cheng Haoren had become even more deeply involved with the 7th Dao Master. Because of that, scholar Cheng Haoren had committed suicide on this day. His suicide had caused a huge backlash to the 7th Dao Master, so much so that even with his Dao Master cultivation base, he could not suppress his internal injuries, and blood oozed out of his orifices. As for why he had done that, it was because scholar Cheng Haoren knew very well that, given his current strength, it was impossible for him to kill the 7th Dao Master. The best way to seriously injure the 7th Dao Master was to commit suicide and use the power of the backlash to kill him. Even if the 7th Dao Master didn't die, given the current situation, a seriously injured Dao Master would undoubtedly become the weakest link in the White Jade Capital. The other traitors would definitely not let go of such an opportunity. The 7th Dao Master. The first Dao Master said with a frown. The other Dao Masters looked over at him. The 9th Dao Master stared deeply at the blood oozing out of his orifices. The 7th Dao Master took a deep breath. "I'm fine." He wiped the blood away, and his expression returned to normal. His pale face was now slightly flushed, and at the very least, he didn't look much different than he had before. However, only he knew what had really happened. Scholar Cheng Haoren's saber strike had been very, very deep. The 7th Dao Master's projection was his Dao, a cultivation path he had created by fusing the natural laws of heaven and earth. But now, the 7th Dao Master, who had toyed with the shadow for his entire life, had been bitten by the shadow. It would be impossible to say that he wasn't shocked, angry, and filled with hatred. However, the 7th Dao Master knew that it was useless. He looked up at the essence of heaven and earth that was about to finish forming. Once the fusion was complete, all of his injuries would be healed. Die! The saber-wielding Daoist roared, slashing down with his saber. Shockingly, the seventh Tao Master was the target of the attack. Everyone knew that one had to pick on the weakest of persimmons. More importantly, the auras of the 9 white jade capitals were one, so if one of them was killed, the others would also be affected. The source behemoth was already staring fixedly at the seventh Tao Master. In some ways, its goal was the same as the scholars. Killing all 9 Tao Masters wasn't very realistic, but if it could kill just one of them, then it would be able to die in peace. Roar. The essence behemoth let out a roar as it charged forward. As it did, the boundless energy of heaven and earth surged out toward the seventh Tao Lord, causing rumbling sounds to echo out in all directions. Perhaps it was the scholar's suicide that inspired the source behemoth. At this moment, deep within its eyes, a look of determination appeared. In the next moment, a massive explosion rang out as the source behemoth's body shrank down to less than half its original size. Then, it began to expand and explode. This was a peak true emperor, an origin beast that was only a step away from stepping into the Tao Master level. The power of its self-detonation was terrifying. This was especially true when all of the world's prime essences within its body had been detonated as well. The 9 coalescing prime essences were instantly affected and began to tremble unstably. The other Tao Lords revealed looks of shock and rage, and they hurriedly tried to defend against the shockwaves from the self-detonation of the source behemoth. Naturally, they ignored the fact that the 7th Tao Lord was currently suffering a similar blow. In the past, the 9 white jade capitals were one entity, and each Tao Lord was in charge of the white jade capital. They were all bound together, and the other Tao Lords would definitely help out the 7th Tao Lord. But things were different now. The world's prime essences were beginning to coalesce and would soon be complete. Once the Tao Lords fused together, they would most likely break through their current bottleneck and become world-level experts. By then, they would all have different Taos, and the rate at which they became world-level experts would definitely be different as well. As for the 7th Tao Lord's projection divine ability, even the other Tao Lords feared it. None of them would refuse the chance to eliminate a powerful foe ahead of time. But of course, there was another reason why the other Tao Lords didn't worry about the 7th Tao Lord's survival. He definitely wouldn't be killed that easily. All of them were Tao Lords and were extremely familiar with each other. Although they didn't know each other completely, they had at least 70% of their abilities. Roughly 80%. The 7th Tao Lord wouldn't die in a short period of time. Even if he was badly injured, he would be able to hold on until the prime essences of heaven and earth finished coalescing. As for afterwards, chimph. If there was a need, they wouldn't mind lending a helping hand even if the 7th Tao Lord didn't die. The 7th Tao Lord had suffered the full brunt of the self-detonation of the essence behemoths. He suddenly vomited out a mouthful of blood, then instantly transformed into a bloody mist. His previously rosy face once more turned ashen. He looked like a blank sheet of paper, but now, deep within the 7th Tao Lord's eyes was a completely calm look. As mentioned earlier, the Tao Lords understood each other quite well. The 7th Tao Lord could naturally guess what the other Tao Lords were thinking. "Wake up!" the 7th Tao Lord growled. As his voice rang out, the countless cultivators who had been staring up at the 9 suns in the skies suddenly closed their eyes, then opened them. They were still the same people, but their auras had completely changed. Boom! Boom! One figure after another soared into the skies. But at this moment, the greatest change occurred on the saber-wielding Daoist's body. A look of pain appeared on his face, and his entire face twisted. He howled miserably, "No! This is impossible. Back then, I had already killed your shadow with my own hands." The 7th Tao Lord's eyes were ice-cold. "That's not all. Over the years, you've destroyed many of my projections. But what you don't know is that these projections were originally sent to you by me for you to destroy. This is the only way for the projections that have fused with your body to absorb enough energy. They will continue to lie dormant and silently fuse with your soul. Stop struggling. It's useless. Your soul has already been parasitized by the projections. You are now my puppet. This cannot be changed." The Daoist roared madly. He turned around to flee, but before he could do so, he stopped. He closed his eyes and opened them again. The Daoist suddenly turned around and charged at Emperor Firewood's Dharma idol with a cold expression on his face. At this moment, countless awakened shadow puppets had arrived at the 7th White Jade capital and were charging out without fear of death. Many of them were famous experts in the human cultivator system. They had only been exposed today, and it turned out that they had long since been controlled by the 7th Daolord's projection. The 9th Daolord's expression was gloomy. 7th Daolord, nice move. Some of the puppets that were charging at him were from the 9th White Jade capital. The other Daolords had ugly expressions as well, and the reason was the same. The first Daolord said coldly, 7th Daolord, you've gone too far this time. Back then, the 7th Daolord had promised that he wouldn't use his projection ability within the White Jade capital. Now, it seemed that he hadn't taken it seriously. In particular, the first Daolord saw a female cultivator among them. She was only at the Emperor realm and wasn't very strong among the puppets. However, she had another unknown identity. She was the first Daolord's Dao partner that he had hidden outside the White Jade capital. Not only did they have a good relationship, but they even had a child together. This was one of the first Daolord's secrets, but it was obvious that he couldn't keep this secret any longer. The 7th Daolord's expression was calm. Since he had awakened these projections, he had already anticipated the current situation. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and said slowly, there's no need to beat around the bush between us. It's a waste of time. You're right, I did go back on my original promise, but which promise between us hasn't been broken? He laughed coldly. I'm not afraid to tell all the Daolords that I've awakened only a portion of my projections. Another portion is still in slumber. If any of you try to join forces against me, then we'll all be doomed together. I'm not confident that I can drag all of you down with me, but destroying a few White Jade capitals isn't difficult. Enough. The second Daolord said in a low voice. Let bygones be bygones. The most important thing for us now is to obtain the world's origin energy. That's right, these are all trivial matters. With the world's origin energy before us, if internal strife breaks out between our 9 White Jade capitals, it will only benefit others. 7th Daolord, put away your hostility. We 9 Daolords have always shared honor and disgrace together, so we naturally won't attack you. The 7th Daolord cupped his hands together. That would be for the best. Just take it that I have the heart of a lowly person, so I apologize to all of you. The storm was about to subside, but Qin Yu didn't want to see things end so easily. For the 9 Daolords to have internal strife or even fight each other, this was the situation he wanted to see the most. Without a doubt, the scene in front of him was the best opportunity, and he decided to attack ahead of time. With a thought, the world's origin energy in front of the 7th Daolord began to violently shake. Qin Yu roared out in alarm and anger, 9th Daolord, what are you doing? Hum. At this time, powerful contract shackles began to spread out from his body. These fluctuations weren't unfamiliar to the Daolords, they were the aura of the 9th Daolord. Chapter 1843. 9th Dao. The first Dao Master roared. It was obvious that the 9th Dao Master had signed a contract with Luo Guan to destroy the 7th Dao Master's heaven and earth source. At such a close distance, the self-detonation of a heaven and earth source that was on the verge of completion could be imagined. The other Dao Masters were both shocked and angry. If it was just to kill the 7th Dao Master, they wouldn't have any objections. But now, the 7th Dao Master had clearly shed all pretense of cordiality and revealed his bargaining chip. Killing him, if they weren't careful, there would be great chaos. No one knew how deep the 7th Dao Master's plans were. Perhaps the White Jade capital that had been destroyed was the one he controlled. In truth, the one who was the most shocked and angry was the 7th Dao Master. After all, the scene in front of him had nothing to do with him. Yes, he had signed a contract with Luo Guan, but he hadn't used it just now. The 7th Dao Master was about to flip out. How stupid would he have to be to jump out and provoke him? It wasn't me, the 9th Dao Master roared. He glared at Qin Yu and gritted his teeth. Luo Guan, what are you doing? I'm warning you, don't act recklessly, or I'll kill you right now. The 9th Dao Master's first suspicion was Qin Yu. Qin Yu frowned. At this moment, his expression flickered, and a look of pain appeared on his face. The fluctuations of the contract around him also began to ripple. Others might not be able to sense anything, but contracts were the ninth Tao Master's area of expertise. His eyes began to shine brightly. Just now, he had sensed something else from the fluctuations of the contract within Qin Yu's body. It was the fluctuations of another contract, and he could faintly sense that it was because of that contract that the scene in front of him had occurred. In other words, someone was deliberately trying to frame him. The other contract fluctuation was well hidden, and its aura was obscure. However, the ninth Tao Master was still able to recognize that it was the seventh Tao Master's doing. A self-made ruse of self-inflicted injury? The ninth Tao Master was both shocked and angry. His eyes were icy cold as he glared at the seventh Tao Master. Seventh Tao, you're too despicable. This is your trap. You deliberately tried to frame me. The seventh Tao Master, who was suppressing the fluctuations of the heaven and earth essence, nearly exploded with rage. You bastard tried to frame me, and now you're playing the blame game? You're going too far. His expression was ice cold, and his eyes grew more and more awe-inspiring as he stared back at the ninth Tao Master. You want to harm me? It won't be that simple. Tao Lords, you've seen what happened with your own eyes, so don't blame me. Wake up. The seventh Tao Lord roared. The Tao Lords were slightly shocked. Shock and anger appeared on the ninth Tao Master's face, but in the next moment, his body stiffened slightly and his face turned pale. The 9 white jade capitals were originally one, so the other Tao Lords could clearly sense the vibrations coming from the 9th white jade capital. It was as if a volcano that had been dormant for many years had erupted without the slightest scruple, releasing a terrifying power that engulfed everything in its surroundings. Even though they did not see it with their own eyes, the scene of the 9th white jade capital being destroyed appeared in their minds. Sure enough, Seven Paths was a man of his word. He wasn't just trying to scare people. He really was hiding his power. Tushan, roared the 9th Tao Master. This was the first time he had called out the 7th Tao Master's true name, and it also meant that he had shed all pretense of cordiality. Now, the essence of the world in front of him was shaking violently. It was because the white jade capital had been damaged, and it had been affected. Killing intent soared. Under normal circumstances, even if the 7th Tao Master had woken up, the slumbering shadows would not have been able to cause such serious damage. However, the descent of the 9th sun had caused the white jade capital to be besieged. The experts of the white jade capital had sensed the will of the Tao Lords and hurried over to provide reinforcements, leaving the internal defenses empty. The 7th Tao Master, Tushan, had unleashed his power and seriously injured the 9th Tao Master. Stop! Roared the 1st Tao Master. He took a step forward and stood between the 7th and 9th Tao Masters. You're all crazy. Today, the essence of the world has gathered, stirring up the winds and clouds. Countless eyes are locked onto us. Now that we're fighting amongst ourselves, if any of us are injured, it will definitely lead to a collective attack. At that time, the white jade capital's rule over the world will be destroyed. He swept his gaze across the other Tao Masters. No matter what you're thinking, put away your thoughts and wait for this moment to pass. The other Tao Masters fell silent. Firstly, they tacitly agreed with what the 1st Tao Master had said. Secondly, they disdained him, as if he didn't have any thoughts at all. The pot calling the kettle black, everyone was the same. But there was one point that the 1st Tao Master wasn't wrong about. Fighting amongst yourselves wasn't a good idea. If the 7th and 9th Tao Masters wanted to fight, then they could do as they pleased. Even if they fought until their brains bled, they would be happy to watch from the side. The 9th Tao Master took a deep breath and suppressed the raging anger in his chest. Tushan, I'll remember this. Just you wait. Once the heaven and earth essence is fused, we'll settle this once and for all. The 7th Tao Master's eyes turned even colder. He glared at the 9th Tao Master. If looks could kill, the 9th Tao Master would have died long ago. You disgraceful thing. Just you wait, I'll kill you sooner or later. 2. Between the Tao Masters, the pressure reached the extreme. Luo Guan. The 1st Tao Master shouted, stabilize the heaven and earth essence. Otherwise, if anything happens, I won't forgive you. Qin Yu took a deep breath. All right, Indeed, those that could become Tao Masters all had brains. For example, the 7th and 9th Tao Masters had been able to endure the situation and not attack each other. There was bound to be some disappointment, but luckily, Qin Yu had been mentally prepared. If he wanted to so easily eliminate the 9 Tao Masters, that was indeed an unrealistic matter. But that didn't mean he didn't have any harvests. The 7th and 9th Tao Masters were temporarily enduring the situation. But there was only a thin layer of paper between them that could be pierced through at any moment. He could still wait for a chance. How long will it take for the heaven and earth essence to condense? The 9th Tao Master asked, his tone cold. Qin Yu said, at most an hour. Good. I'll give you an hour. If you can't do it, then don't blame me for being impolite. No problem. Qin Yu had a calm expression. Even if he delayed, it would only be an hour at most. This was because if the 9 realms were destroyed for too long, then even if the heaven and earth essence were to fuse back together, there would be no way to restore it. At that time, the native life forms that were temporarily protected by the altars in the 9 realms would fall into a hopeless situation. It was they who had helped Qin Yu ignite his Joss flames and complete the Joss flame Great Tao. Qin Yu naturally couldn't watch on helplessly as they died. In other words, in an hour at most, they would have to shed all pretense of cordiality. Although the strength of the 9 Tao Masters had been greatly reduced by today, Qin Yu still didn't have absolute confidence. Even if he had successfully ignited his Joss flames. Rumble rumble outside the White Jade capital, the slaughter continued. The various White Jade capital powerhouses that had come to reinforce the 9 realms fell into a great battle. Across from the saber-wielding Daoist was Emperor Firewood's Dharma idol. As the ruler of the largest empire in this world, Emperor Firewood was extremely powerful. Every punch and kick from his Dharma idol contained the strength of 10,000 katis, constantly forcing the saber-wielding Daoist back. Bang! With a loud explosion, the saber-wielding Daoist was sent flying away. In midair, his saber flew out of his hand. In the next moment, there was a series of poochie-poochie sounds. His entire body was like a leaking leather bag as blood gushed out. Everyone, since you and I have taken action today, we have rebelled against the White Jade capital. If we cannot overthrow the rule of the 9 Tao Masters, then the only path left for us is death. Emperor Firewood's Dharma idol roared. Like rolling thunder, it punched out and smashed a true sovereign cultivator of the White Jade capital into pieces. So, don't hold back any longer. In today's battle, either we overthrow the White Jade capital or we die here. Many cultivators soared into the sky and besieged the White Jade capital. Their expressions changed, and they immediately revealed ruthless expressions. Emperor Firewood was right. There was no turning back after a shot was fired. These people had no path of retreat. Kill. Overthrow the White Jade capital. Fight. Amidst the roars, the battle became even more intense. Countless terrifying forces exploded in the sky. Emperor Firewood's gaze fell on the 9 heaven and earth source essences. Everyone, it's time to act. The heaven and earth source essences are about to condense. We don't have much time left. The Dharma idol roared. It was like rumbling thunder that constantly reverberated. Shua, 8 figures appeared outside the White Jade capital. They had arrived since the beginning of the siege and had been silent until now. It wasn't that they didn't dare to act or that they were hesitant. Rather, they were waiting for an excellent opportunity. Now, with the suicide of the scholar and the source beast, the White Jade capital had finally revealed a flaw. They would use this flaw to break through and not give the 7th Tao Master a chance to catch his breath. In particular, there was animosity between the 9 Tao Masters of the White Jade capital. Although the conflict just now had been resolved, the 9 Tao Masters had seen everything that had happened. This was their chance. Kill. Emperor Firewood was the first to roar. His Dharma idol punched out. At the same time, several other people appeared, their Dharma idols forming around them. Vast Sea Emperor, Great Eastern Emperor, Western Tomb Emperor, Tang Emperor of the Eastern Land. Cries of alarm rang out one after another. This was because the ones who had released their Dharma idols and were attacking the 9 Tao Masters were the strongest great emperors of the 9 nations. The combined territories of the 9 nations occupied almost half of the human territories. Each one of them was a true overlord existence. And today, the great emperors of the 9 nations had joined forces to besiege the white jade capital. Boom boom, Dharma idols appeared one after another. With Emperor Firewood at the lead, they punched out simultaneously. The emperors of the 9 nations were all peak true emperors. Coupled with their powerful trump cards, the strength they could erupt with even surpassed the limits of a true emperor. Of course, there was still a huge gap between them and the level of a Tao master. Otherwise, the 9 Tao masters wouldn't have been able to join forces and rule this vast world. Strength was always number one, but today, the Dharma idols of the 9 great emperors gathered together and punched out together. It produced a miraculous change that caused the strength of the 9 great emperors to increase by an astonishing degree. At the same time, the destiny of the 9 great emperors soared into the sky above the territories of the 9 nations. They condensed into phantoms of giant beasts that looked at each other from afar. The first Tao master sneered. 9 beasts devour the heavens. Good, very good. It seems that you've been colluding with each other to overthrow the white jade capital. His eyes were overflowing with killing intent. Even when he saw the 9 great emperors joining forces, he didn't panic at all. After all, it was simply a fool's dream to overthrow the rule of the white jade capital with just this little trick. The 4th Tao master was expressionless. Although a large portion of its strength has been used to condense the source energy of the world, the existence of the white jade capital is still beyond their imagination. His gaze swept across the crowd and paused for a moment on the faces of the 7th and 9th Tao masters. Everyone, let's join forces and let the world clearly see the power of the white jade capital. The other Tao masters nodded. All right. The first Tao master took a deep breath and raised his hand. Then, let's begin. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted from the 7th white jade capital and instantly soared into the sky. It transformed into a shocking pillar of light that shot into the 9 heavens. At the same time, the other white jade capital each released a monstrous aura. The next moment, the entire world could clearly feel that the air seemed to have become a little more viscous. Then, the viscous feeling increased rapidly. Gradually, it felt as if one was sinking into mud. Then, the mud began to solidify and dry up. It was as if one's entire body had sunk into mud. A terrifying suppressive force covered the entire world and stopped there, but everyone knew that the power of the 9 white jade capitals didn't stop there. This was a naked threat and a declaration of their own power. Anyone who dared to resist the white jade capital would have to bear the power of the world's wrath and would be instantly suppressed. For example, the 9 nation great emperors that were attacking the white jade capital all had their Dharma idols bearing endless pressure. It was as if a million mountains were crashing down on them. Rumble, 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 the Dharma idols emitted heaven-shaking rumbles. Now, every movement consumed a tremendous amount of power and was incomparably difficult. Emperor Chai's Dharma idols revealed a dignified expression. He raised a hand and grasped forward. Nation armament. Boom, in the distant skies above the great Chai Empire, a giant ape formed from the destiny of the nation roared towards the heavens. In the next moment, the giant ape shot into the sky and transformed into an incomparably thick stone staff. It smashed through space and disappeared. In the next moment, it reappeared in Emperor Chai's hand. Wielding the stone staff, he smashed it down without hesitation. Space trembled violently as if a tidal wave had risen from the flat ground. With a loud rumble, the pressure around the Dharma idols was instantly swept away. At this moment, the other great emperors also summoned their nation armaments to shatter the suppression around them. The 9 Emperor Dharma idols wielded their nation armaments as they advanced towards the white jade capital. Not only were there 9 Tao lords there, but more importantly, there were also 9 world essences that were about to form. As mentioned before, the origin of heaven and earth was the most important and rare cultivation resource for human cultivators. After the 9 Tao lords fused together, there was a high chance that they could break through their bottleneck and complete the Tao unification to become a world god. Similarly, if the 9 great emperors seized the world essences, their strength would also reach a whole new realm. Thus, today, they had no choice but to rebel and fight for the great Tao in front of them. Kill. Emperor Chai smashed down with his staff, targeting the seventh Tao Master. The seventh Tao Master sneered. Space trembled as his Dharma idols instantly formed and punched out. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Emperor Chai's Dharma idols with the stone staff were sent flying. Emperor Chai, today, I will let you know why the white jade capital is above the 9 heavens and the ruler of the human race. The seventh Tao Master's Dharma idols clenched their hands, and the vast power of heaven and earth instantly gathered and suppressed Emperor Chai's Dharma idols. I stand here and send you to hell. Boom! Boom! The other great Emperor Dharma idols attacked the seventh Tao Master. How dare you, the first Tao Master growled. Kill them all. The Dharma idols of the Tao Lords descended one after another. The Dharma world was a great mystique that could only be used by human cultivators after they reached the Emperor realm. In terms of pure killing power, it was the strongest technique. The gathering of the Dharma idols of the 9 Tao Lords instantly triggered a phenomenon. At this moment, the sky darkened and turned a deep black color. It was as if the entire sky had been completely frozen, causing endless fear and pressure to rise from the depths of one's heart. The Dharma idols of the 9 Tao Lords erupted, and the outcome was determined in an instant. The 9 Tao Lords had won a complete victory, and even the combined forces of the 9 great emperors had been directly suppressed. The peerless strength of the Tao Lords was on full display at this moment. Countless spectators narrowed their eyes in fear. Who could fight against the powerful white jade capital? Chapter 1844. The world trembled in fear. As everyone was shocked, a sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He was sure that since Emperor Chai and the other emperors of the 7 nations dared to join hands to rebel against the white jade Jing, they definitely had other methods. After all, the 7 nations had been ruled by the white jade capital for a long time. No one knew better than them how powerful the white jade capital was. If that was the case, the emperors of the 7 nations would not have dared to attack the white jade capital without confidence. Right now, Qin Yu's only doubt was whether or not this was the best chance. Should he wait a bit longer? However, he quickly made a decision. The 7 nations had joined forces to rebel against the white jade capital. This was an opportunity that they could not miss. After all, no one knew if there would be an even better opportunity. Do it. With his thoughts set, Qin Yu no longer hesitated. What he wanted to do wasn't to directly fall out with the 9 Tao Masters, but to secretly help the 7 Empire Great Emperors so that their slaughter would be more lively. Tao Masters, be careful. Qin Yu roared out loud. His complexion paled and the 9 realms token in his hand violently shook. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura suddenly plummeted. At the same time, the source energy of heaven and earth that was gathering above the heads of the 9 Tao Lords began to tremble violently. Luo Guan! The first Tao Master roared angrily. What are you doing? His eyes were cold. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. The 9 realms have suffered a backlash. After saying that, he sat down in a lotus position. 9 Tao Lords, please ensure that I am not disturbed. I want to suppress the backlash of the 9 realms. Boom! A powerful aura broke out from his body. Qin Yu gripped the 9 realms token with both hands. Intense collisions of auras constantly erupted from within. If it was before, with Qin Yu's cultivation, he naturally wouldn't be able to hide it from the 9 Tao Lords. But now, he had successfully broken through and achieved the great Tao of incense flame. And because of the little blue lamp's concealment of this matter, the 9 Tao Masters were still concealed. This caused them to be shocked and angry at Qin Yu's current performance, but they didn't doubt him too much. On the surface, it seemed that Qin Yu really was suppressing the backlash from the 9 realms. The shaking of the source of the world seemed to be easing a little. The 9 Tao Lords hesitated for a moment before suppressing the ghastly coldness in their hearts and temporarily choosing to endure it. But towards Qin Yu, the 9 Tao Masters had lost all patience. Once he fused with the source energy of the world, they would send him on his way. As for promises and contracts, these were nothing difficult for Tao Lords. Qin Yu sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. As he was suppressing the 9 realms token, he sneered inwardly. After igniting the Joss Flame Great Tao, he could clearly sense the killing intent of the 9 Tao Lords. Since they were all on the same level, he would just have to rely on his own abilities. The pressure on Emperor Chai and the other emperors of the 7 nations was greatly reduced. Due to the instability of the natural source of heaven and earth, the 9 Tao masters had to use their powers to suppress it. This caused the strength of their Dharma idols to be greatly reduced. This was an opportunity. A bright light flashed in Emperor Chai's eyes. Qin Yu's judgment was correct. Since the 9 nations Theaches dared to rebel against the White Jade capital, they would not stop at this. Martial monarchs, it's time to decide the winner. If you and I win today, then in the future, the human race will respect the 9 nations. Di Chai's Dharma image raised its hand and punched the void heavily. At the same time, the emperors of the other 8 nations also made their moves. The Dharma idol shattered space, revealing endless darkness. In the next moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the shattered space. It was as if a magnificent army was about to rush out. The first to reach the exit was a pair of giant skeletal hands. It grabbed the edge of the shattered space and forcefully squeezed out. It roared towards the sky. Only then could it be seen clearly that it was a skeleton of an unknown race. Its body was tens of thousands of feet large. Following closely behind it was an innumerable skeleton army. They swarmed out and stared at the 9 natural sources of heaven and earth. Their crimson eyes surged with madness. Roar! Roar! Amidst the roar, there was no need for any urging or control. The skeleton army madly rushed out and pounced towards the 9 natural sources of heaven and earth. Qin Yu discovered that his judgment just now was wrong. The skeletons in front of him were not skeletons of living beings. Rather, they were like this to begin with. The legendary dead spirit race? But this was not important. What was important was that the dead spirit race that rushed out from the shattered space clearly had an extreme desire for the natural sources of heaven and earth. And now, there were 9 natural sources of heaven and earth that were like suns. To the dead spirit race, this was an irresistible temptation. The Forsaken race. The first Tao master roared, his face filled with shock and anger. The other Tao masters also had ugly complexions. The so-called Forsaken race referred to a race that had been rejected by the world, exiled, and expelled. And the reason for all of this was that they were the same as source beasts. They ate the world's source energy and used it to survive. But what was different from source beasts was that the Forsaken race directly plundered the world's source energy and didn't absorb it. They were like maggots that clung to the bones. Once they were tainted, they had to be immediately removed or they could kill the world and drag it into the endless abyss. They were a terrifying race. And the reason that the Forsaken race still existed to this day and hadn't been completely erased was because they possessed some sort of loophole ability. That was, the world itself couldn't cause fatal damage to them. Thus, exiling them was the world's way of protecting itself. This was the only thing it could do. Now, as the Forsaken race arrived, the entire world was covered in clouds. The skies darkened and countless bolts of thunder exploded. The lightning tore through the air, leaving behind countless dazzling marks. This was the restlessness of the world itself. Emperor Chai, you've led the Forsaken race into the human world. You will all be sinners for all eternity, the second Tao master roared. The entire human world could be destroyed because of this. Emperor Chai was expressionless. You don't have to worry about this, Tao master. Since I and the 8 great emperors can lead the Forsaken race here, we naturally have the means to expel them. Perhaps there would be risks, but he didn't mention that one had to bear some consequences for doing anything in this world. After all, even if one sat at home and drank a mouthful of water, they could choke to death. And this was the trump card that the 9 nations had secretly prepared for many years to deal with the White Jade capital. The reason was simple. As mentioned before, the White Jade capital monopolized almost all of the world's source energy in the human cultivator system. Once the Forsaken race was released and lured into the battlefield, the White Jade capital would undoubtedly be their first target. Today, the gathering of 9 world source energies was more than 10 times or even 100 times more enticing to the Forsaken race. This was the best opportunity to play this trump card. Suppress them. We can't let the Forsaken race approach the White Jade capital. After this, I will suppress the 9 nations and slaughter all of your bloodlines." The Tao masters were enraged, and their blood boiled. Among them, the most furious was undoubtedly the 7th Tao master. This was because this was the 7th White Jade capital. Previously, he had tacitly allowed Luo Guan to stay here because he wanted to be close to him and control him to prevent things from happening beyond his control. However, he had never imagined that the gathering of the world's source energy would cause such a commotion. The White Jade capital Tao master, who used the world's source energy as his most important cultivation resource, naturally knew how terrifying the Forsaken race was. If the Forsaken race was allowed to enter, the 7th White Jade capital would be completely destroyed. This was because the White Jade capital was able to descend above the 9 heavens and possess boundless power to suppress the world. This was because it consumed the world's source energy to operate. If the world's source energy was completely plundered by the Forsaken race, then the White Jade capital would also be destroyed. The 7th Tao master naturally couldn't accept this outcome no matter what. "Suppress the 10 directions," the first Tao master shouted. Apart from the 7th Tao master, the other Tao masters frowned slightly. This was because this technique consumed a great deal of energy. But soon, they glanced at the Forsaken race that was swarming over, and a cold glint flashed in their eyes. They couldn't care too much anymore. They had to suppress the Forsaken race as soon as possible. Otherwise, there was a high chance that chaos would occur and the situation would exceed their expectations. Bang! Bang! The 9 White Jade capitals that were scattered throughout the boundless territory erupted with a monstrous aura at the same time. They were like invisible pillars that supported the heavens as they smashed into the 9 heavens. In the next moment, the aura that enveloped the world and suppressed the billions of lives that existed in the world suddenly soared. Indeed, the power of the White Jade capital's technique to suppress all things in the world wasn't limited to what it had previously displayed. On the contrary, as long as one was willing to pay a sufficient price, their power could rise to a point of despair. At this moment, the Forsaken race that broke through the 9 heavens world and descended here was an example. The skeletal body that seemed to be the leader that broke through the 9 heavens world suddenly withstood a tremendous amount of pressure. He let out a roar of pain and despair. His skeleton body, which was thousands of times harder than iron and stone, was instantly covered in cracks. Then, it shattered into countless pieces of powder. In an instant, he had completely died. Furthermore, the White Jade Jing didn't hesitate to use the 10-direction suppression technique. They were the first to bear the brunt of the attack, so they suffered the heaviest casualties. In the span of a breath, the Heaven-Forsaken clan members that charged out from the shattered space were completely annihilated. Even further away, the Dharma images of Emperor Chai and the other great emperors of the 9 nations emitted a loud rumble and were instantly covered in cracks. Ah! The emperors of the 9 nations roared in pain. Their Dharma idols raised their nation weapons to defend themselves, and only then did they manage to avoid being crushed. Fortunately, new members of the Forsaken clan soon rushed out from the opened space channel, counteracting most of the damage. Now that the great emperors of the 9 nations were under heavy pressure, they finally had a chance to catch their breath. The cracks in their Dharma idols rapidly repaired themselves. Roar or angry roars rang out again and again. The Forsaken clan continued to pour out from the shattered space, rushing towards the 9 world source energies. There were simply too many of them. In the blink of an eye, they became as boundless as an ocean. The 9 Tao masters had ugly expressions. The might of the 10-direction suppression technique was terrifying to the extreme. It was the combined might of the 9 White Jade capitals. In the blink of an eye, all the Forsaken clan members were killed and the 9 great Emperor Dharma idols were nearly destroyed. But, its weakness was that its consumption was far too astonishing. The White Jade Jing had already suffered tremendous losses in order to condense the world's source energies. One more time, the first Tao master shouted. Now, the world's source energies were condensing. The 9 Tao masters couldn't be distracted lest an accident occur during the condensation process. At the same time, this was also a form of precaution against Qin Yu. Good. Kill them all. Although the consumption of using the 10-direction suppression technique is heavy, as long as we can survive today, we will be able to make up for it 10 times or even 100 times over. Bang! A terrifying strength that seemed to contain the might of the heavens and earth arrived once more. All the Forsaken clan members that broke into this world maintained their previous actions. Then, their bodies instantly turned to powder and they vanished from sight. Catcher! Catcher! The 9 great Emperor Dharma idols collapsed once more. A terrifying strength covered them. Among them, the West Tomb Great Emperor roared in anger, unwillingness in his eyes. Bang! His Dharma idols couldn't withstand the heavy pressure this time. Like a leather bag that exploded in water, it loudly broke apart. In truth, the first time his Dharma idols broke apart, the West Tomb Great Emperor had already been wounded and had obtained some breathing room. Although his Dharma idols seemed to have recovered on the surface, they had already touched upon its foundation. For it to suffer such a heavy pressure in such a short period of time had surpassed the limits of what he could withstand. When a Dharma idols broke apart, for a cultivator of the human cultivation system, that was the same as destroying their foundation. Blood gushed out from the West Tomb Great Emperor's mouth and nose. Giant cracks rapidly appeared on the surface of his body. Ah! With a loud cry, the West Tomb Great Emperor's body exploded into pieces. The first Great Emperor had perished. And with the death of the Great Emperor, the national weapon condensed by the West Tomb Empire's national destiny also shattered and dissipated. The backlash instantly affected the entire West Tomb Empire. In addition to the fact that they had helped the Forsaken clan descend into this world, the West Tomb Empire had long since entered the list of nations that would be punished by the world's will. Without the protection and resistance of the national destiny, heavenly retribution instantly arrived. The entire West Tomb Empire was struck by billions of bolts of thunder, turning to powder in the thunder pool phantom. Countless people died. The 9 great empires had joined forces to rebel against the White Jade capital and also summoned the Forsaken clan to descend. They had long since become one and their auras were interconnected. At this time, they could clearly sense the tragic state of the West Tomb Empire. Their complexions became increasingly ugly. Emperor Chai roared out loud, "Great emperors, the reason we attack today is so that we will no longer be suppressed and enslaved by others." He straightened his back and strong winds stirred up his emperor robes. "You and I are both called sons of heaven and we control endless territories. We are the rulers of trillions of lives. But in truth, you and I are well aware of the true situation. This world has never belonged to you and me, and you and I are not the so-called supreme son of heaven. At most, we are nothing more than sheepdogs bearing their fangs at the feet of the White Jade capital. Rather than groveling and living in such humiliation, why don't we fight a grand battle? If we win, we can turn the tables around, and if we lose, we will perish. Since I attacked today, I was already prepared to die. What is there to fear?" Angry roars echoed through the highest heavens. The great emperor of the eastern lands shouted out, "That's right. Rather than dragging out an ignoble existence, why don't we fight?" The Tang emperor of the eastern lands was a scholarly middle-aged man. He had always lived in seclusion and few people in the world had ever seen his true appearance. At this time, he calmly said, "I am the same as Emperor Chai. Since I chose to attack, I was prepared to die. Death is terrifying, but you and I have cultivated for so long. We seek to be free and unfettered, to roam the world without restraint, not to be the dogs of others. Fight, fight, fight. So what if we die? If we overthrow the White Jade capital, our names will go down in history and we will be listed as human sages." Great emperors roared, their voices echoing through the world. The 9 Tao masters paled. They were both shocked and angry. "Luo Guan, are you done?" The first Tao master roared. Using suppressing 10 directions twice in a row was the limit of the White Jade capital. If he continued, he would injure the foundation of the White Jade capital. In other words, he would inflict heavy damage to the 9 Tao masters. Feeling the cold killing intent contained in these roars, Qin Yu opened his eyes. "I'm done." Bang, bang, bang. Above his head, the 9 world sources had completely condensed. Even more dazzling light was released from them, so dazzling that one couldn't look straight at them. The 9 Tao masters narrowed their eyes. But at this moment, pleasant surprise appeared on their faces. In order to condense the world's sources, They had consumed a great deal of energy and experienced many twists and turns. Even today, the white jade capital had been besieged from all sides, and now, all of this had paid off. The condensation of the world's sources had been completed. The next step was for the 9 Tao Masters to refine the world's sources and fuse them into their bodies. Then, they would be able to break through their bottleneck and step into the world level. At that time, everything they faced today wouldn't be worth mentioning at all. The likes of Emperor Firewood would be nothing more than chickens and dogs. They would only need to casually strike and they would all be killed. However, the only problem now was that it would take some time to refine the world's sources. Moreover, the current situation wasn't suitable for them to refine the world's sources. The 9 Tao Masters glanced at each other. They didn't need to speak, they had already reached an agreement. This was because this was a possibility that the 9 Tao Masters had already anticipated. White Jade Capital, descend. With a deep roar, the 9 white jade capitals trembled at the same time. They instantly vanished. When they reappeared, they had arrived at the 7th white jade capital. Chapter 1845. On this day, the 9 white jade capitals gathered and formed a ring around the location of the 9 white jade capitals. It was like an indestructible iron wall that could protect the 9 white jade capitals from being affected by the outside world. Even the extremely terrifying Forsaken races that plundered the world's source energy for food couldn't easily break through the combined blockade of the 9 white jade capitals. As long as the 9 Tao Masters could smoothly fuse with the world's source energy, then everything that happened today would vanish into thin air. Wait a moment. The first Tao Master slowly said, before fusing with the world's source energy, there is something I must do. His eyes fell on Qin Yu. Sure, Qin Yu looked up and met the first Tao Master's gaze. First Tao Master, are you planning on burning the bridge after crossing it? Humph. Luo Guan, don't think that we don't know that everything you have done today is because you have other plans. In fact, all of today's twists and turns were deliberately done by you. But, strength is always where one's foundation lies. Plots and schemes are nothing more than small tricks that can't be seen on the stage. The first Tao Master had no expression. As long as I kill you, no matter what you do, it will all be meaningless. Everything will be for naught. In addition, there was another point that the first Tao Master didn't explicitly mention. The 7th and 9th Tao Masters must have reached some sort of agreement with Luo Guan. The first Tao Master didn't know the details and he wasn't interested in them. The reason was simple. Once Qin Yu was killed, all of these agreements would be meaningless. It was because of this that the other Tao Masters didn't care what sort of deal Qin Yu had with the 7th and 9th Tao Masters from the start. Bang! The moment his voice fell, the first Tao Master attacked. His fist punched towards Qin Yu. The strength of a Tao Master erupted in an instant. Even if he didn't use his full strength, it was still enough to instantly kill a true sovereign. But today, the first Tao Master's fist struck empty air. Qin Yu's figure instantly vanished. He condensed not too far away, his expression calm. This is your white jade capital violating the agreement first. In truth, this was an important point. If someone violated the agreement first, then Qin Yu didn't need to pay any extra price. Joss Flame Great Tao. The first Tao Master frowned, his eyes even colder. Luo Guan, you've made a breakthrough. Qin Yu said, I must also thank the Tao Masters for supporting the 9 realms with white jade capital and speeding up its recovery process, helping me obtain the strength of incense flames. Only then was I able to ignite my own incense. Me. The second Tao Lord sneered, Luo Guan, don't be too arrogant. So what if you've lit a Joss Flame? I will kill you all the same today. Joss Flame Tao experts were only at the same level as Tao Lords. If the 9 of them joined forces, it would not be difficult for them to kill Luo Guan. Bang! At this moment, the 9 Tao Lords erupted with monstrous auras at the same time, and they locked onto Qin Yu. A terrifying power surged violently, about to descend in the next moment and send him into the abyss of destruction. In a normal situation, with just Qin Yu's strength alone, he wouldn't have been able to contend with 9 Tao Lords joining forces to kill him. However, he had been preparing for this day for a long time. If he was going to be killed so easily, why would he have spent so much effort until now? Qin Yu lifted a hand and snapped his fingers. It won't be so simple to kill me. Bang! The 9 world sources instantly linked together with the 9 white jade capitals. Their auras fused together. But the difference was that it wasn't the 9 white jade capitals swallowing and refining the world sources. Rather, the 9 world sources were crazily plundering the strength of the 9 white jade capitals. They were doing the exact opposite. It was like a giant mouth had bitten down on the 9 white jade capitals. The 9 Tao Lords instantly felt a bone-piercing pain. Their eyes widened, revealing shock, anger, and horror. As the first Tao Lord had said, the truth was that the 9 Tao Lords were well aware that there was a problem with Qin Yu. They had only pretended not to know, but they never imagined that Qin Yu's appetite would be so great. The 9 Tao Lords only wanted to refine a world source each and use it to break through to the world level. But Qin Yu, he actually wanted to rely on his own strength to swallow up the 9 white jade capitals. This was inconceivable and arrogant to the extreme. But what left the 9 Tao Lords even more enraged and vexed was that this suicidal plan had actually been realized. Now, the 9 world sources were actually devouring the strength of the white jade capital. How had Luo Guan done this? Kill him. The first Tao Lord roared. At the same time, he immediately tried to sever the connection between the world sources and the first white jade capital. And in truth, the first thing the other Tao Lords did upon hearing his roar was the same as the first Tao Lord. But unsurprisingly, they all failed. Qin Yu's face was expressionless. Fellow Tao Lords, I fear that you have forgotten that you and I signed a contract. Since the contract has been completed, we are bound together. With this binding, you will never be able to sever the connection. His eyes flashed and he said, Don't you think this is inconceivable? After all, the contract you signed with me was already done very carefully. But the 7th and 9th Tao Lords both signed separate contracts with me. Afterwards, the contract I signed with the 9 Tao Lords was also drafted by the 7th and 9th Tao Lords. Now that I mention it, do the 9 Tao Lords feel that it's a bit easier to understand? The 7th and 9th Tao Lords' faces sank. The 7th and 9th Tao Lords' faces sank. You are stalling for time. The first Tao Lord suddenly said, his eyes icy cold. Luo Guan, I won't give you a chance. Fellow Tao Lords, since the situation has reached this point, let go of your own plans and follow me to suppress and kill Luo Guan. Qin Yu felt helpless. As expected, these old foxes weren't easy to fool. But luckily, he never thought that he would be able to buy enough time for himself with a few words. As the first Tao Lord said, whether or not he could survive, ultimately depended on his own strength. Bang! The phantom of the great Tao appeared behind Qin Yu. Joss flames were blazing on its surface. A powerful aura was released from it, instantly shaking space. His entire person was like a shadow that rapidly faded away. Leave him behind. The 9th Tao Lord roared. But the defenses of the 9 white jade capitals were only aimed at the outside world. It wasn't difficult to escape from the inside. Shua Qin Yu vanished from sight. Chase after him and kill him. The first Tao Lord lifted a hand. I swear upon the great Tao that I will immediately stop all internal strife within the white jade capital. If anyone dares to have any other thoughts, I will kill them regardless of the cost. The first Tao Lord said. It wasn't just because he was called the first Tao Lord, which was why he was called the first. More importantly, in terms of personal strength, the first Tao Lord was the strongest of the 9 Tao Lords. Now that he had sworn upon the great Tao, no one doubted his strength and determination. The 9th Tao Lord stepped forward. I will go kill him. I will go as well. The 7th Tao Lord was expressionless. The 2 Tao Lords instantly vanished. The white jade capital monitored the world. As long as they wanted to, no one could hide. Moreover, Qin Yu was releasing his own strength at this moment. He was the first powerhouse in the human cultivation system to ignite the Joss Flame Great Tao. There was no one else besides him. In truth, it wasn't difficult for the 7th and 9th Tao Lords to lock onto Qin Yu. Even if the 7th and 9th Tao Lords take action, they might not be able to kill Luo Guan. All of you go. The first Tao Lord was expressionless. I alone will be enough to stand guard here. After a moment of hesitation, the other Tao Lords nodded. All right. Bang! At this moment, all 8 Tao Lords moved out. They weren't worried that the first Tao Lord would try anything at this time. He had sworn upon the great Tao. To a Tao Lord who had already stepped into the peak of the human cultivation system and was just a single step away from the Tao unification and breaking into the world level, he absolutely could not be trampled upon. Otherwise, without anyone needing to do anything, the first Tao Lord's great Tao would no longer be able to transform to perfection. There might even be a backlash and his Tao might collapse. Before this, before he had condensed the source of the world, the little blue lamp had told Qin Yu that he had to endure and survive. What it was referring to was the scene before him. Bang! Space shook. Qin Yu walked out. Without hesitation, he took another step forward. This was because he was well aware that even though he had ignited the Joss Flame Great Tao, he still might not be able to contend with any Tao Lord in a battle of absolute strength. Moreover, in today's situation, with 8 Tao Lords chasing him from behind, if he stopped and fought them head-on he would be seeking death. The only thing Qin Yu could do right now, and also the best choice, was to run away. Thinking about it carefully, breaking through the Joss Flame Great Tao meant that he had become one of the most formidable existences in the world. To flee in panic for the first time in his battle, and moreover, his feet didn't even touch the ground. It was an incomparably distressing feeling. But he had no choice but to run. Moreover, time was standing on Qin Yu's side. This was because, under the control of the little blue lamp, the backlash of the world's source energy against the 9 white jade capitals had already begun. The longer he delayed, the greater his chances of victory would be. In particular, the 9 Tao Lords had made the wrong decision at this time. That's right, even if everything went smoothly and the results were even better than expected, the 9 Tao Lords and the white jade capitals were far too strong. But the 9 Tao Masters and White Jade Capital were far too strong. They still had the ability to ruin Qin Yu and the Little Blue Lamp's plan. If they didn't chase down Qin Yu, then the 9 Tao Masters would each guard White Jade Capital and not hesitate to use up their own resources to forcefully shatter the 9 world source essences and destroy this backlash. That would be truly troublesome. But it was clear that the 9 Tao Lords weren't willing to do this. Perhaps it was because they weren't willing to give up the chance to make a breakthrough, or perhaps it was because they had enough confidence in themselves and believed that they could kill Qin Yu before the situation fell into an irreversible state. As long as they killed Qin Yu, everything would naturally come to an end, and this was also the most crucial step for the 9 Tao Lords to push themselves into the abyss of destruction. This step was their own choice. Thus, it could be said that there was no need for resentment or unwillingness in the world. Everything was a path that one had chosen. No matter what happened in the end, they could only silently endure it. Bang! The 7th and 9th Tao Lords arrived first. The other 6 Tao Lords followed close behind. The entire space was torn apart by a terrifying aura. But they could only stare helplessly on as Qin Yu fled. Kill him! With a roar, the 8 Tao Lords vanished. Thus, in the vast human world, a great battle of the highest level of cultivators played out. Several times, Qin Yu was almost blocked by the 8 Tao Lords and his path of escape was sealed off. But every time, he was just a hair's breadth away, allowing him to narrowly escape again and again. The 7th Tao Lord roared, "We cannot continue like this. You and I will suppress this world and force Luo Guan to stop." As Tao Lords, they were one with the white jade capitals. They could clearly feel that the swallowing and plundering of the 9 world sources was becoming faster and faster. For the first time, the 9 Tao Lords felt a trace of fear from the depths of their hearts. And this was clearly not a good omen. Good. The 9th Tao Lord roared, "Let Luo Guan know that he has nowhere to run in the world of human cultivators." Bang air bang air bang, the 9 white jade capitals shook. They withstood the swallowing force from the 9 world sources and released a terrifying strength once more. A vast suppressive strength instantly swept through the world. Killing intent soared. But soon, anger appeared on the faces of the 9 Tao Lords. This was because they hadn't found Qin Yu's aura yet. He had escaped from the human world. Eternal Sea. The 7th Tao Lord roared. Bang air on the distant Sea King Island. The great hall where Qin Yu lived was instantly crushed to pieces by the terrifying strength that was released. He staggered and reappeared, a look of joy on his face. Luckily, He had left behind a mark on the Sea King Island, allowing him to instantly locate him and arrive here. If he had been just a moment slower, he feared he would have been suppressed by the White Jade Capital's strength. He wouldn't have been directly killed, but as long as he was suppressed and unable to escape, the 8 Dowlords would instantly arrive. At that time, with the White Jade Capital's methods, it wouldn't be difficult for it to seal off the world and cut off all chances of him escaping. Then, all that was left for him was to face them head-on. Just thinking about the consequences left him feeling sour. With a flick of his sleeves, everyone on the Sea King Island was blown into the sea. Then, Qin Yu stepped forwards and vanished from sight. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure arrived. The aura of the 8 Dowlords crushed the entire Sea King Island, causing it to sink into the sea. Chase! The second Dowlord roared. As for the pirates that had luckily survived in the sea, the Dowlords didn't care about them at all. They were nothing more than ants. Even if they wanted to vent their anger, they didn't have the qualifications to do so. In the sea, the Black Pearl had been shaken by the terrifying aura. Her mind had gone blank, but she slowly regained her composure. Just now, the Sea King had returned, and then he had left, and then others had arrived. Endless fear appeared in her eyes. The aura of the White Jade Capital's 8 Dowlords had reached an unimaginable level. Just what had the Sea King done? Would he be able to survive? Luo Guan, you cannot escape. Angry roars exploded in his ears. Qin Yu could feel a terrifying killing intent condensing behind him, one that was close to materializing. The 9 Dowlords approached. Perhaps in the next moment, their killing methods would arrive. He couldn't delay any longer. His thoughts stirred. Within his soul space, the cosmic Sea-Cross bell began to shake. Ding ding dang ding ding dang, the clear ringing of the bell spread out. The 9 Dowlords froze for a moment. And it was this momentary pause that gave Qin Yu a chance to escape. Space shook. As the ringing of the bell spread out, he stepped into it and vanished from sight. Shua, Shua, the 8 Dowlords stopped, their complexions pale. He disappeared. No, Qin Yu was still in the Eternal Sea. The 4th Daylord's tone was cold. It's that different world in the Eternal Sea. The 9 White Jade Capital had been warned a long, long time ago that they couldn't trespass into that world. Otherwise, the entire cultivation system of the human race would be met with punishment. It was also because of this that the barbarians of the desolate domain had been able to resist for so long without being exterminated. Now, Qin Yu had escaped into that world. Chase! The second Dowlord roared. So what if they were punished? The current White Jade Capital no longer had a path of retreat. Only by killing Qin Yu could everything end. Bang! The second Dowlord punched out his fist. Space violently shook and twisted. The swallowing strength that the 8 Dowlords had rejected instantly swept over. In the next moment, the figures of the 8 Dow Masters vanished. They descended into the alternate world hidden in the depths of the Eternal Sea. Qin Yu looked up at the shattered skies. The 9 Dow Masters had already appeared, but he didn't continue fleeing. Because from the very start, this was the place that Qin Yu had chosen for his final battle. The background of the 9 White Jade Capitals was incomparably formidable. Even though Qin Yu had used some methods to consume a great deal of their strength, however, it would not be easy for the 9 source energies to devour it. Time. Still time. Just running away wasn't enough. He had to meet force with force and fight with the Dow Masters chasing him. Only then would he be able to buy enough time for the little blue lamp. Chapter 1846. Facing off against 8 Dow Masters with his own strength, even if he had already ignited the great Dow of incense flame, he would still die without a doubt. Qin Yu was well aware of his own limitations, so he chose this different world as the battlefield. Because in this world, he had another identity, the ancient race's king. Kill Luo Guan. The 8 Dow Masters were enraged, and their hearts seethed with killing intent. As soon as they arrived, they attacked without hesitation. It was also because they could not afford to delay any longer. The backlash from the origin energy of heaven and earth on the 9 White Jade Capitals was becoming more and more terrifying. Bang! In the next moment, a terrifying strength submerged Qin Yu's figure. It came from the hateful attacks of the 8 Dow Masters, enough to instantly turn a true sovereign into powder. Even if it was an existence that had already ignited a Joss flame great Tao, there was no way for them to resist. Once one was unable to endure it, then the only outcome would be death. However, at this moment, there was not the slightest bit of relief or happiness on the faces of the 8 Tao masters. Instead, there was a serious look on their faces. A roar suddenly resounded in the heavens and the earth while terrifying energy raged through the surroundings. It formed an expanse of distortion, and then a figure that was lofty like a mountain and capable of supporting the heavens and the earth appeared. His hands tore forward as he brazenly charged into the fields of vision of the 8 Tao lords. Luo Guan. The 9th Tao master's pupils shrank. This is the presence of a berserker. No, it's not a berserker. This presence is even older and stronger than a berserker's. The 2nd Tao master's expression was solemn. It is indeed not a berserker, but the origin of its bloodline, the ancient race that has gone extinct in the world. The expressions of the other Tao masters changed drastically. Ancient race, the Tao lords were no strangers to this name. After all, they were once one of the strongest races in the universe. Even though they had been extinct for a very, very long time, there were still some rumors circulating about the ancient race. Furthermore, the pillars of that temple in the depths of the Sea of Stars were none other than the corpses of powerful ancient race beings. As long as that shrine existed, it was impossible for the ancient race to disappear from the world. Luo Guan's true identity was that of an ancient race. He's not Luo Guan, the 7th Tao master said through gritted teeth. He had been deceived by Qin Yu from the very beginning. That's no longer important, the 2nd Tao master said, taking a deep breath. So what if it's the ancients? Let's join forces and kill him here. All right. Kill him. Don't delay any further. Bang! The 8 Tao lords attacked at the same time. When Qin Yu transformed into an ancient, he used the Joss flame great Tao to borrow the strength of the ancient race within the body of this world's great beast. As mentioned before, the behemoths in this world obtained the power of the ancient race. As the behemoths grew stronger, so did the power of the ancient race. This was the first time that Qin Yu had truly become the incarnation of an ancient who was born to support the heavens and earth and whose backbone would not fall even after death. He could clearly feel the terrifying strength roaring through his body. With just a punch or a kick, he could cause the world to tremble and the sun and moon to lose their light. Perhaps the current Qin Yu was the most powerful ancient that had ever existed in the endless years of time. Facing the combined attacks of 8 Tao masters, Qin Yu took a deep breath. His heart fiercely beat in his chest, causing the blood in his body to circulate at high speeds. It was like crimson magma, releasing a scorching heat and ruthlessness. At this moment, he did not feel the slightest bit of fear in his heart. It was as if he could even fight against the heavens and earth. Ancient. He let out a roar. Bang! The space shook violently, and a huge armor flew out from the shaking space and covered his body. Then, Qin Yu lifted his hand. His fingers clenched and a spear fell into his palm. When Qin Yu transformed into the heaven-supporting ancient race, he was already incomparably powerful, like a giant that could destroy the world. Now, his aura rose once more. Ancient divine armor, ancient divine spear. During the peak of the ancient race, these were the divine tools that they possessed. Now that Qin Yu had transformed into an ancient race, it was only then that he could truly release the full might of these 2 divine tools. The spear thrust out. Wherever the spear point went, space collapsed, forming a straight line that shot towards the 8 Tao lords. In the next moment, there was a heaven-shaking explosion. The shockwaves of the collision instantly wiped out the surrounding tens of thousands of miles, leaving behind nothing but emptiness. The heaven-supporting ancient race's body was sent flying away. His flesh and blood ruptured, revealing horrifying wounds. His flesh and blood rained down like rain. Even though Qin Yu had transformed into an ancient race and summoned the ancient divine armor and ancient divine spear, he was still at an absolute disadvantage against the 8 Tao lords. No, it was more accurate to say that he was being completely crushed. If it weren't for the fact that the ancient race's body was incomparably tough to begin with, and if it weren't for the fact that he had a supreme defensive treasure like the ancient divine armor that helped him resist a great majority of the impact, then Qin Yu would have already been torn to pieces and killed on the spot. Even though he had suffered heavy wounds, when Qin Yu transformed into an ancient, his aura didn't weaken at all. Instead, it became even stronger, wild, as if it would tear apart the world. At the same time, within Qin Yu's soul space, the cosmic sea-cross bell shook and a ringing sound spread out. In the next moment, all the giant beasts that lived in this different world began to roar out in submission. The giant beasts submitted to Qin Yu, but they also submitted to the cosmic sea-cross bell. Strictly speaking, the cosmic sea-cross bell was the true ruler of this ancient race ranch. It controlled the life and death of all the giant beasts here. With deep roars, the blood energy within the giant beasts began to boil. Endless blood energy shot into the skies, gathering in the skies and weaving together into an incomparably thick blood-red cloud that blocked out the skies. Qin Yu transformed into an ancient. At this time, he opened his mouth and swallowed. The thick blood-red cloud condensed into a column that entered his body through his nose and mouth. On the surface of the ancient's wounded body, his flesh and blood began to wildly regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Stepping down, the ancient divine spear drew an arc in the air without hesitation. That's right, even though he knew he wasn't a match, he still had to take the initiative to attack. Facing a powerful enemy, he didn't feel any fear or retreat. This was the ancient race. Powerful, ruthless, unafraid of death. The 8 Tao Masters paled, their eyes filled with anger. We cannot delay any longer. We must end this battle as soon as possible. The second Tao Master took a deep breath. First Tao. He roared out loud. There were 9 white jade capitals. There were 9 Tao Masters. When 9 white jade capitals gathered together, they could instantly form an impenetrable iron wall. And when the 9 Tao Masters joined forces, the strength they could erupt with would increase to an astonishing degree. In the distance, within the 9 white jade capitals, the first Tao Master who had suppressed the outside world, the Forsaken clan, Emperor Chai, and the other rebels, had a change in expression. He never thought that even with 8 Tao Masters chasing after him, they still wouldn't be able to kill Qin Yu. At this moment, an extremely foreboding premonition rose in the first Tao Master's heart. It was like the skies above his head had darkened and endless shadows fell down, covering the 9 white jade capitals. And at this time, the shadows rapidly thickened, turning into darkness. It was like a great mouth had opened up and swallowed them all. The first Tao Master took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. He glanced at the 9 heaven and earth source beads above his head and stepped forwards. Kill Luo Guan. Once he died, today's dangerous situation would naturally come to an end. And as the first Tao Master left, the speed at which the 9 heaven and earth source beads swallowed the white jade capitals rose once more. A phantom appeared in the sealed-off safe zone of the 9 white jade capitals. Qin Yu, hold on for a bit longer. It will be over soon. He muttered to himself, finding it hard to conceal the worry in his voice. The 9 Tao Masters joined forces to hunt down the 8 Tao Masters. It seemed as if they were only missing one. But, comparing 9 to 8, it wasn't just a single digit. Rather, it was a massive disparity in strength. This was the difference between the heavens and the earth. Even the little blue lamp would find it difficult to face the combined might of 9 Tao Masters. And with Qin Yu's current strength, no matter how strong he was, facing 9 Tao Masters, he simply couldn't resist. With a deep breath, the phantom vanished from sight. In the next moment, space shook and the phantom of a great sun appeared. Rumble, 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 the 9 heaven and earth source beads swallowed the white jade capitals at a crazy speed. This was because at this time, they obtained the support of the blazing sun fragment. But doing this didn't come without a price. For instance, between the heavens and earth, the other rulers of the blazing suns could easily lock onto the little blue lamp's current position. This was a variable. Because its body wasn't complete and a great deal of its memories were missing, the little blue lamp couldn't determine just what sort of attitude the other rulers of the blazing suns had towards it. And even if it didn't provoke trouble from the other rulers of the blazing suns because of this, it couldn't be forgotten that there was still another ruler of the blazing sun fragment in the void realm. And that person was constantly trying to lock onto its position and kill Qin Yu to become the new ruler of the blazing suns. This was the power of the blazing suns that was released on its own initiative. If it was said that the other fragments couldn't sense it, the little blue lamp wouldn't believe it. But it had no other choice. If Qin Yu died now, everything would be meaningless. It could only fight. It could only hope that things were still within its control. The eternal sea, a hidden different world. Bang! Space shattered. In this world, all the powerful great beasts felt their hearts tremble. They subconsciously looked up and saw the first Tao Master who had broken through the highest heavens. Even though the first Tao Master was nothing more than an ant-like existence in their eyes. But now, these great beasts could feel the taste of destruction from the first Tao Master. It was like a boundless abyss. First Tao, Luo Guan's true identity is an ancient. Let's join forces to kill him. The second Tao Master roared. The first Tao Master had no expression. Okay. He arrived here and the 9 white jade capitals had lost control. The heaven and earth source beads intensified their swallowing power. Attack. Bang! The 9 Tao Masters each erupted with a dreadful aura. At this time, the entire different world was thoroughly suppressed. Roar Qin Yu had transformed into an ancient. As he felt danger approaching, he roared out loud. The ancient divine armor covering his body erupted with a brilliant divine light. At the same time, endless blood energy crazily fused into his body, causing the ancient's exposed skin to turn a deep red. The ancient divine spear thrust out. The first Tao Master lifted a hand and pointed a finger. There was no way to describe the strength of this finger. As it fell, it was like the world itself was nothing more than a chess piece that was grasped between the fingers. Qin Yu's heart violently shrank. He felt endless despair. The ancient's eyes turned red and he roared out loud. Kill. Bang! There was a heaven-shaking explosion, as if the heavens and earth were being split apart. The entire different world trembled. In fact, even the hidden eternal sea began to stir up great waves. With loud rumbles, the waves swept out in all directions. The towering figure of the incomparably powerful ancient vanished beneath this strike. A terrifying pit appeared in the ground. It was so deep that it seemed as if it had pierced through the entire earth. Qin Yu lay at the bottom of the pit. Every inch of his flesh and blood was covered in cracks and his blood dyed the ground red. He lay motionless. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, one would think he had already died. This was Qin Yu's limit. The ancient's body had been shattered. If it weren't for the Joss Flame Great Tao being able to barely maintain it, he would have died by now. But the world source backlash against the 9 white jade capitals hadn't been completed, even if they were close to success. But failure was still failure. Qin Yu and the little blue lamp had devised a perfect plan. It had progressed smoothly, even better than they had expected. But the 9 Tao Masters were far too strong. They were so strong that they used every method they had, but the final result still couldn't be changed. As Qin Yu lay at the bottom of the pit, he felt as if his entire body had been crushed to pieces. The pain penetrated deep into his marrow and into his soul. It was impossible to resist. The first Tao Master appeared above. He looked down at Qin Yu. He didn't say anything. He only lifted a hand and pointed downwards. And this simple strike was enough to kill the current Qin Yu. In the skies above the 9 world sources, within the great sun phantom, the little blue lamp had no expression. He had already prepared himself for the worst-case scenario, that Qin Yu would be killed. This would undoubtedly ruin all of the little blue lamp's plans and even lead to a series of unpredictable consequences. But he had no other choice. Backlash against the white jade capitals was an incomparably crazy plan to begin with. The chances of success were slim, and it was already rare for it to reach this step. The little blue lamp didn't want to take this risk, but it had no other choice. This was Qin Yu's only chance to become the victor. Otherwise, even if he didn't die now, he would die in the future. Moreover, this future was already very close. Will you really watch helplessly on as Qin Yu is killed? If so, then I admit defeat. Otherwise, Qin Yu wouldn't have died today. The cards I left for him haven't been played yet. The little blue lamp thought out loud. His voice was low, but he clenched his teeth. He was nervous. Because today's battle concerned the overall situation, life or death. In the pit, the first Tao Master's fingertip had already fallen between Qin Yu's eyebrows. He sighed, anger in his voice. "You've gone too far. If you continue to scheme like this, it will be difficult for me." A pale and delicate hand appeared out of thin air. It didn't go to save Qin Yu, but pointed between the first Tao Master's eyebrows. It was a simple plan to attack the besieged to rescue the besieged. But the first Tao Master didn't dare to gamble. This was because the moment this beautiful hand appeared, he could feel an extremely terrifying aura. It wasn't obvious, but it could directly freeze the soul. What a terrifying woman. In this world, besides the ruler of the blazing sun, there was actually such a powerful woman. It was unimaginable. He drew back and stepped back. The first Tao Master fell into the pit, his eyes dark. Sure, the other 8 Tao Masters appeared beside him, all of them locking onto the ruler. She still had the appearance of someone who couldn't wake up in 8 lifetimes. Her eyes were filled with exhaustion. "Everyone, I am truly sorry, but this boy cannot die right now. I can only play the villain this time. Are you sure you can't take a step back?" The first Tao Master slowly asked. He was anxious, but he didn't reveal any of this on the surface. The ruler shook his head. "I'm sorry. Kill." The first Tao Master roared, his face fierce. The 8 Tao Masters behind him froze. Their eyes widened, revealing shock, anger, shock, and disbelief. This was because this shout of kill wasn't aimed at the ruler, but at them. The bodies of the 8 Tao Masters suddenly turned illusory. They were like frost that formed on the surface of a window in winter, rapidly vanishing beneath the illumination of the sun. And at the same time, the first Tao Master's aura began to wildly rise at an unbelievable speed. The ruler narrowed his eyes. "This method is a bit interesting. You've hidden it quite well. I didn't even notice it before." The first Tao Master had a calm expression. "Unless it was absolutely necessary, I wouldn't have dared to embarrass myself in front of you." He took a deep breath. The figures of the 8 Tao Masters burst like bubbles and vanished. He stepped forwards. Bang! With a single step, the heavens shook. "I have no idea who you are, but if you can take a step back in today's matter, I will be endlessly grateful." Seeing the ruler remain silent, the first Tao Master said, "I indeed do not wish to be enemies with you." Still silence. The first Tao Master's eyes shined with a cold light. The ruler suddenly lifted a hand. Across from him, the first Tao Master's aura froze. She blinked. "I'm stalling for time. Don't you know?" Chapter 1847. The first Tao Lord. No, to be more precise, he was the sole ruler of the White Jade capital. He was the only true Tao Lord. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed that the 8 Tao Lords were like illusions, vanishing just like that? When the 9 White Jade capitals worked together, they could erupt with immense power. Previously, they had thought that it was because the 9 White Jade capitals were one. However, it was very obvious that the truth was revealed at this moment. Only when the 9 Tao Lords were gathered together would they truly be complete, because they were the same person. Now, the 9 Tao Lords had fused together and restored their true bodies. Naturally, they possessed the most powerful and terrifying strength. It was truly powerful, powerful to the point where even the Sovereign Lord found it a bit troublesome to deal with. He had no choice but to act shamelessly. Bang! The ruler of the White Jade Jing took a step forward. The air suddenly became heavy as if it had been frozen in an instant. Terrifying power surged forth from all directions, drowning out the Sovereign Lord. Earlier, he had said that he didn't want to be enemies with the Sovereign Lord, and that had come from the bottom of his heart. However, now that he was certain that there was no way for the two of them to reconcile, there was no need for the first Tao Master to make a move. He didn't hesitate at all. Kill. The roar was like an order, and thick layers of clouds suddenly surged out from the sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunder roared and exploded. Thunder surged, and dazzling lightning swept out in all directions. At the same time, the laws of the entire world were twisting and collapsing at this moment, before completely reforming in the next moment. This alternate world hidden deep within the eternal sea had become the home turf of the first Tao Lord. This was the true terror of world-level experts. With a single thought, the surroundings would become one's own domain. With supreme authority, everything could be determined by a single thought. Yes, the current first Tao Lord was a world-level expert, and one who stood at the very apex of power. In fact, the first Tao Master had reached this realm a very, very long time ago. However, he discovered that there was no path forward for him, and it was impossible for him to continue breaking through. This was why the 9 white jade capitals had appeared, giving birth to 9 Tao Lords. All of this was for the sake of waiting for an opportune moment that would allow him to take another step forward. In truth, the reasoning behind this was quite simple. By merging the power of 9 world-level cultivators into one's own body, one would be able to break through the limits of one's foundation, resulting in a qualitative transformation. Using brute force to break through the Tao. Since there was no path ahead, he would open one. However, the arrival of the Sovereign Lord had ruined the first Daelord's plans, so he had no choice but to return to his true self ahead of time. He was still a supreme world-level expert, just like he had been in the past. However, the difference in strength between two people of the same cultivation realm was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. The first Tao Lord of today was even more powerful. He had yet to break through to the world level, but the power he possessed was more than enough to easily slay world-level experts of the same level. Now that the first Tao Lord attacked, he transformed the natural laws of heaven and earth, transforming the alternate world in the middle of the eternal sea into his domain. Terrifying power bore down on the Sovereign Lord. "You really have a bad temper," said the Sovereign Lord with a frown. A look of helplessness could be seen in his eyes as he pushed out with his hand. The moment his finger landed, the entire world seemed to have been paused. Be it the first Tao Lord or the surging destructive power, they both came to a standstill. His Excellency Ruler flicked his sleeves and wrapped up Qin Yu. The two of them vanished from sight. In the next moment, the stagnant world suddenly recovered. Rumble, a deafening explosion erupted. The entire world fell into a frenzy as an extremely terrifying power wreaked havoc in every corner of the world. The first Tao Master's pupils constricted, and he revealed a look of shock. Blazing Sun grasp. With a single finger, the entire world had been sealed away. Even he himself had fallen into a temporary state of stillness. This was something that only the most exalted and exalted Blazing Suns, who represented the unparalleled power and status of the universe, could do. This was because long, long ago, when the first Tao Lord had decided to split himself apart, he had personally experienced something like this. However, the first Tao Lord was certain that the Sovereign Lord who had acted was definitely not a Blazing Sunday. This was because she didn't emanate the aura of a Blazing Sunday. She wasn't a blazing sun, but she was a woman who was comparable to a blazing sun. A scorching heat instantly appeared in the depths of the first Daelord's eyes. One of the reasons he had split himself apart was because he wanted to break through to the world level, but there was a second reason. It was because of the Ancient. He had personally witnessed the rise and fall of the Ancients, and he had come to a single conclusion: anyone who posed a threat to the Blazing Sun grasp would be mercilessly wiped out. Thus, the first Tao Lord had chosen to split himself apart and merge into the human race, establishing the human cultivation system of today. In truth, it was the first Tao Lord who had passed down his own cultivation methods to the human race. The so-called human cultivation system was something that came to be later on. But this wasn't important. What was important was that today, the first Tao Lord had discovered a turning point that he yearned for even in his dreams. Perhaps he would be able to break through to his current level in a more straightforward and direct manner. Kill this woman. Seize her realm. Boom. Space shattered. The first Tao Lord vanished without a trace. In the next moment, he appeared above the vast and endless eternal sea. The Sovereign revealed a helpless look. He lifted Qin Yu up with one hand and looked at the first Tao Lord. "Are you sure you want to fight with me?" The first Tao Lord stepped forwards. "Please enlighten me." "Oh, you've suddenly grown bolder. Have you taken a fancy to my realm?" The Sovereign Lord's eyebrows arched up. "Still, your concealment techniques aren't bad. Otherwise, given your realm, you would have been killed long ago." The first Tao Lord punched out. The method of stalling for time could work once, but it would only work once. The Sovereign Lord curled his lips, feeling quite bored. Even if one cultivated to the level of the first Downlord, an existence that was only a step away from wielding the power of a blazing sun, they still couldn't avoid this. They still didn't know just how far a step away was. After all, a true sovereign could descend with a single thought, much less the blazing sun. The reason she felt this was tricky was because in her current state, she couldn't use too much strength. Secondly, she didn't want others to discover that she had secretly cheated her way into this world. As for the last reason, the Sovereign Lord was worried that he wouldn't be able to hold back and would kill the first Downlord. The world source backlash against the White Jade capital had yet to complete. If he killed the first Downlord and the 9 White Jade capitals collapsed, then this matter would be ruined. Little Qin Yu was pitiful. He finally saw a glimmer of hope. The Sovereign Lord didn't want to personally act and ruin this hope. After all, there was one thing that the little blue lamp wasn't wrong. This matter involved life and death. Cheating could be done in secret, as long as no one discovered it. Even if someone guessed it and she refused to admit it no matter what, no one could force her to lower her head and admit her mistakes. But soon, the final examination would arrive. At that time, the eyes of all the heavens would converge and she wouldn't be able to interfere. So, this told them a truth: if it was a small matter, there might be some unorthodox methods that could be taken. But when it came to serious matters, one had to rely on themselves. Thinking about it, the Sovereign Lord decided that it was best not to attack. If the first Downlord wanted to fight, then he would let him. How could he injure her? She opened her mouth and spat out a bubble, covering Qin Yu and the Sovereign Lord within. Then, she tossed Qin Yu aside and sat down herself. This trip had cost her a great deal and she felt tired. The Sovereign Lord dozed off a little. As for the terrifying strength contained in the first Downlord's fist, it had arrived. Bang! The bubble shook. It could barely be called shaking. It was like a gentle breeze blowing across a spring lake, causing ripples to spread out. This was a comfortable feeling. The Sovereign Lord sighed. She found a comfortable position and leaned against Qin Yu, closing her eyes. Her breathing became light and slow. The first Downlord was silent. He stubbornly stared at the Sovereign Lord within the bubble. His pupils shrank and endless shock appeared in his eyes. After cultivating to this step, he had truly stepped onto the highest level. With a single thought, he could collapse and reshape the rules of the entire world. Just what sort of transcendent boundary was this? But even the all-out punch of the formidable first Downlord wasn't able to shatter a single bubble. In particular, this bubble was the first Downlord. He had personally seen the Sovereign Lord spit out from her mouth. It was extremely easy. He didn't feel any fluctuations of strength at all. This was heart-wrenching, and what was even more terrifying than this heart-wrenching pain was a deep sense of powerlessness and fear. Was she really controlled by a blazing sun? But this strength seemed to be far from what a blazing sun could possess. Just who was she? Who? The sound of even breathing came from her nose and mouth. The Sovereign Lord seemed to have fallen asleep. She turned around and nuzzled her head against Qin Yu's body, changing into a more satisfied position. At the corners of her mouth, a faint crystalline light appeared. She was actually drooling in sleep. The first Downlord's eyes were cloudy and uncertain. Then, he took a deep breath and pointed out a finger. This was his last attempt. If he still couldn't shake the defense of this bubble, then he would immediately leave. Dong, with a light sound, the bubble began to surge. Countless tiny cracks appeared on its surface. More and more appeared, and as it looked as if it would break in the next moment, the first Downlord's eyes brightened. Indeed, this bubble wasn't ordinary at all. It seemed as if it had simply been spat out from her mouth. But, the truth was that it was an incomparably formidable defensive treasure. I knew that it was impossible for such a formidable woman to exist in this world. 1 breath of time. 2 breaths of time. 3 breaths of time. More and more cracks appeared. The bubble that seemed on the verge of breaking actually stiffened up. It didn't break. The first Downlord's complexion darkened. He felt that there was something inexplicably familiar about this scene in front of him. At this time, a voice echoed in his mind, "I'm stalling for time, don't you know?" Bang! The surrounding space suddenly twisted and shattered, wildly collapsing inwards. The first Daelord's figure was about to vanish within. In the bubble, the seemingly asleep sovereign lord mumbled, "You aren't really that stupid. However, I've already made my move today. Since you've accepted your fate and have been schemed against, then don't leave. Otherwise, there is no meaning in me taking this loss." Bang! An invisible strength spread out, sweeping out in all directions. The entire world fell silent. Everything, including the first Daelord, was suppressed. In the distant void, a figure appeared out of thin air. As he arrived, the phantom of the Sea of Chaos automatically appeared. Whoosh! This was the sound of tumbling seawater. An invisible strength acted upon the phantom's body, wanting to drag him in and make him lose himself forever. "Be good, don't mess around." The phantom shook his head. He let out a breath. Then, the Sea of Chaos that appeared shattered like a shadow, vanishing without a trace. "It was fine if you cheated before because it wasn't too obvious. But today, you've gone too far," the phantom said in a soft voice. He lifted a hand and pointed forward. "So, I will also cheat. Only then can it be considered fair. What do you think?" The phantom turned around and faced the empty void. At this time, his aura was solemn and his entire body exuded a cautious air. It was as if there really was an existence in this void that required him to deal with it with all his strength. Humph! A cold snort sounded out, filled with annoyance. The phantom faintly smiled, his body relaxing a little. "It's good that you admit it. After all, if I caught you on the spot and shredded all pretense of cordiality, no one would feel good about it." He took a step back and said, "Of course, I will only make a move once, and it will be much quieter than yours. Then, I will leave first." Sure, the phantom vanished. And as the phantom vanished, another figure appeared in the void. It was also blurry and indistinct, but it gave off an extremely familiar feeling. If Qin Yu were here, he would immediately recognize that this was the mysterious Lord Ruler. She looked in the direction where the phantom's finger had pointed, and her eyes wavered. "Hey, you've gone too far. I only pointed him in a general direction. I didn't directly give him a position. If you attack, I won't be polite either." A helpless voice sounded out. It was calm, as if it were a conversation between two familiar friends. But the Lord Ruler was well aware of what sort of person he was. There were some things that he could constantly back down on and even pretend as if they had never happened. For instance, when she had cheated a little, but not too serious a matter. But there were some things that touched his bottom line and he would never back down. He would only fiercely counterattack. The Lord Ruler was experienced in this. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't be in her current state. Of course, the other party wasn't any better off. All that was left was a phantom. Then let's each take a step back. Before the final result is revealed, neither of us will interfere. The Lord Ruler sneered. "That's what I've always done." The helplessness in the voice became even heavier, giving one a headache. The Lord Ruler turned and left. She and the phantom hadn't truly met. One had appeared and the other had hidden. Only after the other had left would they reveal themselves. It was like they were in different dimensions, never having a point of intersection. Or, it could be said that this point of intersection had been deliberately avoided by the two of them. As for why, only they knew. Above the 9 white jade capitals, between the great suns, the little blue lamp's expression was solemn. Or perhaps it could be said that it was unprecedentedly solemn. He looked up into the skies, his body tense as if he were facing a great enemy. Suddenly, the little blue lamp let out a long breath. Luckily, the most terrifying situation hadn't occurred, otherwise things would have been troublesome. Indeed, it was best to scheme against others less. In particular, scheming against those existences that were beyond one's control. Humph. Now you know what fear is. Didn't you know how to use your brain before? An annoyed voice suddenly sounded out. The little blue lamp bowed. "I'll have to trouble you, but there's nothing I can do." "Enough nonsense. This is the last time. I really can't do anything after this. Also, boy, have you guessed something?" The little blue lamp hesitated for a moment. "I don't dare to hide it. I do have some speculations, but what is the truth? Don't ask. Even if you ask, I won't tell you." The Lord Ruler paused for a moment and then continued, "In any case, The result will be revealed soon. Yes. The little blue lamp bowed. After several breaths of time, he straightened himself. The aura that descended just now had already vanished from sight. The 9 world sources were nearing the end of swallowing up the white jade capitals. Because of the Lord Ruler's help, this scheme had finally been smoothly completed. But this had also been the final card in Qin Yu's hand. The Lord Ruler had clearly informed him that she wouldn't do anything after this. Everything that followed could only depend on herself and Qin Yu. Luckily, after swallowing up the 9 white jade capitals, Qin Yu finally had the qualifications to truly go all out. Otherwise, even if he ignited the Joss Flame Great Tao, all that awaited him was death. Chapter 1848. The first Tao Master had died. This great cultivator had lived for countless years and had personally witnessed the rise and fall of the ancient races. But in his final moments, his heart was filled with confusion, resentment, and a deep sense of powerlessness. This was because it was only at this moment that he discovered that he had never truly seen through the world in front of him. He had originally stepped into the peak of the world realm. He had split himself to fuse with humanity and built 9 white jade capitals, wanting to combine them into one and break through his own limits. He had used strength to prove the Tao. Although he had no choice but to stop because of the ruler's arrival, the first Tao Master who had returned to his true self had become even more powerful. He even believed that he was just a single step away from becoming a true blazing sun. Between the two sides, there was only a single step. But the difference in this single step was so great that it left him in despair. In this suppressed state, he could clearly sense the strength of the white jade capital being wildly plundered until it was on the verge of drying up. As for the first Tao Master, he and the white jade capital had long since formed a common bond. They were in an inseparable state. The destruction of the 9 white jade capitals also meant that the first Tao Master had stepped into the gates of death. Of course, he had tried to destroy the world heart and drag Qin Yu down with him. But in the end, the only result was that he felt even more aggrieved and indignant. In the bubble, the ruler was sleeping soundly. She snorted several times and opened her eyes, a look of dissatisfaction on her face. She turned and reached out a hand, pinching Qin Yu's face. "You're still pretending. I already knew you were awake. You are just too childish." Qin Yu opened his eyes, an awkward look on his face. He stood up, took 2 steps back, and cupped his hands together. "Greetings, Lord Ruler. Little Qin Yu, we meet again. Don't you think you should say something to me?" The ruler had a dangerous look in her eyes. Qin Yu coughed. "Lord Ruler is unfathomably deep. There is naturally nothing you don't know." He flattered as much as he could. In short, there was no way for him to explain himself, because there were far too many things that he didn't know how to say. Moreover, there were many things that he couldn't say. For instance, why did the ruler treat him so differently? Just who was she? What was the relationship between Misty and the ruler? All of these things pressed down on Qin Yu's heart, like claws scratching at his heart. He was worried that as soon as he opened his mouth, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from asking and angering the sovereign lord. The consequences would be hard to say. Therefore, silence is golden. Humph. The Lord Ruler glanced at him. "Slippery fellow. Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with you, but I have to remind you that you don't have much time left. So, before you get killed right in front of your eyes, there are some things that you need to deal with that need to be dealt with quickly. In any case, you have some strength now. How can you be a man when you are running around like a man? When it's time for a man to be hard, he must be hard." Qin Yu's mouth twitched. His Excellency Sovereign's words were quite impressive. But soon, he was no longer in the mood to let his imagination run wild. That was because while his words didn't sound very appropriate, the hidden meaning behind them was extremely frightening. Qin Yu glanced at the Sovereign Lord. She pouted. "Why are you looking at me? That's all I have to say. It's up to you whether you understand or not. Go, try not to die. If you live, you will naturally know everything you want to know. Otherwise, prepare to become a muddled ghost." Swish, the Lord Ruler disappeared. Qin Yu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He turned and stepped forwards, vanishing from sight. The next moment, he arrived at the ruins of the 7th White Jade capital. That's right, the ruins. This was because as the 9 origin sources of heaven and earth completed their final devouring, the 9 White Jade capitals had all collapsed. Led by Emperor Chai, the people who had besieged the White Jade capital stared at the scene before them in shock. They had personally experienced the battle, so they naturally knew how powerful the White Jade capital was. But the White Jade capital, which was unbelievably powerful and almost undefeatable, had been destroyed just like that. The destruction of the 9 White Jade capitals meant something that even a fool could understand. Up until this moment, the 9 Downlords had yet to appear, so it was undoubtedly a fact. Today, the battle to besiege the White Jade capital had started without any warning, but it had also ended abruptly, giving everyone a dreamlike feeling. Whoosh! Qin Yu's figure appeared in front of everyone. Emperor Chai's pupils shrank slightly, and he subconsciously took a step back. Great fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. Previously, when the 9 Downlords had fallen out with Qin Yu and he had escaped, everyone had seen with their own eyes. Now, Qin Yu had returned safely, but the 9 Downlords had disappeared, and the White Jade capital had been reduced to ruins. No one would believe that this had nothing to do with Qin Yu. So, it was he who had killed the 9 Downlords and destroyed the White Jade capital? Roar! Roar! Roars suddenly rang out. It was the Forsaken clan. After losing their number 1 target, the White Jade capital, they fell into a state of rage after a brief moment of confusion. This was because the 9 origin sources of heaven and earth had disappeared along with the spatial tremors after they had completed the backlash. Now, Qin Yu's arrival instantly attracted the attention of all the Forsaken clan members. This was because of the aura of the origin sources of heaven and earth. At this moment, in the eyes of the Forsaken clan, Qin Yu was like an incomparably huge, sweet, and beautiful woman. One bite was enough to make one feel like they were walking on clouds. Accompanied by roars, countless members of the Forsaken clan swarmed over. A glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of Emperor Chai and the others. They were happy to see this happen. Firstly, they could take the opportunity to test Qin Yu's strength and determine whether their previous guesses were true. Secondly, if the Forsaken clan could directly kill Qin Yu, this was also a situation they wanted to see. After all, no matter what happened today, everyone had risked their lives to rebel against the White Jade capital. Seeing that the dust had settled, no one wanted to inexplicably have another father appear above their heads. Unfortunately, although Emperor Chai and the others had a good idea, the reality was different from what they had imagined. Qin Yu looked at the endless number of members of the Forsaken clan swarming over. He lifted a hand and pointed forward. It was true. It was just a point, and there were no energy fluctuations at all. However, the moment this point was pointed, it had already determined the fate of all the members of the Forsaken clan to be destroyed. Within sight, all the members of the Forsaken clan who looked like withered skeletons instantly froze on the spot. Then, in the next moment, their bodies began to shatter and disintegrate. Like illusions and phantoms, they quickly disappeared. They completely disappeared. There was no longer a single member of the Forsaken clan in front of him. The shattered space channel was still there. Just like when the 9 White Jade capitals had joined forces to descend a terrifying suppressive force to wipe out the Forsaken clan, there were enough of them. In just a few breaths of time, they would fill up the entire field of vision. However, this time, it was not like this. A low roar of fear came from the shattered space. Then, a pair of incomparably huge bone claws drilled out and grabbed the edge of the shattered space, actively sealing the channel. Emperor Chai and the others were dumbfounded. Their bodies stiffened, and their eyes were filled with horror. They looked at Qin Yu, who had pointed out and then retracted his finger. His expression was extremely calm, and he did not seem to be affected by the scene before him. At this moment, a single thought was running through their minds. Who was he? How strong was he? Unfortunately, they did not know the answer to these two questions. To be more precise, no one in this world knew the answer. Even Qin Yu himself did not know how strong he was right now. Regardless of the reason, he had won today's battle. The 9 realms had rebelled against the White Jade capital and used this opportunity to completely recover. As for him, he was the master of the 9 realms, similar to how the first Tao Master was to the white jade capital. However, Qin Yu's strength did not stop there. He had also ignited the incense flame Great Tao and was an absolute powerhouse who had taken a crucial step. As for the 9 realms, they were 9 true and complete worlds. Compared to the white jade capital, they were on a higher level. The reason was simple. The first Tao Master, who controlled the 9 white jade capitals, was still trapped in his original spot, hoping to devour the 9 realms and use it to break through his bottleneck. Just this point alone was enough to determine who was stronger. Qin Yu's gaze swept over Emperor Chai and the others. Not long ago, they had been restless and harboring some thoughts. Now, their expressions changed drastically. They felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads, drenching them to the core. In the future, I will be the ruler of the human race. If anyone is dissatisfied, feel free to make a move. Today, I will give all of you a chance to challenge me. Today, I will give all of you a chance to challenge me. No one dared to act rashly. Nonsense. This was such a simple logic. The 9 Tao Masters had all fallen at Qin Yu's hands. The fact that he had killed countless members of the Forsaken clan with a single finger was the best proof. Challenge him? This was no different from courting death. Qin Yu's expression was calm. Since you have all tacitly agreed, then remember that I have already given you a chance to object. In the future, if anyone dares to make the slightest move, I will not let them off lightly. Sure. He turned around and vanished from sight. Emperor Chai and the others were still in a daze. He had eliminated the white jade capital, declared his sovereignty, and then left. What was going on? They couldn't understand it at all. Shouldn't the most important thing to do now be to control these people and then establish complete rule over the world in the shortest time possible? In reality, that wasn't the case for Qin Yu. Right now, his fist was the biggest. In the human cultivation system, no one was his match. In other words, if Qin Yu wanted to establish his own position, it would be a simple matter. Under his watchful eyes, Qin Yu's thoughts weren't here at all. This was because the shattered 9 realms had regained the source of the world and was rapidly being reconstructed. As the ruler of the 9 realms, Qin Yu needed to personally participate in this process. And this would also further increase his control over the 9 realms. According to the little blue lamp, after being reconstructed, the 9 realms would be Qin Yu's own children. He would be able to control them completely and reach a realm where he could do as he pleased. This was the same as being able to achieve everything in one go and completely control his own body and the sudden increase in strength. To the anxious Qin Yu who had received the Lord Ruler's reminder, this was the best result. He naturally couldn't miss it. 9 realms. The altar where the Heavenly Spirit clan was located. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The area around them was like a boundless sea of chaos, filled with a destructive aura. Everything had been torn apart, leaving behind only endless chaos. In the entire world, only the altar was still intact. It was barely able to protect the people of the Heavenly Spirit clan, allowing them to survive this terrifying apocalyptic scene. But as time passed, the altar began to break apart bit by bit. Countless tiny cracks appeared on its surface. From the looks of it, the altar wouldn't be able to last much longer. Once it broke, the only thing that awaited the Heavenly Spirit clan was death. Mother, I'm afraid. A young child tightly hugged his mother, his eyes wide with fear. Don't be afraid, the Lord Ruler has already arrived. He will protect us. Nothing will happen, nothing will happen. The mother squeezed out a smile and comforted her child. But, her hands were shaking and her face was pale. And at the same time, in the forest world, the magma world, the sea world, all the other worlds were experiencing similar scenes. The world had already been destroyed. Only the altar was the last line of defense. They were all waiting for the final conclusion and judgment. Suddenly, a speck of light appeared in the skies above the chaotic and tyrannical broken world. Then, it rapidly brightened, as if a sun had descended above their heads. The aura of destruction that filled the world and caused one to feel despair and dread suddenly slowed down and then began to vanish. The Lord Ruler. It's the Lord Ruler. He has obtained the final victory. A patriarch shouted out loud. He looked at the sun above his head, his face filled with joy. Their world had been reborn. As the source of the world returned, it constantly fused into the world itself. With the altar as the center, the broken world began to rapidly reform and reform. The earth appeared beneath their feet, rapidly extending outwards. At the same time, a blue sky appeared above their heads once more. After destruction, what followed was a vibrant life force. Because of this, the entire world had truly obtained a new life. Countless heavenly spirits knelt on the ground. As they looked at the creation of the world in front of them, their bodies trembled with excitement. They knew that from this day forth, the fate of their people had been completely rewritten. Great and supreme Lord Ruler, please accept the most sincere worship and faith of my heavenly spirit race. You are our only light, and you will guide our entire heavenly spirit race into a truly bright future. Sea world. Magma world. Forest world. The native life forms of the 9 realms were celebrating at this time. Tears of joy and excitement fell down their cheeks. At the same time, they offered Qin Yu an endless amount of pure and pious faith power, causing the surface of the Joss Flame Great Tao to burn even more fiercely. However, Qin Yu didn't care about any of this for the time being. He grasped the 9 realms token and stood in the skies. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the joy from the 9 worlds. A smile lifted the corners of his lips. So this was the 9 realms. Qin Yu opened his eyes. At this time, there was no light surging within them. Instead, there was only endless tranquility and calmness, like a deep lake that hid the countless secrets of the world. Unfathomably deep. Even now, Qin Yu didn't know just how strong he was. But he was certain that he had the qualifications to fight Emperor Qin. The Lord Ruler's reminder had already exposed him to the point where he couldn't be any more exposed. He wasn't an idiot, so he was well aware of this. Thus, the human cultivator system had come to an end. He would return to the desolate domain world and fight Emperor Qin. He would end the entanglement of fate between the two of them. When he ignited the Joss Flame Great Tao, Qin Yu had faintly sensed something. After the 9 realms completed their backlash against White Jade Capital and were reborn, this feeling became clear. He and Emperor Qin were fated to fight. It was like this battle had been decided a long, long time ago, when Qin Yu was born. Qin Yu didn't know why he would have this thought, but he didn't doubt it at all. Rather, he was incomparably sure of it. Is this fate? Qin Yu looked towards the eternal sea. On the other side of the sea was the desolate domain world. Emperor Qin was there. As Qin Yu gazed at the eternal sea, in the distant Great Qin imperial capital, the Qin emperor suddenly opened his eyes. His figure flickered and he appeared in the skies above Xianyang City. He looked towards the eternal sea. At this moment, Qin Yu and Emperor Qin's gazes seemed to cross endless space. They looked at each other from afar. Boom! Above the boundless eternal sea, raging waves suddenly appeared, rumbling and roaring as they charged into the distance. Qin Yu, you've finally arrived. I have been waiting for a long time, Emperor Qin slowly said. He held his hands behind his back, his entire body surging with self-confidence. Just now, he had clearly felt Qin Yu's aura. Very strong, stronger than he had expected. But Emperor Qin's mind was still calm. He didn't feel the slightest ripple because of this. This was because he was Emperor Qin, the sole ruler of the desolate domain world. He was the incarnation of eternal invincibility. He would win this battle. Above the 9 realms, Qin Yu looked away. A dignified look appeared on his face. Little blue lamp. Shua. The great sun phantom appeared. Only today can you truly understand Emperor Qin's strength. As for his origin and identity, I do have some guesses, but there is no meaning in saying these things now. As long as you can win in the end, you will naturally know everything. So, if you kill Emperor Qin, you can truly open the gates to the unsurpassed path. Qin Yu, you are only one step away, but you are just like the first Tao Master. Since ancient times, in this vast world, countless people have fallen at the final step. Success seemed within reach, but in the end, they fell forever. Qin Yu lowered his head. After several breaths of time, he let out a deep breath. Good. Then let us go kill Emperor Qin now. Chapter 1849. 1 step into the eternal sea. 2 steps into the desolate domain. 3 steps into Xianyang. Swished Qin Yu's figure appeared in the sky above Xianyang. At this moment, the world was silent. Everything was sealed by an invisible force. All the existences above the Emperor realm in the desolate domain felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. All eyes were on Xianyang, Star Sea Grotto, where the barbarian race's ancestral court was located. The Grand Shaman of Meng Mountain and Grand Shaman of Earthfire, who were in charge of the affairs of the barbarians, changed their expressions. Your Majesty. The two looked at each other and felt the shock and excitement in their hearts. Rumble, the barbarian ancestral court shook. The scepter appeared by itself, broke the void, and disappeared. Without hesitation, the 2 grand shamans followed the aura of the scepter to Xianyang. This was the first time in countless years that the grand shamans of the barbarian race appeared in the capital of the Qin Empire. Heavenly Bull Territory, Heavenly Bull City. Niu Dingtian was shocked and murmured, "It seems that the world is going to change today." After a moment of hesitation, he moved in front of Qin Chichi. "Chichi, your brother is back. Do you want to go with me?" Qin Chichi nodded. "I will go." If nothing went wrong, this battle would decide the future of the desolate domain. If Qin Yu died, Emperor Qin would become the true eternal ruler. Whether the Niu family could survive would be a problem. After the Qin Empire unified the desolate domain, Niu Dingtian felt danger from the outside world. Of course, if Qin Yu won this battle, he would replace Emperor Qin and become the ruler of the world. "Let's go." Niu Dingtian exhaled. Swish, he took Qin Chichi with him and disappeared. Incense Avenue. Minute Changjing's eyes lit up. He looked at Xianyang with a bit of bitterness in his eyes. How could he not be bitter? He had obtained the method to cultivate Incense Avenue a long time ago, but he couldn't step into it, so he had to give up. But what about Qin Yu? How long had it been? To someone like Minute Changjing who had lived for countless years, this was simply the blink of an eye. Qin Yu, who had come to ask for guidance on cultivation methods, had already transformed into a super powerhouse that had ignited his Joss Flame Great Tao. On the other hand, he was still Minute Changjing, trapped at the peak of the Emperor realm, unable to take another step forward. The one who causes chaos in Qin is Qin Yi. Putting everything else aside, Qin Emperor's premonition is indeed very accurate. Throwing away the fishing rod, Minute Changjing took a step forward and landed in Xianyang City. Thinking about it today, those old things from back then didn't give up on being dirty with him. What was the final result of this battle? What kind of ending would it lead to? He wanted to witness it with his own eyes. The demon race. The descendants of the ancient era. The wasteland's 4 sects and 4 families. Facing the terrifying aura that suddenly descended from above Xianyang City, everyone shuddered in fear. Then, in the next moment, he left without any hesitation. The reason was simple. This battle would determine the future of the desolate region. The winner gets everything. Those who failed would naturally have to pay with their lives. Without a doubt, this would be the most powerful battle in the history of the desolate domain. No matter what the final result was, being able to personally witness such a high-level battle was something worth being gratified about. It was worth living in the same era as the two of them. At the same time, in another great Qin. On this day, the wind and clouds surged. An incomparably powerful aura exploded from Xianyang City, turning into an invisible pillar that shot into the sky. Imperial Advisor Chen Wan's face was full of excitement, and his body was trembling. "Master, do you see this? This day has finally come." Emperor Qin appeared next to him, looking shocked. "Imperial Advisor, this is?" Chen Wan took a deep breath and pointed. "Your Majesty, above the sky is the real world. We are finally going to meet it." Thus, in the desolate region, above the capital of the Great Qin Empire, Xianyang City, a large illusory figure appeared. The sky was like a mirror, reflecting the current Xianyang City. The two cities looked at each other from afar. However, everyone who saw the illusory figure in the sky knew that it was not a reflection, but another Xianyang City. Emperor Qin and Qin Yu were between the two Xianyang cities. Countless eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. They didn't know what this meant. However, when the two Xianyang cities looked at each other from afar, everyone understood from the bottom of their hearts. Emperor Qin and Qin Yu were destined to be mortal enemies. Today, only one of them could survive. Qin Yu. Emperor Qin was the first to speak. His tone was calm. Before this, I couldn't figure out how an existence as weak as an ant could become my enemy. But not long ago, I suddenly realized that you are my shadow. You are a demon in my heart that I must kill in order to return to my true self. Qin Yu was expressionless. Perhaps what Emperor Qin said is true, and I am indeed your shadow. He raised his hand and pointed at the sky. Or perhaps, the great Qin beneath our feet is the true shadow. Emperor Qin took a step forward. With a boom, the shadow of the great Tao appeared behind him. It pierced through the heavens and the earth, releasing a vast aura that swept through the world, instantly suppressing everything. For the first time, Emperor Qin didn't hold back. He released his full aura. Countless eyes shrank, filled with shock and fear. Emperor Qin was invincible in the world. He was an undefeatable legend. All the true emperors of the desolate region knew this. However, the terrifying strength that Emperor Qin displayed today still far exceeded their expectations. Inconceivable. Unrivaled. Just the release of his aura caused all the true emperors gathered outside Xianyang City to feel horrified. They weren't his match, or to be more precise, even if all of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Emperor Qin. This was because their strength was no longer on the same level. This was a strength that surpassed the true emperor realm. Eternal realm, long-lived species. A true emperor murmured, his voice filled with awe and envy. You're wrong. At some unknown time, Bai Feifei had appeared outside Xianyang City. She looked at the two people facing each other. They aren't at the eternal realm, nor are they long-lived species. They haven't taken the wrong path. They've always walked on the correct great Tao. A complicated look appeared in her eyes. When Emperor Qin unified the desolate region, she hadn't been idle. She had found all the fragments of her body that had been suppressed, and now she had recovered. However, it was precisely because of this that Bai Feifei, with her status as a long-lived species, was able to see Qin Huang and Qin Yu again. She could clearly sense what it meant to be so dazzling that you couldn't look at them directly. These two people were like the two brightest stars in the sea of stars, releasing endless light. As for her, it was no longer possible for her to reach this level. This had nothing to do with potential, but because she had taken the wrong path and her great Tao had been severed. Qin Yu took a deep breath and stepped forward, facing Emperor Qin. Bang! The phantom of the great Tao shot into the sky, twisting and turning as it burned. The Nine Realms token automatically appeared. With a crack, it shattered and fused into Qin Yu's body. Because from now on, there was no need for it to exist. Qin Yu controlled the Nine Realms and was the incarnation of the Nine Realms. His aura rose once more. Emperor Qin and Qin Yu hadn't even fought, but the invisible collision of forces had already erupted. Like a raging wave, it swept outwards, causing the entire Xianyang City to shake and tremble. This aura that left one in despair represented an unimaginable strength. With a single thought, it could shatter the sea of stars. Outside Xianyang City, all the true emperors that had gathered here subconsciously retreated, their faces filled with fear. Even though when they descended, they had intentionally distanced themselves from Qin Emperor and Qin Yu in order to avoid being sucked in. But now, the true emperors realized that they had been thinking too simply. This little safe distance was simply not enough. Niu Dingtian pulled Qin Chichi back. Let's retreat a bit. Don't make a sound now. It will only affect Qin Yu. Trust your brother. He is not an impulsive person. Since he dares to come to Xianyang City, he must be confident. The next moment, the battle began. Without any hesitation, Emperor Qin punched out. The so-called one punch destroys all things referred to the scene in front of him. As Emperor Qin's punch fell, the world suddenly lost its color. An unimaginably terrifying power surged and shook. Raw in an instant, the power of this punch turned into a majestic dragon. Its body was pitch black as if it were cast from steel. It opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and pounced at Qin Yu. What was more terrifying was that when the dragon pounced, everything shattered and collapsed. Everything in the world, including the rules. Whether it was time or space, everything lost all meaning. So the moment the dragon condensed, it appeared directly in front of Chinyu. So the moment Chinyu saw it, he knew that he could not avoid it. There was also an irresistible and uncontrollable fear that surged from the bottom of his heart. But soon, this fear disappeared. It was crushed into powder, and all that was left was calmness. Since he could not avoid it, then he would not avoid it. Emperor Qin was indeed strong, even stronger than expected. The reason for that was because that single punch possessed a cultivation that far surpassed the first Tao masters. Shattering the rules and annihilating all things, this was a level that only a blazing sun could reach. But now, Qin Yu was also stronger. A sword cry sounded. Qin Yu raised his hand and grasped forward. The mountain river sword fell into his hand and slashed forward. And when this sword fell, Mita's figure subconsciously appeared in his mind. Only today did he truly understand that when Miti helped him refine this mountain river sword, she must have paid a great price. As for the power of the mountain and river sword, it was only today that Qin Yu was able to truly unseal its true appearance. As the sword fell, it was like mountains and rivers gathered together, the world itself. It was endlessly sharp, able to cut through all things. It was thick and heavy, able to suppress all things. The approaching dragon emitted a pained roar. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of its massive body. The cracks were extremely small and there were so many that it was impossible to count. They covered its entire body, covering every inch of its scales. Roar! The dragon reared its head back and roared. In the next moment, its massive body shattered. But the moment the dragon shattered, Emperor Qin grasped his hand. A golden sword appeared in his hand. I also have a sword. Its name is the Son of Heaven. With this sword in hand, I am invincible in the world. Emperor Qin raised his hand and the Son of Heaven's sword slashed down. The world was instantly split in half along the blade. This wasn't an illusion. It was truly split in half by this sword. The mountain river sword blocked in front of him. With a heaven-shaking explosion, Qin Yu was forced back. His eyebrows furrowed and his face darkened. Behind him, space crazily shattered. A terrifying strength spread outwards, shattering the heavens. Qin Yu stepped forward and pointed his sword to the heavens. I know that you and Emperor Qin are one, but you had best not interfere in today's battle. Otherwise, before I kill Emperor Qin, I will first slaughter this heavenly Tao. Rumble rumble, above the highest heavens, a massive face appeared. Its features were blurry and indistinct. Only a pair of eyes were cold and indifferent as it looked down at Qin Yu. The mountain river sword hummed. In the next moment, the heavens collapsed and the massive face was torn apart. With a loud rumble, winds and clouds roared and a rain of blood poured down. The world shook. A terrifying aura gathered. The broken face of the heavenly Tao roared in anger. There was another sword cry. But this time, the one who attacked was not Qin Yu, but Emperor Qin. The Son of Heaven's sword broke through the heavens, completely crushing the broken face of the heavenly Tao. Today is a battle between me and Qin Yu. Besides the two of us, no one can interfere. Not even the heavens. Emperor Qin's eyes were icy cold. He locked onto Qin Yu. If I kill you, I will truly awaken. Qin Yu responded, Your Majesty Qin Emperor, you are also the final obstacle on my path to the unsurpassed great Tao. Ha 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 ha. Emperor Qin laughed. Then let's see who will survive after this battle. Qin Yu nodded. Of course it will be me. Bang! The mountain river sword rose up and a trillion sword breaths erupted. In an instant, they wove together, forming a sword prison. Emperor Qin was suppressed within, but he remained calm. He grasped the golden Son of Heaven's sword and slashed forwards. The Son of Heaven's sword was invincible, able to destroy all things. This was the attribute it possessed. Supported by Emperor Qin's terrifying realm, it possessed a might that left one in despair. The sword prison shook. Countless sword breaths shattered, disintegrated, and scattered. But during this process, more sword breaths gushed out, repairing the sword prison. Although it was a bit difficult, Qin Yu had indeed temporarily trapped Emperor Qin. Bai Feifei. He shouted out loud. Outside Xianyang, Bai Feifei took a deep breath. She stepped forwards and grasped forwards. Space suddenly shattered. Rumble rumble, countless blazing meteorites with long tails trailing behind them flew out from the shattered space and headed straight for Xianyang. Qin Yu had to kill Emperor Qin, but he didn't believe that he could only rely on his own strength. After all, the result was the most important. As for the process, it was left for the victor to write and record. This was the capital of the great Qin Empire. If Xianyang was destroyed, Emperor Qin would definitely be affected. Both of them were existences that had stepped into the incense flame Great Tao. They naturally knew the effects of having their faith damaged. Within the sword prison, Emperor Qin's eyes were cold. He didn't show the slightest bit of emotion because of this. At this moment, Qin Yu's eyebrows furrowed. He looked up at the skies, at the reflection of the other capital, Xianyang. The meteorite had also appeared in the middle of it. It was as if the two Xianyang cities had met for the first time, and then they had truly become one. Or, to put it another way, after Emperor Qin and Qin Yu began their battle, the two Xianyang cities had become one. In this world, there was only one Xianyang city. Thus, when Bai Feifei's meteors descended, there would also be meteors falling from the other Xianyang city. Stop! Qin Yu shouted. Bai Feifei flicked her sleeves. Space shook, as if a great mouth had opened, swallowing up the meteors. Qin Yu, it's useless. Xianyang city has already become one. There is only one in this world. If you destroy my Xianyang city, that is the same as destroying your own foundation. There is only one Xianyang city and only one Emperor Qin. Don't make any more pointless attempts. Emperor Qin raised the imperial sword. In this battle, there is only you and me. No one can interfere. If you want to win, your only choice is to kill me. There is no other choice. Qin Yu nodded. Then I will kill you. Bang behind him, 9 stars appeared. These were the 9 world hearts that he had condensed. As the source of the 9 realms returned, they fused into the 9 realms. Dong, the 9 world hearts rapidly contracted and expanded. As they beat, they released an incomparably powerful strength that poured into Qin Yu's body. The mountain and river sword in his hand hummed and emitted a brilliant light. He lifted his hand and slashed. The sword prison instantly twisted. Countless sealed sword breaths erupted, blotting out the skies as they crashed towards Emperor Qin. Chapter 1850. Qin Emperor lifted his hand. The Emperor sword cried out and golden divine light erupted, as if a great sun had appeared. All of the falling sword breaths sank into the great golden sun and evaporated, unable to approach him at all. At this time, Qin Emperor erupted with an even greater strength. His eyes were cold and callous. It is useless. I am invincible in this world. In this world, there is no one that can defeat me, much less kill me. Qin Yu, accept your fate. The reason you have cultivated to this day and become strong is also that you can become a qualified whetstone in front of me. Once you are broken, I can unravel all the puzzles in my heart and become the master of my own destiny. Qin Yu frowned. He could clearly feel that Qin Emperor had erupted with a strength far greater than before. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to use the power of the 9 realms and still not be able to shake Qin Emperor at all. Little blue lamp, what is going on? After a brief silence, the little blue lamp's thoughts fluctuated. Qin Yu, do you still not understand? The stronger you are, the stronger Qin Emperor is. It is not that he is hiding his strength. The two of you are the same person. I am Qin Emperor's shadow. That is not important. The little blue lamp's voice was calm. Because right now, you and Qin Emperor stand at the same height. Whoever can kill the other and become the final victor will naturally become the true Qin Yu. If you die, there will still be a you in this world, but it will no longer be you. I hope that you can understand. Qin Yu frowned. I don't understand, nor do I need to understand, because I absolutely will not die. Shadow. Heart demon. Fuck you. I am Qin Yu, the only Qin Yu in this world. Bang, the mountain and river sword erupted. Qin Yu stepped forwards, his figure as fast as lightning as he instantly engaged Qin Emperor in battle. Two people, two swords. The aura they released was like an invisible giant hand that easily tore apart the heavens. The world collapsed and shattered. Terrifying fluctuations swept out in all directions, causing the world to tremble and tremble. Outside of Xianyang City, the true sovereign that had arrived began to rapidly retreat, the horror in his eyes becoming increasingly heavy. To the people of the world, the true sovereign was the absolute peak of cultivation, someone they could only look at but never reach. But today's battle in Xianyang City had clearly announced to the world that although the true sovereign was strong, he was only a starting point for those that chased after a higher realm of the great Tao. Qin Emperor and Qin Yu had obviously stepped into a higher level of existence, and they possessed the strength to truly destroy the world. The true emperors turned pale and their eyes were filled with fear. They couldn't help but be worried. Once the battle before them completely affected the surroundings, it was very likely that this world wouldn't be able to endure it before the outcome was decided, and it would completely collapse. Far away in the void, Dub smiled. He had already locked onto the aura of the other blazing sun fragment. In fact, he had already noticed it a long time ago. But for some reason, there seemed to be a force interfering with his judgment, which was why it had been delayed until now. But it didn't matter. As long as he locked onto the other party, he could cross this distance with a single thought. After searching for countless years, I finally found you. Light shot out of Dub's eyes. The void in front of him shook. The illusionary image of the Sea of Confusion was twisted and torn apart by a strong force. He took a step forward and was about to step into it. However, at that moment, Heaven's pivot stopped in mid-air, frowning as he looked across at Meng Hao. Little Meaty was very calm. Right now, you can't go over yet. Dub said, you were the one who obstructed my senses earlier, right? Little Meaty nodded. That's right. Just who are you? Faint vibrations spread out from Dub's body. You were also the one who dragged me deep into the void before. Little Meaty said, if you want to chat, I will be happy to accompany you. No. Dub said, let's attack. He raised his hand. The empty void of realms suddenly became as heavy as a mountain. At this time, it was like a million mountains had arrived, suppressing everything. Little Meaty coldly sneered. As you wish. Wait a moment. A phantom appeared. With a flick of his sleeves, he erased the terrifying strength that had descended from the void. He rubbed his temples, his tone helpless. You all are too boring. Do you really think I am easy to bully? Little Meaty's eyes were ice cold. When she attacked, you chose to take a step back. But when I attacked, you have this attitude. Are you looking down on me? The phantom was silent for several breaths of time. Are you going to act shamelessly again? Little Meaty coldly sneered again and again. Will you accept or not? In any case, I wasn't the one who signed the bet, so it's better to tear it apart. That way, no one will have any scruples. The phantom forced a smile. All right, don't act recklessly. He looked at Dub. You can wait a little longer in the void. Dub furrowed his eyebrows and slowly nodded. He didn't know who the phantom in front of him was. In fact, he couldn't even feel the least bit of a formidable aura from this person. But just now, with a flick of the phantom's sleeves, Dub had scattered all his preparations and attacked with all his strength. The might of this attack was inconceivable. And there was also this strange woman across from him. Although Dub had already broken through her obstruction once, facing Little Meaty today, he still felt a threat, an intense one. It was as if right now, in front of him, there was a gaping maw filled with sharp fangs that flashed with a heart-palpitating light. As soon as Dub stepped into it, it would send him on his way. After obtaining a fragment of a blazing sun and cultivating until now, Dub felt that he wasn't much weaker than a true blazing sun. But today, these two people in front of him. No, one person and one shadow, he couldn't see through them. Dub chose to retreat. The phantom turned around. You won. I didn't look down on you, I also took a step back. But what I said to her before, I will say it to you again today. This will be the last time, otherwise I really will fall out with you. Little Meaty sneered. If you want to fall out with me, then so be it. If you were afraid, you wouldn't be in such a state right now. Of course you aren't afraid. The phantom's tone was calm. He didn't reveal any anger because of little Metis' stubbornness. But Qin Yu will die. After a brief pause, he continued to say, his soul will scatter and he will thoroughly vanish. There will be no chance of resurrection. Don't argue with me, because you know that it isn't difficult for me to do this. And I have always been responsible for the words I say. In other words, I do what I say. The phantom was a chatterbox. He spouted a lot of nonsense in a single breath. But little Metis' face revealed a dignified expression. This was because she was well aware of just how terrifying this phantom was. He said these nonsense words not because he had a guilty conscience, but because he was seriously warning her not to do it a second time. Very well, I agree. The phantom smiled. I know that you and she are both very reasonable people. Then, let us make an agreement. The final result will be left to the will of the heavens. No one will interfere, otherwise everyone will suffer misfortune together. Little Meaty coldly snorted. She turned and vanished from sight. Before Dub could speak, he was interrupted by the phantom. Don't ask. Asking is a waste of energy. As for the grievance and resentment in your heart, you should put it away as soon as possible. Because even if you really become the ruler of the Blazing Suns, you still won't have the chance to take revenge. It's simple if you don't believe me. You can try when the time comes. In any case, as long as the Blazing Suns reunite and Qin Yu doesn't win, that's fine. As for who becomes the ruler of the Blazing Suns in the end, it is all the same to me. Dub remained silent. The phantom faintly smiled and then dispersed. Deep in the void, there was only Dub left. He could still clearly feel the aura of the other Blazing Sun fragment. With just a thought, he could directly descend. But at this time, he felt as if he were shouldering a mountain. With the myriad heavens and 10,000 worlds in front of him, he simply couldn't take a single step forward. He had to admit that he felt fear. But looking at the myriad heavens and 10,000 worlds, there were 9 blazing suns that illuminated the world. He was about to become the ruler of the Blazing Suns, so why was there still an existence that made him feel a fatal threat? Suddenly, Dub stiffened. His pupils shrank and a look of amazement appeared in his eyes. This was because he suddenly realized something. That was, why could he become the new ruler of the Blazing Suns? This seemed like an unreasonable question, but the truth was that the more he thought about it, the more he thought about it. Between the heavens and earth, there were 9 blazing suns that shined, and 9 blazing suns ruled. In order for a new ruler to appear, there needed to be a vacancy in one of the 9 people that stood at the peak. The ruler of the Blazing Suns coexisted with the heavens and earth, transcending the rules. They were the true unsurpassed existences of all arts. They had already transcended the shackles of life and didn't have the problem of their lifespans drying up. Then, there was only one answer: they had been killed by someone else. Only then would there be a vacancy. Great Qin Xianyang. The slaughter continued. At this time, there seemed to be an invisible strength covering the battlefield where the 2 people were, eliminating the destructive fluctuations so that they didn't spread out. Otherwise, the huge island floating in the eternal sea of the great desolate world would have been smashed into pieces by this battle. They were equally matched, and it was hard to tell who was better. This was the most fitting description for this life-or-death battle between Qin Emperor and Qin Yu. Both of them were very strong and possessed the strength to crush Emperor realm cultivators. However, none of them were able to gain the upper hand against each other. The mountain and river sword in Qin Yu's hand still shined with a dazzling radiance, releasing a trillion destructive sword breaths. But his eyes became increasingly dark. Whether he believed the little blue lamp's words or not, they were facts placed in front of him. He and the Qin Emperor were each other's shadows. It was a situation where one was stronger than the other. Unless one side was resigned to death, neither could kill the other. But naturally, no one would take the initiative to seek death. This was a great battle that seemed to have no end. But, it was crazily consuming Qin Yu's strength. And to Qin Yu, this sort of loss was very small. It could mean an unavoidable disaster of destruction. Qin Yu, the master of the other blazing sun fragment, has arrived. The little blue lamp's voice sounded out. The blazing sun fragments could sense each other. When Dub locked onto Qin Yu, the little blue lamp also sensed him. Although he didn't know why the other side hadn't arrived yet, if this battle were to continue, then even if victory and defeat were decided in the end, the victor would be on the verge of collapse. At that time, facing Dub, there would be no chance of victory. Qin Yu's eyes erupted with a sharp light. Bang! The mountain river sword was heavier, faster. Across from him, Qin Emperor laughed. Qin Yu, you are worried, but I am not. I have enough time to slowly consume you bit by bit. Over the endless years, I have accumulated far more than you. You will never be able to kill me. Qin Yu's sword was even faster. Don't be provoked by him and expose your own flaws. I know. Qin Yu's voice was calm. Little blue lamp, Qin Emperor is right. I have no way to kill him. The little blue lamp was silent. So, I have decided to take a gamble. What do you want to do? I want Qin Emperor to kill himself. Qin Yu looked up at the skies, at the other Xianyang city. He suddenly let go. The mountain river sword fell to the earth. Astonishment flashed in Qin Emperor's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. He didn't know what had happened, but he absolutely wouldn't miss out on such an excellent opportunity. Bang! The Emperor's sword was like a great golden sun, erupting with its greatest might. A terrifying sword aura condensed to the point of nearly substantiality, turning into a golden beam of light that rumbled towards Qin Yu. In an instant, his figure was submerged in the golden beam of light. The blazing nine bends great Tao that connected the heavens and earth began to break apart and decompose. At the same time, the 9 world hearts that appeared gradually stopped beating. Between the heavens and earth, Qin Yu's aura completely vanished. Beneath the attack of the Emperor's sword, he vanished into thin air. Ha 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 ha. Qin Emperor laughed, his voice shaking the heavens. I am invincible in this world, no one can defeat me. Qin Yu, once I kill you, I will no longer be a shadow. That's right, Qin Emperor already knew that he was Qin Yu's shadow. He knew this before they even fought. But so what? He, this shadow, had the last laugh. If Qin Yu died, then he would no longer be a shadow. In the void realm, the phantom frowned, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He sighed softly. As expected of someone who had been chosen by her. It would not be so easy to kill him. The Battle of Xianyang was a dead end. It was naturally for the best that Qin Yu was killed. He had won this bet, and even if he won in the end, he would still be weak and on the verge of collapse. But no matter what, the Phantom never imagined that Qin Yu would use such a method to break out of this dead end. Qin Emperor was indeed invincible in this world. No one could kill him. This wasn't just because he was Qin Yu's shadow, but also because when Qin Emperor was reborn, he was bestowed this attribute. However, there was a loophole in this rule, namely, nobody could kill the Qin Emperor, except for himself. It was troublesome to explain. In short, if Qin Yu died in battle, he would be killed passively. Then, he would truly die. Otherwise, the Qin Emperor would kill himself. The Phantom shook his head. He couldn't understand why Qin Yu dared to make such a bet. Did he really trust Little Meat that much? In the skies, there was another great Qin reflected. Far away from Xianyang, in the ancestral land of the great Qin Empire, there was a great tomb with the most ancient and highest status. All of a sudden, a tremor erupted from the depths of the earth. The tomb directly shattered. Mud and stones flew everywhere, revealing a giant coffin buried deep underground. At this moment, with a creaking sound, the coffin was pushed open from the inside. Qin Yu stepped out. He looked up at the skies. And just as Qin Yu's gaze fell, the laughing Qin Emperor in Xianyang City came to an abrupt stop. He frowned, revealing a puzzled look. He looked down at his chest. Where his heart was, there was a transparent hole. Catcher, catcher, there was a cracking sound. With the hole in his chest as the center, cracks rapidly spread outwards. Soon, they covered his entire body, every inch and corner. Qin Emperor's frown deepened. We are Qin Emperor. We will never be defeated. I will never die, forever. A gust of wind blew past. Qin Emperor turned into powder, disappearing with the wind. Chapter 1851. Outside Xianyang City, Qin Chich's face was pale. She stared blankly at the scene before her and suddenly screamed in pain. Brother! Emperor Qin was dead, but Qin Yu had disappeared as well. It was as if this great war had ended in mutual destruction. She took a few steps forward and stared blankly at the empty Xianyang city. Her body trembled. No way. No way. Qin Yu had said that he would take care of her and protect her from harm in the future. How could he die? He could not die. Your Majesty. Meng Shan and Terraflame, the two Grand Magi, knelt on the ground in grief. The barbarians had waited for countless years, and the new emperor had finally passed away. With the death of the barbarian emperor, the barbarians would fall into the endless abyss and continue to suffer. Niu Dingtian frowned. He glanced at Qin Chich's back but did not say anything. Because the truth was right in front of him. Qin Yu was dead. The great path had collapsed, and his aura had dissipated. There was nothing left. Even a true emperor would not be able to survive. He died just like that. Minute Changjing frowned and murmured, "Didn't they say that a scourge lives for 1,000 years? Qin Yu did not look like he would die young. Heh, what a pity." Outside Xianyang City, there was silence. Everyone had their own thoughts. Some felt pain and sorrow, but most of them felt joy and relief from the bottom of their hearts. Because the power that Emperor Qin and Qin Yu had unleashed in this battle was too strong. It was so strong that the true emperors could only tremble and despair. There was no way they could fight back. No matter who survived today's battle, they would undoubtedly become the true ruler of the wasteland domain. Even the true emperors, who thought of themselves as the best chess players in the world, had to bow down to them. The two of them had died together. Great. To the true emperors, this was the best ending. After all, no one wanted to be controlled by others. This was especially true for these true emperors who were used to ascending to the highest level and not being bound by anything. Bai Feifei frowned. Looking at the place where Emperor Qin had died, a strange look appeared in her eyes. It was as if he had seen something inconceivable. Or, it could be said that at this moment, at the moment of Qin Huang's death, she finally recalled some things. So that's how it is. Another great Qin. Outside the arch tomb, the space suddenly shook, and the image of a great sun appeared. The little blue lamp had a complex look in his eyes. He looked at Qin Yu. You trust her so much. What if he really died? He knew that little Meaty had left behind this backup plan. But from the start, the little blue lamp hadn't mentioned this, because there truly was a great deal of risk involved. Death was death. It was something that could not be tried or changed. If he was dead, perhaps he was really dead. From then on, it disappeared and no longer existed. Qin Yu had a calm expression. He smiled and said, I told you before, my luck has always been extremely good. Furthermore, she's little Meaty. Even to this day, I still haven't been able to completely figure out her true identity. However, if I am still unable to completely trust her, then my life will be too pitiful. Let the public know. Source Changer app. It's really good, it's worth installing. After all, there are many book sources and the books are updated quickly. After a brief silence, the little blue lamp said, Congratulations, you've succeeded. Qin Yu nodded. I know. Qin Huang had died. He was invincible in the world, invincible. So, in the end, Qin Huang had personally killed himself. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth shook and a terrifying aura shook the world. Between the two great Qins, they released a powerful swallowing aura that pulled them closer. They were about to fuse together. In this world, there was only one Qin Yu, and there was only one great Qin. But at this time, Qin Yu made an unexpected decision. He lifted his hand and grasped. The fusing process of the two worlds suddenly came to a standstill. The little blue lamp frowned. You don't have much time. The master of the other blazing sun fragment had already locked onto this place and could descend with a single thought. Only by fusing the two great Qins together would Qin Yu possess an even greater strength. In this world, there is only one Emperor Qin, so there will only be one great Qin. Qin Yu slowly said. But, I am not Emperor Qin. The great sun phantom shook. The little blue lamp revealed a thoughtful expression. It looked around and then slowly nodded after several breaths of time. Qin Yu, what you said is correct. Since Qin Yu wasn't Emperor Qin, then whether it was one great Qin or two great Qins, what could he do? Even if, after the two great Qins fused together, Qin Yu would become stronger. But this would also add the label of Emperor Qin to him. Whether he wanted to accept it or not, this would become an unchangeable fact. And what Qin Yu rejected was this label. There was no reason, but Qin Yu instinctively didn't want to become Emperor Qin. In the void boundary, the phantom looked down at the desolate domain world and sighed once more. He had miscalculated again today. Qin Yu was truly worthy of being someone she had chosen. His fate was different from the rest, always surpassing all expectations. If Qin Yu became Emperor Qin, then there would be no doubt about the Great War that followed. This was because if Great Qin ceased to exist, then Emperor Qin would naturally dissipate. The phantom shook his head, a helpless look on his face. He flicked his sleeves and the void boundary began to shake. Go, it's your turn to appear. On the other side of the void boundary, Dub, who had been waiting in silence, raised his head at this moment. He heard the sound and felt the resistance in front of him had disappeared. It was time for him to make his move. Without any hesitation, Dub took a step and his figure instantly disappeared. The next moment, the entire desolate domain world suddenly sank at this moment. Rumble. The sky was shaking and shattering. Countless terrifying cracks spread wildly in all directions from where Dub had descended. They were like the mouths of giant beasts that could devour everything in the world. The billions of living beings in the world all felt an incomparably powerful and irresistible pressure that came from above their heads, pressing down on their minds and souls. Outside Xianyang City, Qin Chichi's face turned pale. Not only her, but Niu Dingtian, who was next to her, was also horrified. All the true Emperor Realm experts felt the incomparably terrifying pressure coming from the sky. Terrifying, powerful, and irresistible. It was even more astonishing than the power that had erupted during the battle between Emperor Qin and Qin Yu. It was like an ancient fiend god between heaven and earth, shouldering the sun, the moon, and the stars, stepping on the stars in the sky. At this moment, Dub had descended. Bai Feifei's expression was calm. She looked into the distance, and there was not the slightest fluctuation in her eyes. It was as if she had already predicted what would happen in front of her. Rumble. The majestic immortal will was like an earth-shattering tide that instantly swept across the desolate domain world. Even the eternal sea was covered by it. Qin Yu. Dub's bellow resounded through the entire world like divine thunder. The eyes of the true emperors were wide open. Their faces were filled with shock and bewilderment. Was this powerful existence that had suddenly descended like an ancient fiend god looking for Qin Yu? But he was already dead. Just now, right in front of their eyes. How could a dead person be found? Bai Feifei looked up at the sky above her. Minute Zhangjing's face showed a hint of surprise. He had also sensed it. Niu Dingtian grabbed the heartbroken and blank Qin Chichi. Look at the sky, look at the sky. The reflection of the other Xianyang City in the sky suddenly shook violently, as if a large stone had been thrown into a lake. A figure walked out of the waves. His expression was extremely calm, and his every movement made the world tremble. Brother! Qin Chichi exclaimed. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Yu glanced at her and smiled. Chichi, don't worry. I'm fine. His sister was watching. And today, with so many people outside Xianyang City, Chichi's identity had already been exposed. If he failed, his sister would also fall into a very tragic situation with him, right? No, perhaps at that time, it would be easier for him to be killed. Therefore, such an ending could not be allowed. Qin Yu looked up into the sky. Even though he was very far away, he could still clearly feel the aura from Dub, as well as the blazing heat and greed of the other blazing sun on his body. Little blue lamp, are you afraid? The little blue lamp said, yes. Qin Yu was startled and then chuckled. You little guy, after so many years, this is the first time I've heard the word afraid come out of your mouth. He paused for a moment and then continued, but this is nothing to be ashamed of, because I am also afraid. Although I already died once when I killed Emperor Qin, there is still a big difference between a real death and a fake death. What nonsense. The little blue lamp bluntly said. Qin Yu said, even if it's nonsense, you should at least listen to it. Perhaps after today, you won't be able to hear it again. You don't have confidence. I do. Qin Yu smiled. But this is just a habit of mine. I like to imagine the worst possible situation. Now, let us ascend to the heavens and fight with everything we have. As his words fell, Qin Yu stepped forwards. Bang! Space twisted, swallowing up his figure. In the next moment, another terrifying aura was released from the highest heavens. The simplest way to describe it was that another divinity demon had descended into the world. Qin Yu had a calm expression. He looked at Dub and said, "We finally meet." Dub nodded. "I have been waiting for this day for a long time." The two wielders of the blazing suns were well aware that there was no room for reconciliation between them. Thus, there was no need to continue and waste time. In the next moment, two suns descended. A terrifying aura swept through the world. The powerful aura that belonged to the blazing suns covered everyone within. The world fell deathly silent. There was no longer any sound. It wasn't just the true sovereigns that had gathered in Xianyang City, but the entire desolate domain. It even radiated into the distant barbarian territory, reaching above the eternal sea. Around all living beings, space and time came to a standstill. It was similar to being sealed in ice. They were completely suppressed, unable to move at all. The vast and boundless eternal sea fell silent. This was the might of the blazing suns. Wherever they descended, the rules would come to a standstill. With a single thought, they could change the heavens and earth. With a single thought, they could erase all life. Dub lifted a hand. "I say, there should be a sea of stars in this world." Above their heads, the skies turned pitch black. Then, motes of stars began to appear from within. Although it looked like an illusory image, this river of stars gave off an ancient, boundless feeling. With just a single glance, one could feel the endless vicissitudes of time. "I say, in the sea of stars, there should be a star that perishes today." In the pitch-black skies, there were countless motes of stars. One of them suddenly lit up, releasing endless light. It was so dazzling that it illuminated the entire region. Then, when it was at its brightest, it suddenly shattered. Countless star fragments mixed with a terrifying might shot out in all directions. "I say, the essence of the star fragments, obey my will. Condense into a god-slaying spear and descend into this world." A star fragment suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. It was originally incomparably far away from the desolate domain, but at this moment, it was summoned and directly descended. The star fragment rapidly extended, turning into a 100,000-foot-long divine spear. The spear tip was burning, and under the raging flames, it illuminated the strange patterns and released an aura that made one's heart shake. "I say, the god-slaying spear will descend. It will pierce through your chest, pierce through your heart, sever all life, and annihilate every piece of your soul." Whoosh! The 100,000-foot god-slaying spear had arrived. Qin Yu said, "I don't agree." He lifted his hand and punched out. Boom! Fist and spear tip collided. This was a direct confrontation between the wills of the two blazing suns that wielded the star fragments. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The terrifying ring-shaped shockwave was no longer as simple as it could be seen with the naked eye. It was as if it could split the heavens and earth, sweeping in all directions. Everything was directly turned into powder under this impact. Whether it was the heavens or the earth, or all living beings in this world, it was different. This was a true battle of destruction, a battle at the level of the blazing suns. Poof! Flesh and blood shattered, revealing the white bones underneath. Then, as it trembled, fine cracks appeared. The finger bones were collapsing, but at the same time, the raging flames on the surface of the god-slaying spear were quickly extinguished. On the spear tip, the complex and strange patterns twisted, constantly cracking and disappearing. Boom! The god-slaying spear shattered. Qin Yu took a step forward. "Ancient!" he shouted in a low voice. Towering like an ancient fiend god, supporting the heavens and earth. Qin Yu didn't need it. Because he was a true ancient fiend god. The ancient race was undoubtedly a fiend god existence in the universe. It was a true fiend god that shouldered the sun, moon, and stars, and stepped on the stars of the universe. At this moment, although he wasn't a complete blazing sun, his will still had the attributes of a blazing sun. Just now, when Dub summoned the god-slaying spear, this was also the case. At this time, as Qin Yu shouted out loud, towering figures that supported the heavens began to appear. They opened their eyes, confusion on their faces. But when the ancients saw Qin Yu, they naturally understood everything. The ancients revealed pleasantly surprised smiles, as well as pride and gratification. Although they had died, the ancients hadn't been severed. No matter how far into the future, their bloodline would bloom with an even brighter light. Ancient. With loud shouts, these ancient race figures that supported the heavens howled as they fused into Qin Yu's body. With loud crackling sounds, his flesh and blood began to explode. His body rapidly grew and expanded. An ancient, boundless, and powerful aura erupted from Qin Yu's body. It swept out, covering the heavens and earth. Because at this time, Qin Yu had become the incarnation of an ancient. His body was 1,000,000 feet tall, his feet stepping on the earth and his head soaring into the highest heavens. With a thought, the ancient god armor automatically appeared. The fragments automatically covered Qin Yu's body. With loud cracking sounds, they rapidly assembled. This was a true divine tool of the ancient race. As long as the ancient race didn't perish, as long as their bloodline continued, as long as their spirit and will remained, they would never be destroyed. He lifted a hand and the ancient divine spear fell into his palm. He fiercely waved it and flames ignited with a loud bang. These blazing flames came from the blazing sun, so they possessed the attributes of a blazing sun. Qin Yu lifted his hand and the ancient divine spear thrust out. With this spear, the world seemed to lose all meaning in front of it. It was like a thin piece of paper that was easily pierced through. Rules, all things, everything would be destroyed. Where the spear point pointed, there was only emptiness. Dub lifted a hand. I say, in the 3,000 great worlds, with trillions of stars added to my body, 10,000 tribulations cannot touch me, eternally existing between the heavens and earth. Wherever the finger fell, space surged. The ancient divine spear stabbed into this space. It continued to break through at an astonishing speed, tearing apart everything in its path. But it couldn't approach Dub at all. No, it should be said that the ancient divine spear was still approaching. It was just that its speed was far too slow, so slow that it was unimaginable. At this speed, it wouldn't be able to cross this space in 100,000 years. Pa. Pa. Faint cracking sounds constantly echoed out from within. Dust-sized particles were pierced through by the spear point and crushed to pieces. Every speck of dust was now a star in the starry sea. Qin Yu could even see countless lives living on these tiny stars. At this time, their eyes were wide open and their faces were filled with horror and horror. They looked at the terrifying ancient divine spear that came crashing down from the heavens, occupying the skies and destroying all things. In an instant, it shattered the stars and severed all life, creating endless slaughter. Strictly speaking, these tiny stars and the lives living on them were all illusory existences. They were formed by the will of the blazing sun, manifesting supernatural powers with a thought. But at this time, they were real. In this tiny space, countless stars were destroyed and shattered. This was a war at the level of the blazing sun. It was also because of this that the blazing sun had never truly appeared in the endless years. This was because their level had already surpassed the imagination of the world. Perhaps just a slightly heavy breath could cause a calamity of destruction. Chapter 1852. Qin Yu frowned. Dub was the one who wielded the fragment of the blazing sun. His boundary was unfathomable and his strength was terrifying. He had already expected this, but his opponent's supernatural powers still left him feeling as if they were mysterious and obscure. Words become law. Was this the power of the blazing sun? It was a bit too unbelievable. But what happened in front of him proved that this was the truth. Wrong. The little blue lamp's voice sounded out. Words become law is only one of the abilities of the blazing sun. But remember, don't be afraid, Because you also have what he has and you already have the qualifications to use it. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. You are saying. It's as you think. Qin Yu looked at Dub and gripped the ancient divine spear. Nothing can stop my spear. Everyone, scatter. As his voice fell, an invisible will was released. The dust particles in front of the spear trembled and then quietly disappeared. Without warning, they disappeared. Even space itself disappeared, leaving behind only a pitch-black void. Although the two were incomplete, they were still at the level of the blazing sun, creating a terrifying scene of annihilation. And this was only the beginning. Once annihilation began, it wouldn't stop. The pitch-black void continued to spread outwards. It was swallowing up the world. Or, to put it more bluntly, annihilation was pushing the desolate domain towards destruction, pulling it into the abyss. In the blink of an eye, it had spread to a radius of 10 feet. Then, it continued to spread outwards, faster and faster. Soon, a corner of the sky was missing, forming a giant black spot. Qin Yu shouted, "Niu Dingtian, take Chichi and leave." Outside Xianyang City, Niu Dingtian didn't hesitate. He grabbed Qin Chichi and stepped through space, disappearing from sight. The other true sovereigns paled and turned to flee. At this moment, their hearts were filled with panic and fear, constantly attacking their minds. The black spot in the sky didn't seem obvious, but to the true sovereigns, it represented a fatal threat. This was because the world was trembling and groaning. It was filled with fear and despair. Dub looked in the direction that Niu Dingtian had left. Qin Yu had a faint expression. Your guess is correct. The girl beside him is someone I care about. Using the might of a blazing sun to lock onto Niu Dingtian is an extremely easy matter. However, if you try to do anything to her, I will immediately shatter this world and escape into the void. Then, I will find your hometown and kill everyone you care about. I don't believe you'll run away. Heaven's pivot looked calm. But I'll accept your threat and let her go. However, I am a person who holds a grudge. After you die, I will find her. Qin Yu held the ancient divine spear in his hand. Then we'll talk after you kill me. Bang, the spear swept out, but this time around, it was different. The ancient god spear had been infused with the blazing sun will. Heaven's pivot lifted a hand and pointed forward. This time, it didn't erupt with any aura fluctuations. Instead, another black dot of annihilation appeared in the sky. Soon, the entire sky turned pitch black and void, representing absolute destruction and death. Two suns appeared, and the power of blazing suns continuously clashed and exploded. The little blue lamp had just said that speaking the law was only one of the abilities possessed by the blazing sun-wielding power. Qin Yu soon understood the meaning behind these words. When the void covered the two of them, Heaven's pivot lifted a hand. Extreme ice seal. The black nothingness formed by annihilation began to rapidly freeze. An invisible chill spread out, echoing in his soul. Catcher, 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 tiny sounds that weren't particularly loud. But, he could feel that his body was rapidly becoming sluggish, as if he were a rusty machine. Even the speed at which his thoughts turned began to slow down. The little blue lamp's voice was calm. Before the blazing sun-wielding power, there were also wars. But, these wars generally didn't affect too large a scope, otherwise they would trigger the descent of the rules. The rules here might be a bit difficult for you to understand. They are indeed the rules you see in front of you, the rules you can touch, but they are also different. This is because they are the derivation source of the rules. You can even consider them the creator of the heavens and earth. In short, in the battles between the blazing sun-wielding power, they need to open up a special battlefield. You can call this the annihilation domain, and that is the dark nothingness you are currently in. Qin Yu's reaction was a beat too slow. They. Although the little blue lamp's voice was calm, when he mentioned this word, he was able to detect the emotions in it. The little blue lamp said, "Your reaction is very sharp. But, regarding this matter, it won't be too late to consider it after you truly become the blazing sun-wielding power. What I want to tell you is that once the battlefield is established, only then will the battle between the two of you truly begin. Extreme Ice Seal is a high-level method of using the power of the blazing sun. It can create an absolute low temperature that can freeze everything. If it weren't for this moment, I would have helped you offset the vast majority of the low temperature damage and you would have already turned into a block of ice. But even I wouldn't be able to last too long in this state. So, Qin Yu's thoughts slowed. The little blue lamp said, so, you must familiarize yourself with the power of the blazing sun as soon as possible and find a way to break it. I can't. The little blue lamp was silent for a moment. Although I don't want to admit it, you can think of me as a large energy source. I can display some abilities that I instinctively possess, but in a battle of the same level, these abilities aren't too useful. And you are the key to mobilizing all of this strength. After igniting your Joss flames and smelting the 9 realms, you already have the qualifications. Yes, you can only rely on yourself to explore and grasp it. The little blue lamp said, perhaps you don't realize it, but the truth is that your thoughts and the speed at which you speak have become a great deal slower. Qin Yu, remember that you are the blazing sun wielding power. In this world, there are only things you don't dare to think about, but there are no things you can't do. The little blue lamp fell silent. It really was mobilizing all of its strength to help Qin Yu resist the omnipresent cold that came from the annihilating nothingness. It was terrifying to the extreme. Even so, it inevitably caused the great sun that represented Qin Yu to constantly dim in this annihilating nothingness. In this world, there are only things you don't dare to think about, but there are no things you can't do. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. He felt that the little blue lamp's words were the key to breaking through today's predicament. The annihilating nothingness spread out. The black spot that had appeared in the skies had now swallowed up half the skies. It constantly fell down until it finally touched the earth. The great Qin's imperial capital, Xianyang, was the most magnificent and prosperous city in the world. It was the symbol of the great Qin Empire's strength. But now, it seemed as if it had been bitten by a great beast. A piece was missing from its mouth. And another piece. Then, it forever vanished from the world. All that was left behind was an incomparably deep pit. And this pit, as the annihilating nothingness continued to spread, it also continued to expand and deepen. One after another, streaks of light rushed out of Xianyang City, desperately fleeing into the distance. Some could escape, but most couldn't. As the annihilating nothingness chased them down, they were swallowed up and instantly vanished. At this moment, the heavens and earth were suffering a catastrophe. Far in the distance, within the endless sea of stars, the towering body of the ancient race was holding up the sacred palace. Above the throne, the blazing sun wielder opened his eyes. Countless bolts of thunder seemed to flash through them, sweeping through the heavens. Today, since the blazing sun wielder is fighting for the throne, I will go and watch the battle. There was nothing in the temple, but the blazing sun wielder knew that he had arrived. This was because he was omnipresent to begin with. Very well. A calm voice sounded out in the temple. The blazing sun wielder stood up. As he moved, the blazing sun phantom behind the temple began to shine brightly. Vigorous rays of light instantly pierced through the endless space, illuminating the sea of stars and causing the trillions of stars to lose their splendor. In the next moment, the blazing sun in the temple vanished from sight. And in the skies above the desolate domain, within the annihilating nothingness that seemed to cover the world, another great sun phantom appeared. It seemed to be extremely far away, so its light wasn't dazzling. In fact, it even gave off a pale and icy feeling. But this meant that the blazing sun wielder had arrived. His eyes fell on the two people fighting, but most of his attention was focused on Qin Yu. At this time, the blazing sun wielder from the divine palace suddenly frowned. Anger and alarm appeared in his eyes. Sure, a figure appeared beside him, less than 10 feet away. You are her. The blazing sun wielder shouted out loud. His eyes were filled with anger and also a great deal of fear. Misty coldly sneered. What a blind thing. How long has it been since we last met and you already don't recognize me? Is this considered an offense? I think it's fine. So, if I wanted to teach you a lesson, it wouldn't be too excessive. A phantom appeared, blocking in front of Misty. We agreed that before the result is decided, neither of us will do anything. Misty said, I didn't interfere in their battle. The phantom didn't fall for this. Who knows if you will make a mistake or if some other accident occurs? After all, you've already used this sort of trick more than once. Misty furrowed her eyebrows. She seriously thought for a moment. Did I? The phantom humphed. Either we quietly watch and wait on the side, or we turn hostile. I'll give you the choice. Misty curled her lips. Then let's watch. It's as if I'm afraid. The blazing sun sneered. Even if Qin Yu hastily obtained the qualifications to use the blazing sun, however, he had not learned how to use the abilities he currently possessed. In this final battle, it seems as if both sides are on the same level, but the truth is that victory and defeat have already been decided from the very start. I'll say it one more time. This old lady will teach you a lesson. Misty didn't even turn her head. If you don't believe me, you can try. The choice is yours. The blazing sun's face darkened, but he didn't continue. An incomplete her wasn't worthy of a blazing sun's dread. But this wasn't the key point. Because even if she wasn't complete, she was still her. She was truly eternal and inextinguishable, an existence that existed for all time, an existence that would one day return. So, there was no advantage to truly turning hostile with her. Sure, another blazing sun appeared in the annihilating nothingness. A woman in a long red dress appeared. Her aura was like fire, but her face was as cold as ice. Greetings, returning ruins. She bowed towards the phantom. Returning ruins nodded. Red Sea, rise. Red Sea stood up. His eyes fell on Misty's body. Your aura has disappeared for a long time. I thought you had perished, but I never imagined that I would see you again today. What a pity. Misty narrowed her eyes. You damned woman, you actually didn't explode and die. I'm also puzzled. A dark red light appeared in the depths of Red Sea's eyes. Many years ago, I received your guidance and benefited greatly from it. If there is a chance in the future, I hope that you won't be stingy with your guidance. Misty smiled. What? Do you think that now that your chest has grown larger, you have the qualifications to challenge me? Do you want to repay the enmity of me plucking you naked and throwing you into lava to bathe in? Save your breath. Even if you doubled in size, you still wouldn't have the slightest chance. Red Sea didn't speak. The dark red in his eyes deepened and his aura flowed around him, as if he wanted to burn the annihilating void. Enough. Returning Ruins said, Red Sea, do not be rude to Returning Ruins. Today, we are all spectators. No one can interfere in the struggle for the new blazing sun. Yes. Red Sea bowed and drew back several steps. Misty revealed a look of disappointment. She thought that this big-chested brainless fellow had indeed made some progress. She hadn't been goaded into action, otherwise this really would have been a good opportunity. Her eyes fell onto the depths of annihilating nothingness, where the battlefield was. She was secretly anxious. Qin Yu, oh Qin Yu, you brat, it wasn't easy for you to reach this step. Don't drop the ball at this critical moment. The strength of the blazing suns was your strength. Wasn't this the so-called blazing sun's control just like that? It was just a matter of window paper. As long as you figured it out, everything would be fine, and at the same time, one blazing sun after another descended into annihilating nothingness. Of course, they restrained their auras. Otherwise, just the light produced by the gathering of 8 blazing suns was enough to burn down the world. After the blazing suns bowed to Returning Ruins, they hesitated for a moment before cupping their hands towards Misty to show their respect. After all, just like Red Sea, the only one who dared to provoke this blazing sun was herself. Dub could clearly sense the arrival of these blazing suns. Looking up, he could see 8 seemingly dim blazing suns in the distance. But in truth, Dub was well aware that these 8 blazing suns had only restrained their auras in order to appear in front of him. In fact, each one of them possessed a might that far surpassed his current strength. But that didn't matter. Before long, once he killed Qin Yu and swallowed up the fragments of the blazing suns, he would be able to complete the blazing suns. At that time, he would also leap up and become a true blazing sun, a transcendent existence that illuminated the heavens and myriad worlds. As for the Returning Ruins and the other aura, Dub didn't know what sort of secrets were hidden within, but it seemed to be related to the battle of the blazing suns. But none of this was important. As long as they didn't interfere and allowed him to fight Chinyu, then he, Dub, would definitely become the final victor. With a thought, the icy cold aura became even stronger. The invisible ice became thicker and thicker, submerging Chinyu in layer after layer. At the same time, it became increasingly hard. Chinyu had already fallen into a trance. And as time passed, his situation continued to worsen. In other words, with every breath of time that passed, his chances of victory increased by a fraction. As for Chinyu, he was still deep in thought. There is only something I don't dare to think about, there is nothing I can't do. His thoughts slowed down until they nearly froze. But once his thoughts were truly frozen, his fate was sealed. Vaguely, it was like he had grasped onto something. But soon, this feeling slipped away from his fingers. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Chinyu suddenly grasped onto that vague inspiration. To build a divine kingdom and gather faith, it was equivalent to constantly accumulating until there was a qualitative change. Only then could one ignite the great Tao of incense burning. His own divine kingdom was his domain. With a single thought, he could control everything. Only by thinking about it could he truly accomplish it. Could it be that after controlling the blazing suns, the myriad heavens and myriad worlds would become his divine kingdom?